Peace, family. We are live. Let me get this mic. Get this mic. There we go. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Who. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. Do me a favor. Please hit that like button again. Please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. Oh, wrong mic. Wrong mic. Wrong mic. There we go. We're on the mic. We're on the right mic. We are on the right mic. I apologize. There we go. Please hit the like button. Please make sure you share. And make sure you subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. Got a couple of announcements. Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone citizenship is back on. There's been a couple of changes, though, from the previous citizenship process. So, number one, you got to come twice. So, you have to come twice and you have to wait a year in between visits. So every April and December are going to be swearing in ceremonies. And if you come this April, then the next then you'll be able to get your passport the following April. If you come this December, you'll be able to get your passport the following December. And then they're also accepting other DNA test providers. So not only it used to be just African ancestry, but now they're accepting ancestry.com, 23andMe, which actually went bankrupt, and another company called CRI. So if you are interested in getting your citizenship, please visit donfo.africa. Again, if you're interested in getting your citizenship, please visit donfo.africa. We will love to host you in Sierra Leone. Also, we are rolling to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. Shout out to African Superstar who's in the chat room. We're rolling to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. Senegal in May for the Jazz Festival. Zanzibar in September for Safari Blue. Then Namibia and South Africa for Amapiano and Dunes. And then back to Sierra Leone in December. So again, if you're interested in joining us, visit donfo.africa. And then the documentary, if you have not bought my documentary, you see that documentary link at donfo.africa at the top of the screen. Hey, Adenike, hey, shout out to my sister who's in the chat room. Tell Jayden I said hello, and tell Jayden we got to link up in January. I'm sorry, August, when I come in August. So yeah, and if you have not bought the documentary, click on that documentary link. Again, click on that documentary link at the top of the Donfo.Africa page, and I will greatly appreciate it. I love y'all. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. Let's jump into today's topic. Guys, we are witnessing in real time, live, an attempt to misappropriate, or appropriate, cultural appropriation, as they call it, of everyone's culture. Guys, let me decline this call. There we go. And it's interesting because now black folks are claiming to be the original Pacific Islanders, and I'm going to play a clip here. But we just don't want to claim our essence of who we are, and that's the majority of us West African, and leaking back to the Yoruba and the Igbo. Guys, let me text this person. Sorry about that. No, guys, I gotta take this call. I'm sorry. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. I had to take that call. I apologize. But yeah, it's guys. I don't understand the need to misappropriate or culturally appropriate. That's the correct term. Everyone's everybody else's culture except for West African. What's the need for us to claim everyone else except for what you see here on the screen right here? I don't get it. And I want to play this video real quick. In fact, let me share it to myself. And now Pacific Honors are speaking out and saying, Black people, we love y'all, but y'all ain't us. You are not the original Polynesians. You're not the original Samoans. You're not the original um Tongans. What's the need of you guys false claiming and perpetrating our culture? And they're like, listen, Black people, we love y'all. We understand y'all history. We understand what happened, but just what's the need? But so let me I'm gonna play this video real quick. Here we go. And this lady's like, she's like, listen, pretendians, y'all stop playing. Pretendians, I have to ask, like, are y'all? Because now folks are like, are you guys like sick? Is this a mental illness? Like, what's the issue? Hold on, guys. Let me email this to me real quick. I should have had this. Okay, that's weird. I should have had this. You know what? Hold on. I think I could. Okay, so when your iPhone is connected to your to your MacBook, I think you could paste stuff for copy and paste stuff from here, and then automatically copy and paste to your MacBook. Okay, it's not doing it. Come on, y'all. Come on. We're gonna get this together. We're gonna get this together. Share. Okay, I'll just email it to myself. Hold on. I should have did this already, but where's this coming from? Why do we now got to be the original Polynesians and the original Samoans? Why? What's the need for us to be the original Polynesians and the original Samoans? Can somebody explain why? We can't have that much. Why is this not paste? Oh, it's right there. It's right there. Oops, guys, I'm tripping. I'm tripping. There we go. Let me send this off. We can't. Our self esteem can't be this low. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Is our self esteem this low? Is our self esteem this low where we got to claim to be the original Polynesians now? And the original Tongans and Hawaiians? Okay, here we go. Here we go, guys. Here's the video. Is it that low? Are we running from ourselves? Is that what it is? We're just running from ourselves? I can't get this to play. Come on, Dinas. Like I'm trying to. Oh, I know what to do. 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 Hold on. We gonna figure this out. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get this. We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna fit it. In the meantime, I'll put the link in the chat room. And hey, if you believe that we are the original Polynesians, you're more than welcome to call in and tell me. Yeah, hit the like button, you guys. Hit that like button. Stop being stingy with the likes. Stop being stingy with the likes.
Britannians, I have to ask, like, are y'all okay? Because y'all are now
Hold on,
coming
I'll just do it
from
like this.
Polynesian culture, and I just want to be sure. Do you want those fucking problems? Because have you looked at Polynesian people? And this is
Let me run it back.
absolutely
Let me
no
run it back.
disrespect to my Polynesian people.
Let me run this back.
Britannians, I have to ask, like, are y'all okay? Because y'all are now coming for Polynesian culture, and I just want to be sure. Do you want those fucking problems? Because have you looked at Polynesian people? And this is absolutely no disrespect to my Polynesian people or anybody descended from Polynesian culture. I love y'all. Y'all are cousins from a different line way back in the day. But are y'all okay? Do you guys want trouble from like Maori people, Native Hawaiians, the whole of Polynesian culture? Do you guys really want those problems? Just y'all aren't okay. Y'all need help.
Y'all leave people alone. Leave people alone. It's okay to be. I know it's hard to accept at times. We have a very unique history. I get it. And sometimes it's hard to accept the fact that we came over on slave ships from West and Central Africa against our own free will. I get it. I know at times it could be a tough pill to swallow. I get it. I get it. But there's no need to go and hijack other people's history. I mean, what's so sexy about I want to be very careful. No disrespect to my Pacific Honor people. But what's the attraction? Or what is it about Pacific Island culture where you rather claim that versus being West African? Just I mean, explain to me, like, what is it? Like, what is it? Red Pill, you're more West Grid. You're more than welcome to call in and say, hey, we the original Polynesians. You're more than welcome to call in and say, hey, we the original Hawaiians. You're more than welcome to call in. But what is it? What is it? Let me read this super chat. Have you tasted that Chick-fil-A Polynesian sauce? I have. It's off the chain. But I prefer the honey roasted barbecue sauce. Again, I prefer the honey roasted barbecue sauce. That is off the chain.
Peace and salute.
Go ahead.
What's up, man?
What's going on?
Not much, man. I appreciate your journey out loud.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there's historical there's researchers who tie in the traits found in the oceanic peoples. And they call the Australians some of the oldest people in the world. And so there's concepts about long lost continents and islands that no longer exist that house great civilizations, and the Pacific Islanders are in that area. And so when it comes to new research, which try to follows the old and even covered up lineages of people of color, dealing with government, dealing with rulership, royalty, you'll find traces that lead you into them peoples based off their traditions that they have today. Right. So
what traditions?
Traditions like wood carving, right? Africa probably got some of the best wood carving concepts that you'll see, but you'll also see similarities within the Oceania peoples, and also the concept of royal attires is found traced all the way to Renaissance days, European royals wearing the same type of clothing that Pacific Islander peoples royalty wear, right? And also the ancient Americans. When you look up the old ancient Mayan art, you'll find that they bear a lot of similarities to oceanic peoples.
Right. Well, there was a study done that's saying that some of the native tribes in the Americas are linked to the Polynesians. But doesn't mean, and when I say Polynesians, I mean Polynesians of today, not the alleged black Polynesians.
Right.
The
Most people
Aboriginal Australians, basically.
salute.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what that brother, to add on what he was saying, was mummification is another thing that's can be traced from the what you would call Melanesian, Polynesian, this whole area of Oceania. I think they do that in Papua New Guinea, mummification. Also in Australia, they're the only other group of people who use clicks in their language, like the Hadza or the Sand Bushmen of South Africa. So
Okay.
yeah, you know, not specifically Black Americans, but these people are Black. You know, just not to mistake it. Not us, not us at all. You know, that's a fairy tale. But the people being Black, that's a fact. Like you can look up King Kamehameha of Hawaii. He was Black. Like got real dark skin.
When you're saying black, you mean of African descent, or just black as in
Well,
dark
I
skin,
mean,
because near the equator?
so if because everybody come from Africa, yes, of African descent. And what we're saying is uh the correlation of linguistics, the fact that there's cliques in South Africa and there's also cliques in Australia, that's evidence that humans could have taken boats, crafts, you know, and used the currents to find Australia, and they didn't have to walk over land masses like it was formerly speculated, or it could have happened both ways. And what that brother was referring to earlier was the ancient landmass Sundaland. It's been
You cut out, bro.
You cut out, man. You're on your Obama phone.
sorry about that, y'all. What that brother was referring to earlier was Sundaland, and that area is now underwater, and a lot of artifacts could be there. You know, evidence that they could use to support these theories. These are new theories, emerging theories.
Well, you know, it is an old idea. And I think in the late 1800s, this white guy came up with Church Ward came up with a book that was trying to tie in Israelites and original or Aboriginal people of the land of Mu, and said that during the cataclysm, they went off in all different directions. But what people like Church Ward and Laplangian are doing are leaving out the concepts of people who was already in the lands before this whatever happened, right? Like we're supposed to believe that the whole world was not populated until people traveled there on foot. And there's a lot of, easy pushback for that.
No, but what I'm saying is I'm not denying that there's a possibility that people of African descent did not at one time populate these islands. What I'm saying is we are so far removed that claiming it now is just laughable.
We would be the only ones doing it. And it would be like, can nobody else do it, is what it is. Like the type of research that's talking about, let's say, Pangea or the Aboriginal people of the world in totality, kind of just puts people of color everywhere. right? But the Oceania concept is the only link that we have that will bring. Well, no, it's not the only link, but it's the mainstream version of linking dark skinned people with blonde hair and blue eyes. But we have Mayan art that shows that. The same thing that Oceania art shows. Dark skinned people with blonde hair and blue eyes.
Yeah. Let me pass it to Ola. Go ahead, Ola. Unmute yourself.
Thank you, Dynast. I would like to know really what kind of education the people that are promoting these things are having. What is their mental status? Are they bipolar? Are they schizophrenic? Are they delusional?
You're trying to be slick.
I also like to know what kind of job are they having? What kind of substance are they taking? Because
Wow.
when you start listening to these people sometime, we Africans, we just laugh at you people sometime.
Be more specific.
Hold on, bro.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. I don't know what you're talking about. When you miss, you miss. When you miss with white, no problem about that. I got biracial children. My children never actually mistaken themselves to be what they're not. They'll tell you, I'm half Nigerian, I'm half Dutch. Straight up. You know, if we say, oh, are you Brazilian? I said, no, I'm not Brazilian. I'm half Nigerian, half African, I'm half European. Nigeria, specifically, my dad is from Nigeria. You see, the problem that I see with people sometimes is the ability to roast. You see, when you repeat roasting of people and you continue repeating your lies, you start believing your lies. And that is a problem. That will not change. I'm not saying it's every Black American, but the ones that are coming to internet, using internet as well to promote some kind of things, it's a little bit don't be surprised. There was one movie star that said, I ain't African, I'm not African. I forget his name. It's old now. You know, it's going towards his 90s. I ain't African, but if you check your root, it's from Bahamas. How did you think Bahamas came? The black boy came to Bahamas. How do you think? They also Mansa Musa brother went through the boat to America first. Africans, they might pass through the desert, but not through that big ocean. They don't have the ability to build any boat that will pass through the ocean. Do you know how many white people that died inside the ocean before any other things? Before they even figure out the route? Because their ancestors, they have that gene of their ancestors already. The Icelanders, the Vikings that was already doing these things. You understand? So this kind of, I'm aboriginal. Or because maybe you might like the good hair, or because people like to look at exotic. Oh, that's very exotic. You see, Africans, that was what the white people just laugh and laugh. I can understand there's some kind of white people also promoting this kind of thing. I don't see how they can read these things in the book. If I see a black person, let me tell you, I'm from the old school. Do you want to tell me Kevin Smith, former world record holder in 100 meters? Because you new schools are totally different cats. Do you want to tell me Edwin Moses, former 400 meters record holder hurdles? He and my dad they were friends. You know, they were friends. Edwin Moses. That dude, that black guy, that guy that looked like Africa, that guy told my father is a pyramid. They brought us here. I'm telling you now, inside 1980, my father and Kevin Smith were friends. When my dad told me, Carl Lewis was just a young cat, maybe in the high school at that time. He came out in 4. These guys told my father they are Africans. But it seems like the more they smoke that shit, the more they get confused, the more they start insulting people on a bit trolling. Oh, look at Buddhist crasher, fucking African. He likes the bunny. And we just laugh. Sometimes we just listen to this nonsense. If you miss, you miss. You can be multiple miss. Just admit I'm multiple miss. People like the Diana Ross, you know. Smokey Robinson. Tell me, were you strong? You can run. You can play basketball. You can jump. You have energy. Just as a black man from Africa, your aggressiveness, your emotional, your high VP, your sickle cell, your kidney and your liver are not the same like this. What they call this people from Australia or whatever they call them, the Islanders people. Check your kidney and your liver; they're not the same. These people cannot even handle alcohol. Then you want to compare with people sometimes who walk with their ass and move with their ass. Where God bless you, that possibility, what happens is wrong, and your ancestors can run in the jungle.
What do you mean that they can't handle alcohol?
When you're just talking about types,
cannot handle alcohol. Their liver and kidney cannot handle it so long.
I don't understand what you mean by that.
Yeah, I do too, man. I listen. I provide
all this fucker. Oh, you this, you that. You have to stop speaking good. Otherwise, all that laughing at people. Like you are confused.
Okay,
I hear you. I hear what you're saying, bro.
It's
like real
whose kidneys and liver that can't.
I hear what you're saying
too, bro. Like, so I don't think that's reserved to them.
Hey guys, let me read these super chats. Roland Curtis off Vermont Avenue in LA, I guess. Non-blacks post DNA results with 0% African ancestry. That's not true. All right, go ahead.
So
thank you for the $2 holla. Thank you for the $2 holla. You and Landmark. Thank you. Go ahead.
Salutes. Yeah, I mean, look, there's things that people say that they don't represent for everybody. Like real talk. Don't get it twisted, man. The hatred ain't as much as the opposite of that, man. But they get the most shine and they the loudest, and we got to deal with it. So, but look, it is interesting how we can find narratives from these so-called European descendants, and they talking about some shit other than Africa, right? At the same time, they say that there's an out-of-Africa theory, right? And so I understand this is complex. It's an issue. I went to Pangea with it personally, and took it to where
Pangea was literally so long ago.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, a lot of times we're dealing with such different timelines, and a lot of the things that we're dealing with, like it's like going back to as far back in the past seemed like a safe space, and there you could put people everywhere. And then the scriptures talk about the days of Peleg when the lands was divided, and there you got your continents. So I think we're dealing with people from somewhere else, like on some old underworldly connections, man, variations like that. But
I think we're dealing with a bunch of high school dropouts that didn't take history serious when they was in school. So now they really don't take it serious that they out of school. These people are merging scientific facts and evidences with with religion and like biblical things, like things that are like made up, like things that are not provable. But like and a lot of them entertain the idea that the earth is flat too. I've noticed that amongst that group. So it don't surprise me. I think it'll always have a spot as long as black people are impoverished. It's just an impoverished mindset. That's all I can sum it up to.
Mindset, education.
Oh, let me pass it. Let me pass it to S North. Go ahead, S North.
Yeah, well,
S North.
I understand a lot. How you doing, brothers? How y'all doing? But
Good.
One thing we have to know, it's a fact. I mean, the original Filipinos were blacks. The original island, even the Chinese are black. Of course, Africa is the main or the crown. That's where everything started. The same. We have to be open-minded, folks. I mean, it's a proven fact. Even to this day, you go to some Philippines, the blacks are discriminated. The original people in Philippines and Vietnam, South America, you know, Australia. These are the original black people. Black people been everywhere. But we have to be very, very, very careful when we say we're not from here, we're not from there. But I understand what some of the African Americans, maybe there's some kind of identity crisis, maybe looking for a place to be. But we cannot negate the fact that blacks used to be all over the world at once before even India. You go to India, the blacks are discriminated, especially the southern ones, because they don't have dark skin. Because original black Indians are black too, you know. So that goes back to Europe. Even Europe, the original Greeks, so-called Greeks, Italians, all the Mediterranean area, all the ancient world. So I don't know. I mean, as of now, Africa is where our crown is, but eventually, you know, I don't know. What y'all think?
Go ahead, Dragoon. Guys, hit the like button again. Make sure you please hit that like button and let me got a couple more super chats. JC Inc. $1.99 holla. Thank you. Humans were non-existent during Pangea. African Goddess, thank you for the 4,000. I think that's Naira. And then Roland Curtis off Vermont Avenue. Thank you for the $2 holla. It's true. Many on YouTube, 0% ancestry. Thank you all. Thank you for the super chats. And guys, make sure you hit the like button. Go ahead, Dragoon.
Good day, guys. Happy again for the subject matter that you are continuing with, Dynast. Yesterday we had a pretty interesting discussion. It was a bit fraught with disagreement and abuse, unfortunately, but that's how things go. I would just like to begin by letting everyone know, I think we have some understanding, but letting everyone know that in terms of this whole planet that we're on, that we call Earth, Black people were the first to be here, and Black people were the first to be everywhere on the planet. It is quite an identity crisis indeed, as somebody has just suggested, that we as Black people go through.
Dragoon, you there? Dragoon, you got to make sure you put minutes on your Vodafone. Dragoon, you there? All right, yeah, he got to add some more minutes to his Vodafone, man. Virgin Mobile, he got to add some more minutes to his Virgin Mobile phone. Guys, links in the chat room. If you want to call in and add to the conversation again, link is in the chat room.
Hey, Dynast, did you see that idiot American tried to go on North Sentinel Island?
Yeah, I saw that. And he got arrested.
Yeah.
Guys, can you hear me?
We hear you now.
Okay, that's great. I'm here and I've been listening. And again, I'll begin. Thank you again, Dynast, for these discussions that we are having at the moment. I think that they're extremely important to us as a people in the time that we're in. We have a lot of responsibility, and we have a lot of renewing of our understanding to go through. All of us in this Black world, the Black Americans, the Europeans, Blacks, Caribbean, South America, and particularly, especially in Africa itself. I must commend those who have some understanding of the fact that we are the first on the planet historically, and we are the first all around the world historically. As we enter into this great future, we must recollect ourselves. We do, as somebody has already said, suffer from identity crisis, and it really doesn't matter where we are. We can be as African. There is still identity crisis going on, let alone for those in America, in the Caribbean, in England, wherever we are. The matter of the fact is, when we speak about the Indus Valley, it is a Black civilization. When we talk about Egypt, it is a Black civilization. When we speak about the greater Asia communities, as again somebody has said, China, Japan, these are the beginnings of Africa, if you like, civilizing the world. I don't necessarily like that word to be civilized and such, but in terms of cultural understanding, and the spread of dignity worldwide, we began it. Now, within our identity crisis, from what we spoke about yesterday, in terms of the Black Hebrew Israelites and the pain it gives some of us that maybe or maybe not we were the original Hebrews before it was even called Hebrew. I feel that the responsibility that we have is to wake up. We have to wake up. We have to strategically come together. We are in a fantastic position in terms of our diaspora, our modern diaspora. I won't even talk about the ancient, but just in terms of our modern diaspora, we have possibly the greatest connectivity around the globe. We are going into a future where right now, the West, both Europe and America, and the white supremacy, if you may underline it like that, they're in a panic. They're in a panic state. And it seems to me that we're not recognizing that still at this time. What we prefer to do is to drag each other down. The crabs in a bucket scenario, we have known for a long time and we can understand it. But we perform it and perfect it even at this late stage. I'm somewhat horrified at times with the squibble squabble that we have between Black Europe, Black America. Black Europe and Black America stand as the front line of the Africans in this planet. We are in the front line. But there's a term that a lot of African Americans use. Oh man, you're cleaving to us. You're a cleaver. And I'm thinking, what the hell is that? Why are you speaking like this? Are
You
you not
mean
in the
Tava,
Wait, let
respectfully.
me land. Please let me land. Please. I would like to suggest, if you are talking about the word cleave from the Black American standpoint, I will put it to you, Black Americans,
It's
that you
Tava,
cleave.
brother.
Wait,
Tava.
let me land. I don't want to shout. Don't
No, I'm
disturb
not
me, please.
arguing with you. The term is
Just
Tava, though,
please let
brother.
me
But go
land.
ahead.
Just let me land. You know how it is to be conjuring thoughts and putting them into words and being disturbed. It's not very nice. I would
All
like
right,
to put.
brother. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to put it like this: the cleaving that is being done in this planet is that the Black Americans, especially, but we include ourselves here in Europe, we cleave more to whiteism. We have a preference for whiteism. We don't even try to wake up, understand that we are being more white than any.
Yeah, his phone went out again. Pam Mulatto, go ahead.
I mean,
Yes, and
no,
it'll
no,
be
no.
brief.
I'm here. Please let me
Oh, go
finish.
ahead, bro. Go
Please
ahead,
All
let
right, you
me.
brother.
got 30
Thank you
seconds.
very much.
30 seconds. Go ahead.
I hope you're listening to what I'm saying with my 30 seconds.
Yeah,
Thank
go
you
ahead.
very much.
Yeah,
All I'm trying to put to us is that we have to recognize who it is that we are in this modern age. And with our diaspora and with the influences that we get from every other culture around the world, and that we seem to cleave to, given the American context, closer to them than ourselves. And I think that is a major, major error. I'll end it there. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Pam Mulatto.
Appreciate you, Dynasty Man. Peace to the panel. Just to be brief, with all due respect to the brother, I think his name is Jagoon. The term is Tava, brother, not Cleaver.
Very correct.
Yes,
I stand
Tava,
corrected.
Tava. It's all
Yeah.
good. And I will say this: I disagree when descendants of U.S. chattel slaves deny our African ancestry because the DNA analysis irrefutably proves or confirms that we definitely have African ancestry. Additionally, it also shows that we have Caucasian ancestry, Native
Mm.
American ancestry, no matter how minimal. I'm just speaking about our ancestral ties. But as far as the title of the show, I've even seen descendants of U.S. chattel slaves take DNA tests, and it reveals that they have Polynesian and Asian ancestry. Matter of fact, even me myself, I cannot deny it. I have Asian and Polynesian ancestry, Pacific Islander ancestry. Now, there's a number of different speculations that I've heard on how we have received this ancestry. Many say that since some of the slaves from Madagascar were shipped into the U.S. and people of Malagasy or the people of Madagascar have Asian and Pacific Islander ancestry. That's where we received it from as descendants of U.S. chattel slaves. But I mean, the fact remains that many descendants of U.S. chattel slaves actually do have Polynesian ancestry. Does this negate our African ancestry? Of course not. But with all due respect, and I'll land my plane with this, I think we have to acknowledge the reality that genetically, descendants of U.S. chattel slaves are a mixed race people. Now, many of us, or I would say most of us, are predominantly African, but we are not 100% African. And I'll land there.
All right, go ahead, Afro Man. Unmute yourself.
Hello, can you
Yes,
hear me?
yes.
Peace, everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. Uh, Once again, Dinas, this is a very interesting topic. I only joined recently, so I don't really, I didn't actually hear all of what people are saying. But let me ask this question. When you say Black people are claiming to be, are you talking about Black Americans or you're talking about Blacks outside of the US?
Oh, well, of course, this is a majority Black Americans.
Okay. And so now, there are links, of course. I mean, Black people left Africa, according to the scholars, and then populated places around the world. In fact, wherever you go, every native, every Aboriginal people are Black or dark-skinned, including even in Europe. So it's not a far-fetched idea, but the connection is so distant in the past that those people have evolved to become, I would say, distant cousins. They are still part of, the overall Black nation or Black people, or what you would call Aboriginal people. But to argue that there is a strong connection between African Americans and Pacific Islanders, I think it's a stretch, and I think it's a digression or something that would it's not a relevant point at this point in time. That's what I would say for now.
Okay, go ahead, Wakoya.
Disagree with that.
Can you guys hear me?
The connection is kind of muffled, like yeah.
All right, I'm having some. Well, I'm going to try and get the volume up again.
That's better. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I to say something that was really similar to what Mr. Afroman had just finished, but let's expand on that a little bit because I really find it very funny when we start talking about people with DNA traits that have a certain minute reference to some different other racial composition, and then because of that, they say, "Oh, we're not Africans," and so on and so forth. It's true. I mean, the history or the anthropology has said that there's been a migration out of Africa, but we're talking about things that are millions and or at least hundreds of thousands of years that passed. So let me say this to the people who believe that because they have a certain amount or ounces of some DNA present, they're different. If you look at the African continent where we have the greatest diversity of humanity, people on the East Coast, many people who would fight you and let you know they're very, very proud of their African ancestry and would never give it up, would be, for example, people around the Horn of Africa. They are mixed race. Many of them show traits, especially from the Asian side, because they face that part. They are very set in the Africanness. I think a lot of Black Americans are going through, or Black whatever African Americans, those who identify with Africa are straight up. They understand the history properly in terms of phasing. The people who want to say they're Black, they want to accept a definition that is given to them by white people to contrast them
against color. So if you want to say you're a Black American, you're reducing yourself to not a culture, but a color. And that wasn't given to you yourself, because most Africans, even when people say the people from ancient Egypt called themselves Commission, then that they didn't refer to them in context of color. They referred to themselves as the soil, coming from the soil, not the color. Color is something that is being imposed. People identify with their groups, their language, the people that they're the tribes and things like that. So that's one thing I wanted to say, that it's almost funny to me when I hear now African Americans is we're not African, we're Black Americans, and they're so proud. But then they don't want to be coded in blackness. They don't want differences to be applied to them because of their skin color. They don't want to be treated as second-class citizens in America because of their skin color, but very, very quickly will accept skin color definitions of their culture. Now, come back to the other point I wanted to make, which is to say that, again, when you come to Africa, every combination of human existence you will find. You find people who are predominantly sub-Saharan Black African, but they have some Indian. Some have some Chinese. Some have some. I mean, even me, I did my DNA. I had no idea. I considered myself Ghanaian, Togolese with some Nigerian. DNA from Italy. People move around. But to say that because people left the continent thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, and sadly because of that you're identifying to them, I think is preposterous and hilarious. And I learned, right? Hello?
Yep, couldn't see you.
We heard you, sis.
I just wondered, everybody's so quiet.
We're being polite for
Yeah,
once.
we trying to have some order. Who next, fam?
That's great. Thank you for being
All
so
right,
polite and
peace,
considerate. Appreciate it.
Yes, man.
peace to everybody.
Peace, King.
Peace, family, to everybody on the panel. If I hope I'm not jumping over anybody. Is it okay if I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I've been watching the show. Great show, great platform. First of all, it's my first time here. First time actually watching. I actually enjoy it. I had a question. Based on the title, Black people are now claiming to be the original Pacific Islanders.
Mm.
When we say Black people, who are we actually talking about? Because it's such an ambiguous term right now. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So before we can go even take the conversation further, I would like to identify who are exactly Black people. When you say Black people, what are we talking about? Are we talking about pigmentation? Are we talking about, the descendants of Africa? What are we talking about exactly?
Can I try to answer that, Dynast?
Well, no, when I say Black people, I'm primarily speaking of Black Americans. Go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, cool. So when we say Black, you mean Black. So Black Americans are claiming to be the original Pacific Islanders?
Well, you have to understand the majority of this, the black people were the original Indians, Pacific Islanders, Eskimos, Irish, is coming out of Black America. My theory is the majority of this comes out of the prison system.
Right, but so even with those names you just named, we still back to who are we talking about when we say Black? You know what I mean? Because you mentioned Ireland, you know what I mean, Dave. So who are we what do we
I'm
mean
saying
when we
is
say
Black
Black?
Americans. There are Black Americans that are claiming to be the original people of, again, Ireland, Polynesia, Indians, and saying that they aren't Aboriginal or originally from America. They're saying that they're Aboriginal from these other places. But I'm sorry, they're saying they're not from Africa, that they were already here and they were Aboriginal to like Ireland and America and the Pacific Islands.
Yo, boy, we hate Africa, boy. I tell you, that's a shame. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
That's where it comes from.
Yeah. I mean, our people, boys. Woo, interesting.
That's the reality. We hate
Wow.
African.
Yeah,
Mr. Morpheus, have you taken
it's
the
sad.
DNA test, brother?
Say it again.
Have you taken a DNA test, brother?
Yeah, I took DNA tests almost when DNA tests first came out. I did African ancestry, like direct African ancestry. I've done all of them, bro. I've done exact all of them.
And let me ask you a question. And of course, you know you don't have to answer this, but did your DNA test reveal that you had any European ancestry, particularly Irish?
Mine's actually had 2% uh Scandinavian. Uh there is another one, no, 3%, if I remember correctly, because it's not in front of me. Uh I think it was Ireland. I believe so.
So let me ask you a question. Given the fact that you have Irish ancestry, would it be far fetched or inaccurate to say that you are descended from the indigenous Irish?
Would it be far fetched? No, that would be accurate. Actually,
Exactly.
that ain't far
So that's a
fetched.
great point. Exactly.
Okay,
And
but
that's the
but
point
That
I'm
would
making.
actually be far fetched.
when you say descendants of the Aboriginal Irish, you mean white Irish?
Uh,
Exactly.
Well,
So that's
yeah,
the
that's
right.
what I'm
point.
saying. Yeah, exactly. So
Okay, so here's the
we
thing.
have the majority of Black
But the
Americans
white
have
Irish,
the majority
Let
of
me finish.
African Americans have European admixture. Period.
You got to see, but you got to remember this: when you're looking at the DNA test, right? They're telling you the geographical region, right? When it points out the region, it doesn't necessarily say the specific people. It's pointing you to a region. So you got to take those tests even further deeper, because just because it's pointing you to a region doesn't mean that's, you know what I mean, the people. That's a region.
Well,
no, some
Morpheus,
of
with
the
all due
tests
respect,
actually point to the tribes.
Right,
exactly. It
some
shows
of
you
them.
who you are
That's what I
genetically.
said. That's why I said you
Well,
have to go
Morpheus,
deeper. I'm sorry, go ahead, bro.
my bad, and it'll be brief. Morpheus is showing you not only the region that you descend from, but it's showing you who you are genetically related to. Because in these DNA tests, they'll even show you your cousins in these lands that currently exist.
Exactly.
So watch this. So here's the issue, right? Let's think about it like a circle. If you got a circle, a pie, right? And then we're breaking that pie up into fractions, right? And we're looking and we're saying, okay, here's a circle. What makes up that 100%? Because we're dealing with 100%. So then now when we look at what makes up the 100%, like you said, 2% is this, 3% is that, 60% is that, so and so. Then you would be accurate, because even with that 2%, that's descendancy.
Yes,
You
sir.
would be correct.
Exactly.
So what
Yes, but
happens is,
My
unfortunately,
bad. Go ahead.
people.
if you have 2% Irish, okay, if you have 2% Irish DNA, that is not tantamount to saying that you are a descendant of the Aboriginal Irish, because the Irish
Actually,
of
it is
today
though.
are Caucasian. Hold on. The Irish of today are Caucasians. And unless you are descended from an Irish person, okay, whose ancestors are derived from the Aboriginal Black Irish, you cannot claim that.
Afro man, let me
Okay,
ask you a simple question. Are you able to point to anyone today that is descendant and has a genetically verifiable link to the Aboriginal Irish that you're speaking about?
Well, yes, I mean they did find how do you call it, the Cheddar Man. I think they called it the Cheddar Man.
No, I'm speaking
And
about
when
today,
they
that exists today.
that I don't know. I don't know.
And that's my point right there. When we speak about the indigenous Irish of today, those people are white, and there's no problem in acknowledging that. But the point is, just because a person, particularly a descendant of U.S. chattel slaves, claims verifiably so that we have ancestry that traces back to the indigenous Irish, that does not negate our African ancestry. Back to what the point the brother said, and I'm gonna land my plane with this. If you look at the pie chart and it's 100%, my 2% or my 3% or my 50% Irish ancestry, that does not negate my 50% African ancestry or my 30% African ancestry or whatever my percentages are. Our ancestors are our ancestors, no matter the percentages.
Let me pass the mic to Pete. Go ahead, Pete. Unmute yourself, Pete. Unmute yourself, Pete. Okay, we got to move on. All right.
What about those Afrikaners in South Africa? They say they are Africans, even though they came from Europe, like in 15th century. What do you have? What do you have to say about those white folks who
Do
lived
they
in
have
South Africa?
African? Do they have African ancestry that's
No,
verifiable?
No, they
they
don't.
claim, they say they're Africa. They're not going nowhere. What do you have
Listen
to
to
say
what I'm.
about that?
But listen to what I'm saying,
Yeah,
brother.
but their claim isn't
We're
genetic.
speaking of we're speaking about DNA right now, brother.
I
So
got you.
the Afrikaners,
I think
if they
the
don't,
whole DNA stuff is fake too. It's all fake. There's an
I
agenda
think.
behind it.
let's
Hold
not
on.
go on that tangent. Let's
I
not go
think
on
it's
that
fake.
tangent.
I
Don't
think.
fall for
I
that. It's
think. I
fake.
think. I think Mulatto is pretty right. You put talk
Exactly.
about. You put talk about something that happened about 400 to 500 years ago. It's not too far. Let's just put it like that. It seems like what I see here is people read books upside down and do actually the white people were actually right. They were correct. Where they picked these Africans from, who they are, and where they came from. When the white people were saying these things ever since for a very long time, people started adopting them. But when the DNA started coming, they started saying, oh, they were right. The white people never said they went to India to pick these West Africans, these Negroes, these special Negroes that can resist the white people disease. The white people said we went to what far place to pick these Negroes that are strong as said that can resist sun on that plantation. What is the difference between black Americans and the black Colombians, the Surinamese, the Italians, the Semitic blacks, the Jamaicans, and the Haitians that are very close? What is the difference? No real difference. Some of them even came to the United States. It seems like the blacks in the United States, they try to formulate their own history. I don't know why. Might be because of what actually happened to them. They were using the Africans to kick against them a lot and dealing with them. That's why somebody like what is his name? Daddy Trick. I forget his name. That guy that looked like Indian me and said, I ain't African. I'm not damn fucking African.
Yeah.
It's like they use Africa to insult them a lot. You can be bullied with anything. You can be bullied with any name. But that doesn't mean that your ancestors that took 400, 500 years ago to unite. Look, I know my great grandfather 500 years ago. We still live in the same territory where it settled down. We know our cousins up to about 10 generations, even 15. That's what we cannot marry. We used to marry, you don't even near there. Go marry far from another tribe. So I don't understand. You have something to do. If you miss, you miss. There's nothing else. The black and white were the one means themselves there together. The white slave master was sleeping with the black woman. That's where it came. Later part, the black man started sleeping with the white woman. From there, maybe the white man that have some Indian DNA, the native Indian DNA, come to your DNA. The native didn't fuck with you like that, bro. Because they don't even have access to you. The one that have access to you is the white man. Neither you are working for them in their farm, or you're inside the bedroom, or you are a butler cooking the meal, making the chicken. You understand me? So you're just walking around the natives. Oh, look at the native Indian. Say, oh, look at this fresh black woman, man. Hey,
Hey, brother. I just want to say something. There's a book some white man wrote in 1920. This book talks about the Negro, the biggest problem of America. And on that book, he says most of the southern states, starting from North Carolina to all the way down to Mississippi and Tennessee, they say most of these white folks who claim to be white are not really white. They have really polluted their blood. He say was African blood. Most of them pass as whites.
You lie, bro.
No.
No.
It's a proven fact.
No.
Listen, most of them, I'm talking about whites. I'm not talking about blacks.
These are the people twist. This way you put twist history. Look at the
No.
South Africans.
Listen,
Hold on.
listen.
The South Africans came. The South
Hold on, bro.
Africans came. Hold on.
Because
Because it's easy. It's easy to sit down and take one kind and twist history. Look at the South Africans that came similar time when the whites started picking the Africans as slaves. The South African whites never said, "You see, I'm not Zulu. I'm not Xhosa." They must okay. I have some mixed people with Xhosa with them, but they never actually said they are not white because they will tell you, "My ancestors is Dutch, French, wherever they're coming from." You understand me? It's good. You can be missed. No problem about that. If you miss, you miss. You understand me? If you miss, you have 5%.
I was talking about white folks. I wasn't talking about
I
black
think
folks.
both of y'all are right.
I wasn't talking about the black folks. I was talking about the white folks. Even the white folks, they're not even so-called pure whites, especially the Appalachian, all the way down from starting from Virginia all the way down to Mississippi. You know, so
I think because when they say you ugly, I can see why the black Americans are running because they also use those things against other.
No, you see, bros, we have to be careful. We have to be careful.
Guys, 1 second. Let me pass it to Pete because Pete's been waiting. Go ahead, Pete.
No, I think both of y'all are right. When he says that a lot of white people in the South have black DNA, he's right because there's a lot of crossbreeding. But I also see what he's saying when he says be careful when he gives the example of the South Africans, because the white South Africans, if you pay attention to what they say, they try to play that whole migration part and the whole African migration to take claim and ownership of Africa and South Africa. So I get what Ola is saying. He's saying be careful with that because I see what he's saying. Because that's what the South Africans do to try to claim, to try to take claim to South Africa. But here's my thing. When you look at the spending power of African Americans here in America, they claim that African Americans concentrate less than 14%. However, when you look at the economics, they spend the most money out of every group. So what that tells me is this whole FBA, ADOs, this whole thing, it's about keeping them here because they run this economy. They really just don't know it because they say $1 stays in the black community like a few hours as compared to other communities. So it's really economic. It's really about keeping black people here because if 5% of black people left any city, let's say like Detroit, if 5% of black people left Detroit and relocated to, let's say, Brazil, Detroit might go bankrupt. See, this is things that people don't know because of the black spending habits. So what does the CIA do? They hire niggas like Tariq,
Hey, guy, I'm sorry. Let me interject. No. So moving forward, no N-word. If you say the N-word,
my bad. I'm sorry.
You have to cash app $10. If you don't cash app $10, you got to get off the panel. Or go ahead.
Wonderful. Send me your cash app. I got you. My bad about that.
Put it in the chat room.
But I was saying in general, they use people like Tariq, and they got people that they use that they're gonna give talking points to everything. And it's all economic. It's not that emotional. It's really about money.
Hey,
That's
ain't my
it.
cash app. I'm tripping. Go ahead.
I got you, bro.
I meant $. My bad.
And support to what you say, bro. I lived in Baltimore. You'd be surprised, man. You rarely see few blacks owning stores. I just don't know why. I don't know the reason why. But all you see is Asians and all of them. Like they making, and the blacks got the money to spend, and it's they the one who's making the money, and then the city get the revenue, collecting revenue. So don't tell me
get taxes out of it.
Yeah.
So it's all economic. It's not that emotional.
I agree.
All right, cash app on the screen is $ Amir Dinas. Go ahead, Black. I ain't gonna say the word in front of Black, but go ahead, Black.
Yeah, I was just wondering why are we so fixated on these little mixtures here and there. I mean, we dealing with African Americans. Most of that mixture has been placed there by rape. You know, even when you had, let's say, relationships with the slave master, you know, and an African female, a lot of that time it was, you know, even if she didn't, you know, if there was like a type of platonic relationship, it was pretty much forced. It was like a soft rape, you know. You know, imagine that
Put
African
the cash
female
up. Put the
saying
cash up.
the African female saying
What'd you say?
no.
Hold on. What'd you say? Hello.
Say that again about the
The
cash app.
link for the cash up.
It's dollar. I put it on the screen. It's gonna be on the screen. Hold on. Put it on the screen right now. There it goes. Now go ahead.
Yeah. So imagine a African a slave, you know, being talked to by the slave master, and imagine her rejecting that slave master. That, you know, ain't no telling what might happen, even death. So I don't see why we're so fixated on these mixtures. You know, let's be real. The whites own slaves. Even the Indians own slaves. So, you know, and then the mixtures other than the whites and the Indians. I mean, it's so minute. You know, in the world, in the African American world. I don't understand why we're so fixated with that. The majority of our DNA comes from Africa. Point blank. Period. I'll pass the mic with that.
Shout out to Pete for the $10 cash app. For now on, guys, you said the N word, you got to pay. It's a $10 fine. All right. Let's see here. Guys, let me read the rest of these super chats. Emob Squad Gaming, $3 holla. Thank you. Some claim it all started in the Americas. DJ, aka Mr. Sandman, thank you for the $9.99 holla. I believe we are descendants of the transatlantic slave trade, but there are thousands of islands submerged in the ocean that were around during the ice ages. We could have canoed across the ocean. JC Inc. Irish ancestry is a result of slavery, not origin. Thank you for the $1.99 holla. All gas, no brakes. Thank you for the $9.99 holla. Most Scandinavian people don't identify as Vikings because it's such a distant history. Black Americans should be granted the same liberty. All right, Pam Mulatto, go ahead. Pam Mulatto, unmute yourself. Go ahead. Can y'all hear me? Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can.
We can.
Okay. Guys, links in the chat room if you want to call in and ask.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. Go ahead.
My bad. And I'll make it brief. Thanks for passing me the mic. To the brother that was big speaking. I think that was just speaking. Pardon me. I think that was Big Black. Pause.
Pause.
To respond to you, brother. No matter how the admixture got into our ancestry, it still exists, and there's no denying it away. When you take that DNA test, even if that Caucasian ancestry is from a Caucasian slave master, you are still the descendant of that slave master, respectfully.
Okay, let me respond to that. Again, like the other brothers say, right? You have a lot of whites in this country. When they do their DNA tests, they have black ancestry. You know, they have some
That's
black
right.
ancestry. They're not
That's right.
fixated on that black ancestry. They know that they're white. You know, they may have took a DNA test, said, "Oh, it was a black ancestor here," and they're not fixated on that. They gather together as whites, and they consider themselves Caucasians. They don't mark other because they have 2% of. They found out they had 2% African DNA. No, no, they mark
And
white Caucasian for the most part. So we
and Big
shouldn't be.
Black.
I'm just saying we shouldn't be that fixated on that ancestry, especially a lot of us that don't have that ancestry. It's because of rape.
And Big Black, let me ask you this, and I'll pass the mic.
I want to
Does
say something to you.
the all right? Let me just ask this question, and I'll pass the mic. Regardless, those so-called whites that you're speaking about, they're actually multi-generational mulattoes. But does them denying their African ancestry erase their actual ancestors? Yes or no?
Say that one more time.
The so-called whites that you're speaking about that have African ancestry, number one, they are actually mulattoes genetically. But my point is, whether they acknowledge it or not, does that erase their African ancestry?
No, but let me say this too. It doesn't with the whites that have black, some African mixture or some Mexican mixture, right? Some Indian mixture, does that erase their, that ancestry, that African ancestry? No. But my point is they're not fixated on it. I think, and personally, I think you probably have a bias because you consider yourself mulatto, and maybe that's because you have like one white parent, but that's
No, I
that's
don't
that's your
actually. Both of my parents are mulattoes, but the point is this:
Okay.
no matter what you call yourself, pardon me, no matter what you call yourself, you are what you are. You can say that you're a woman; it does not make it genetically true. If you have admixture, you are mixed. You cannot claim to be pure. Or in other words, if a cup of coffee has 2% cream in it, it is not black coffee.
Yeah. Can
But
I say
here's the
something,
thing. Here's the thing.
Milata?
Tattoo.
Well,
Just because
after Big Black, let me pass it to the Street Sufi, and I'll pass it back to you, Rekoya. Go ahead, Big Black.
a lot of
Hey, how
a
y'all
lot of
doing?
African Americans too like to say that all of us are mixed. No, not all of African Americans are mixed. So that's another falsehood. Again, why my question to you is why are we focusing on the little mixture that some of us have?
Right now, we're only speaking about those of us that are. Have you taken a DNA test?
Yes, I
All
don't have
right.
any mixture. That's why my name is Big Black.
You're 100%
Pause.
sub-Saharan African, right?
Yes, that's why my name is Big Black.
Pause.
So respectfully, we're not talking about you.
Okay, but at the same time, I mean, what's the I guess what's the reason for I guess kind of big upping the ancestry when
Well, let me answer
those
that, and
were
I'm going to pass the
ancestors
mic
and
to the sister. Let me answer
the
that.
lightest of the light of us, they get treated like the
The
blackest
more
of the black.
questions you ask, the more you're going to keep the space.
Yeah,
You
Right,
should
right,
please
pass
let
right,
it
me
on.
answer.
right,
Let me
right.
answer that, and I'm gonna pass the mic. Let me answer that, and I'm gonna
Well,
pass
it
the
goes to
mic.
Street Sufi, then it goes to Rekoya. You got 30 seconds to answer. Go ahead.
Yeah, it'll be less than 30. Respectfully, Big Black Pause. You could never understand because you're not one of us. You're not mixed, so you can never understand our celebration of our ancestry.
All right, let me pass it to Street Sufi. Go ahead, Street Sufi.
Hey, how
That's
you
an
doing, bro?
unfortunate take, man.
How
I don't
y'all
agree
doing?
with that.
How y'all doing, brothers?
Yeah.
If we understand how genetics work, I mean, I'm sure you guys do. I just jumped on. The DNA composition of population groups in America that identifies African American is based off the standard of them having the majority of their DNA composition being of sub-Saharan African, ranging from 70% on average, in some cases 65 to 63%, all the way up to 90% if you Gullah Geechee from, the Carolinas. Um, and that's what determines the blackness or African American. Of course, we all have admixture. I mean, I'm almost 30% non-African, but my overall DNA composition is sub-Saharan African, mainly coming from certain portions of Western Central Africa. Even when people bring up this Austronesian that come from Madagascar, who was came from mixed sub-Saharan African slaves that was brought over here, they still was highly sub-Saharan African. That's why you have traces of it in them. And as far as white people that have sub-Saharan African DNA, you don't find white people with over 10% at a large chunk unless they're a first generation biracial person that's white or have a first generation grandparent that was half black. Most of the white people in America, because they were the colonizers in the majority, don't have a large chunk of sub-Saharan African DNA. So you have white men down south in Mississippi, Alabama, and Tennessee at like 5 to 10% that have Y chromosome haplogroup E, but their overall DNA composition is still 90 to 95 to 96% Northwestern European. So the standards of what we classify as these racial things when it comes to black and white is based off the overall DNA composition of what's what. So if you're running around here over 50% sub-Saharan Africa, or if you want to play the old one drop rule, if you're partly like my brother say both his parents is mulatto, yes, you can celebrate that. You have every right to do that. But in a larger brass of European people, or people of European descent, they're going to still see you as black because of the standard of the
Simple.
so-called one drop rule, which because you've been the
Simple.
same with sub-Saharan African DNA. So
Is there a
Wonderfully.
should the
Well, let
white
me.
man's
I got.
opinion?
I got to pass it to Rekoya. Go ahead, Rekoya.
My bad. The white man
Yeah,
opinion
so,
don't matter, but go ahead, McCoy.
all right. This is a question to Mr. Mulatto. As much as you're celebrating the uniqueness of the African American, Black mulatto experience because you have admixture, I keep coming back to the same thing. I'm telling you that genetically, there are Africans on the continent who were never descended from from African slaves brought into the diaspora, but they show admixture. They show sub-Saharan Black African with Indian or with as you go further up north towards the North Africa where we see the Arab. Some of them are descendants of Arab migration into the country, but there are people there who are mixed, but they're Africans. they have mix of Southern Europeans and Black Sahara Africans. So there's nothing really unique about the mulatto experience, is what I'm trying to tell you.
That's
That
right.
even on the African continent, there are people who would split out genetically, just like somebody whose ancestors came here as slaves. So back to what the gentleman who just spoke about the classification, if your roots, your genetics are more prone towards the sub-Saharan African, there's nothing wrong labeling yourself as an African American or whatever. But it's funny to me when I hear people who have 2%, 1%, something, and they are so proud of that. They want to hold on to that. And this part that is the bigger part of them. And it comes from self-hatred, because African Americans generally have never associated positive things with Africa. But as Africa rises and Africa becomes predominantly, we're going to see the change. Look at how just within a decade we have Afrobeats taking it on. Now you have white people playing Afrobeats, and Africans and African Americans are claiming it. So it's, to me, it's just a reflection of this in embedded hatred of something that was never positively seen as African. And as I see it, it's really very sad, because there's so many good things in Africa. Africa is not a basket case. It may appear to be, but I'm telling you that if you know the history and you know how powerful some of our kingdoms were, we simply lost a military advantage in history. That happens to different people. We lost, our people went into slavery. It's just 500 minuscule part of our history in context with thousands of years of history. And I would like some of you people who really detest that Africanness in you, said there's a lot to be proud of. We're not in a good way, but we're getting there. And trust me, it's going to be in this century. And I hand over the mic. Thank you.
No
Wonderful,
problem.
man. Can I jam in? Can I jam
I
in
think
real
she was
quick? Just
asking me a question. She was asking me a question, and respectfully, my name is Pan Mulatto because I embrace the mulattoes all around the world, including the mulattoes in Africa. So I think you're a little bit confused about my stance. And one more point, and it'll be less than 10 seconds, to the brother that just told me that the whites, the mythological whites, will see me as a nigga, pardon my language, as a black.
you gotta pay up, man.
All right,
Hey,
well, I'll drop down if I gotta pay up. I didn't even say the whole word. I didn't even say the whole word.
You shouldn't
Uh,
have even thought it coming from where you're coming from.
well,
all right, well,
Bro, you
I
playing
would say,
on
I would say
unnecessary
this. It depends on the
egos.
context too. So I think his context, he gets a pass because
I
he was, you know,
appreciate that, and I appreciate you, Donis, and I
but
won't.
it's
I won't.
but even though but the thing is, like, even you still want to drop, just not pay $10. God dang. But go ahead.
I got kids. I'm sorry, but let me complete my sentence, and I'll mute up. To the brother that said that the whites will see me as a black. My response to that is, it don't matter how the whites see me. I am what I am. The whites can look at me and say I'm a dragon. Does that make me a dragon? No, I'm a mulatto. With all due respect, and I pass the mic.
Can I respond to that? Can I
No,
Well,
respond?
hey,
before you do,
Hold on,
before you do, Dennis, if I can come in, oh, it's such a shame.
hold on, Jagoon. You got 1 minute. I gotta pass the Akan Jabbar. Go ahead, Jagoon. You got 1 minute.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. All I wanted to say, especially from the young lady who just spoke before our mulatto guy, you see, taking from this, you know, I'm a Nigerian, and within the Nigerian scope, there are mixed race people, half caste, if you like to send it back that far, who are Nigerian and grow up in Nigeria. And what tends to happen with them, they don't go through the same confusion that mixed race people go through out in the West. What happens to them? Obviously, there's some complexity, but what happens is that we don't call them mixed race. They fit in to the culture that they are born in. So if they're mixed race Yoruba, they'll claim Yoruba and all the Yoruba people will be behind them. If they are mixed race Igbo, Ashanti, whichever tribe they are from, they will fit into the culture. And this is where admixture and all these things are important, but they're not as important as the culture that rears you. And the culture that is rearing us in Africa is African. The culture that rears us in the Caribbean is more African than it is European. Unfortunately, in America, the level of hatred that has come against black people themselves are joining in with that hatred against themselves and leaving themselves bare. And this is the issue. We've got to understand, yes, there is admixture. Yes, all of us in this planet are mixed of something or the other. However, it is the culture. Culture enters into political enters into economic enters back into strengthening the culture. And this is the complexity that none of us are looking at. Why are we talking about DNA like it's that important? For when somebody views you, they cannot see all that is you. It is you that would offer that. Are you with me? So we have to take cognizance of the fact that as human beings, we are human beings first. Thereafter, our culture plays a part. And
Boom.
getting yourself mixed up in all this admixture nonsense is gonna corrupt our minds the further. Thank you.
Hey, can I respond, Dynasty?
No, it's me
No,
next.
I
It's
gotta
me
pass the
next.
record. I gotta pass the record. Go ahead, record.
Ain't me next.
No, it was a record or it was Akan Jabbar.
Yes. Greetings, people. Greetings, man.
Are you that I can? We differ.
Yeah, come on. We're there, man. Yeah, Mulatto, man. What's good, Pan Mulatto? You right, yeah?
Peace, fam. How you doing?
How are you, man? You know we know each other. So let's go straight into it, man. So wasn't you the same guy that was denying you having Caucasian blood? Like you claimed that the mulattoes is its own ethnic group. Like, yeah, I'm a mulatto, like black, European, native Indian. Wasn't you claiming that on Titans TV? If I'm wrong,
Brother, I'm gonna answer your question in a
if I'm
complete
not correct, I
sentence.
mean, sorry.
Yeah,
Go.
can you hear me, brother?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go on.
If you look at the flag, that's my icon. The white represents my European ancestry. I've always been proud of my African and my European ancestry.
But you denied having European ancestry on the other channel. You was claiming mulatto, like that's its own ethnic group.
Well, number one, mulatto is not an ethnicity; it's a genetic reality. But if you have a clip of me denying my Caucasian ancestry, just pull it up, brother.
Oh no, so you admit you got Caucasian in you, right?
Yes, brother, it's in my
And you
flag.
admit you've got African in you, right?
Clearly, brother.
All right, no, we ain't got no smoke then. No smoke at all, man. No smoke then. I'm sure you was denying that you was coming on this FBA angle on the other channel, but you know, we move on, innit? We move on. That's all.
Well, just for clarity, the term mulatto denotes Caucasian ancestry. So no one ever should be confused as to whether or not I have Caucasian ancestry. Yes, I definitely do. Proudly.
No. That's good, man. Come on, man. Kudos to you, man.
Just for
Can I say
clarity,
something?
I have a question quickly, Mr. Pan Mulatto. So are you saying that mulatto only applies to the admixture between Europeans and Black Africans? Because I know there are other groups. There are Indians, like native Indians, real Indians with African
Mestizo.
passports.
Mestizo.
My Nigerian friend,
So,
his mother's
so
nickname's called
please tell us
Mulatto.
who is a Pan
He's
Mulatto?
not mixed
Does
race.
that admixture have to be European only, or do you accept others from other non African groups,
Yeah,
Chinese, Japanese?
I got your question. Let me answer it. It'll be brief. Now, originally, the term mulatto was applied to people of African and European ancestry, but over time, the term mulatto has been applied to people that also have American Aboriginal ancestry, Asian ancestry, Arabian ancestry, etc. So the key component is the African ancestry. Or in other words, no matter what you're mixed with, if you have African ancestry and you're mixed with something else, you're a mulatto. With all due respect.
Can
See,
I
that's
can I
where
say something,
it gets
please?
sticky. When you're talking about mixed people, right? A lot of people assume that a mixed person has to have a black ancestor. That's not the case. What would you call a white person mixed with a Chinese person? That person
A
would still
hopper.
be mixed.
Well, not let me answer that. The terminology for a person that is European and Asian is called hopper. HAPA. So a
But
mulatto is a person. Pardon me. Let me just complete the sentence. A mulatto is specifically a mixed race person of African descent. If you do not have African ancestry, you're not a mulatto, no matter what you're mixed with.
but my point is, on the census, Hopper is not there. Mixed is there. A person that
Yes.
is of Chinese and Caucasian, ancestry could circle that mixed box just like you can circle that
I,
mixed
I
box.
agree. I agree. That's why the term is pan mulatto, not pan mixed. I don't represent all mixed people. I only represent the mulattoes, respectfully.
What? That don't make sense.
No, it makes sense. It does make sense. It does make sense. These terms are, mulatto is a
No, I get
Spanish
it. I
word.
get what he's saying, but he don't represent all mixed race people. But he's mixed race.
Yeah, but he's mixed race based on the terminologies that we are using of the day. But mulatto is a very old Spanish Portuguese term.
Yeah,
And you can go on to
my friend, he's
you can
Nigerian.
go on to
His mother's
mestizo.
called mulatto
You
as
can go
well.
on to ocratune. They have all
So
these terminologies, but in terms of the census of the day, we speak mixed. After they've said mixed, they will say mixed with what? What is your mix? That
Exactly.
is what.
Exactly.
so let me ask you this question, right? Street Sufi, you want to say something first before me? I
No,
think I jumped in front of you.
I was asking Pan European, where does his European ancestry come from?
Well, brother, can you not read? My name is Pam Mulatto. So rephrase your question,
Pam,
brother.
I mean Pam. I mean, I understand you trying to be sarcastic. I think he's a troll.
Rearticulate your question.
I think he's trolling, and I'm not going to go there. But what part of European mulatto or
Yes,
watered
yes,
down deluded person? What part of Europe did your ancestry come from? That's what I'm
yes.
asking you.
And I'll answer your question because you rearticulated it like I told you to. I have Portuguese
That you asked
ancestry.
me to, not
I'm
told me
trying.
to.
Well,
Correct
Not
that.
Portuguese Moors, innit?
brother,
Not
you're
Portuguese
being
Moors.
sassy right now. Do you want
No,
to
no,
Not
answer?
I
Portuguese
I
Moors.
don't go for
Remember?
sarcasm, buddy. And I don't
Well,
go for
brother, do
that.
you
But
want to?
I'm listening to you. But go ahead. Where you come from?
Remember, you're
That's all I want to
claiming
know.
white.
Well, let me say this. You acting like a red bone right now. You not
No,
mixed
no,
too?
I'm acting like
Hold
your
Or
on,
mama.
man.
I'm
Hold
acting
you
on,
like your
acting
guys.
light
mama. I'm
skinned
Let's
acting
right
like
clean
your
now?
it up.
mama. I'm acting
You
like your
Clean
acting
it
light
mama.
up,
skinned
You
right
man.
acting
now?
No,
sassy.
come on,
You
speak
acting
Clean
like
it
like
you
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 up,
see
acting
you
like your
acting
European.
light
please.
mama.
skinned
You
right
acting
now,
sad
brother.
because you're
Speaking like
Hey,
you
guys,
sassy.
guys,
European.
guys,
You
let's
acting light
guys
That's
skinned
what
right
you
now.
is.
let's be respectful. Thank you.
Yes, brother. Do you want to answer to that, or can
Yeah,
we
I
move
just
on?
want to. Yeah, I
Yes,
want to know.
it'll be brief. It'll be brief. I have Spanish, Portuguese, German, Irish, and Welsh and English ancestry, brother.
I hope you don't watch Curry Mayo. I hope you don't watch Curry Mayo. Because we all know what he says about them people you just named. He claims they're black. So please clarify to the audience you're talking about Caucasian white people, them places you just named.
Well, he just asked me what my European white ancestry was,
Yeah.
and I answered it. So, what
So
part are you
so it's safe
confused
to
about,
say that's exactly what you mean, isn't it? Correct? White.
brother?
Not
Clearly,
no
brother.
Moors.
What part are
Not
you
no
confused
Moors.
about? And let me say this: why is there so much contention on the panel? I've been so respectful. Why are y'all panties in a bunch?
No, because we got a little history going on. You know what I mean? Like,
No, we
well,
pause. We don't have any history going on, brother.
well, catch you
Respectfully,
quickly. Hey,
pause.
Morpheus, big up Morpheus. Don't act like you don't know. You know, come on.
Yeah,
Come on,
yeah.
bro.
So
Our
so
little
here's the
good
deal,
chat
right?
last night.
Here's the deal.
Less of
Here's
the
the deal.
argumentative natures,
Right,
please.
right.
If we can
When we have it,
spread
when we
love,
have it,
man.
I'm sorry. So in this conversation, right? Because it's a little convoluted, right? Oh, when we're talking, are we talking biology, biologics, or are we talking culture? Which one are we talking? Because I'm trying to zero in on what are we
They're
talking?
they're
Biology.
mixing up everything.
DNA, brother.
Oh, so if we talk,
Actually, both.
okay, so let's do one at a time, right? So that it doesn't get convoluted. So if we're talking, if the subject matter at this point, at this juncture, is the biology, DNA, biologics, is there anyone on this panel that have any, or is knowledgeable in DNA and biology?
A
Anybody?
little bit. Not really, but a little bit.
There's only one person that I know of that's very knowledgeable and has degree. That's Street Sufi.
Yes,
I'm
brother.
just
Are you asking a particular question or
yeah,
just so we clear?
because I'm trying to because we're talking about biology, right? So when we're talking about biology and DNA, right? I want to go into the DNA thing if we can, because you know what I mean. Because
Well, let's
both
talk about the
parts of the
DNA part.
conversations are good.
And
Say it
this
again.
is my only point. Let's talk about the DNA. You, for instance, now you didn't claim any Asian ancestry, so we could, and I might be wrong, and correct me if I'm wrong. You have no Asian ancestry, correct?
None at all.
Now watch this. If you was raised in China, does that make you biologically or genetically Chinese?
Of course, now if we talk biology.
Exactly. So that's why the culture discussion is irrelevant. Right now, we're focusing on the DNA of a person. No matter where you was raised at, you are what you are. No
Okay,
matter
so
what we
watch
call you.
this. So then, if we're going to go there,
Yes.
then my question would be, is there anybody on the panel that's 100% anything? 100%.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope. No, that's
So
a lie.
Well,
That's
as
a
far as
lie.
I know,
There's no way an Akan is 100% an Akan. They're definitely gonna have Yoruba in them,
I'm not a
Benue
Khan.
in them,
I'm not a
a bit
Khan.
of this in them. Like
so
it's a
so
lie to
okay.
say
So
that.
watch this. Let's slow it down. So is there somebody on the panel that said that they're 100% of something?
I believe I am.
What?
You believe you're 100%?
Come on,
You're
man. We're
100%
from
Well,
Harlem,
in
100%.
terms of, I
70K
put
as
it this
well. Come
way.
on, man. What are you talking about, man? We don't believe that, man. What are you talking about?
Wait. Don't let's say we, because we're not all the same, and this is what we need to give
You
some
was probably
respect.
born back home. I hear
No,
you.
this
I
is
was.
interesting. This is,
Wait, guys,
hold on.
please calm down.
The
This
The
is
guy,
good.
placenta on that. But
the
yeah,
guy
go on.
asked a good question, and
So
I feel that the question is valid.
right. So
As far as
the person, I'm sorry, but the person who said they're 100% of something, right? Can you please elaborate of what you're 100% of?
I was about to
He
say,
said he believes. He believes he is.
correct. That
He's
is
probably
as much as
70% from
I.
Benin
Wait,
and the
guys,
30% Yoruba.
I'm being asked a
But he
question.
claims Yoruba, probably.
No, I don't claim Yoruba. I am a Yoruba.
You
In
probably
terms of what we
70% Benin though. How
No,
would you
No,
know?
wait, bro, please wait. Let me answer my question, please. Don't answer my question for me. Yeah,
Okay, sir.
what I'm dealing with as a Yoruba person born in Yoruba land, knowing my my histology as far as my culture is concerned, both my parents, as far back as I can go, which is about 5 to 6 generations, commonly, we are Yoruba to the core. You understand? Where it goes beyond that, I can't tell you.
You
But
do know Nigerians
as
have the
far as my
highest
upbringing,
statistics of men not knowing who their fathers is. You know that, right?
please,
It's
no, well,
matching
that's not me.
America. So are you
That's not
sure
me,
you're
bruv.
Yoruba?
Stop mixing up the thing,
You
brother.
sure you're not an Igbo?
No, sir. I know fully.
But Nigeria has the highest
Well, as much as you're
statistics of
talking,
men
bruh.
not knowing their
hey
fathers.
guys, can we
No,
slow it
that's
down?
not
Come
true.
on, let's not
Well,
mess
what
up
it
the
is,
platform. Let's not
I
mess up
can.
the platform. This is good.
Just be
Might
calm.
not be Yoruba, but go on.
Just be calm. Let me.
Can I
I'm saying
finish?
it's part.
Okay, bro.
Man, I don't even know.
I think
And
I say a few words
Europe.
that I'm being interrupted, man.
I'm asking for clarification, right? Yoruba,
Okay.
right, is a tribe, correct?
If you like, there are people. There are people just
It's
like
an
the
ethnic
stock.
group.
Yes,
But
thank
remember,
you. Ethnic group.
if we're talking DNA, listen, if we're talking biology and DNA, right, and then you bring in a tribe, which is an ethnic group, right? We're talking biology. That's what I'm trying to keep the conversation on biology. Yoruba
Okay.
is not
People
it's
get
not
mentally
Yeah,
biological.
challenged.
but
It's a tribe.
okay. Therefore, in terms of the answer that you're expecting from me to the question that you asked as to who sees themselves as 100% anything, which is these are your exact words. So from you say something like that, I will say that I'm 100% Yoruba as far back as my mind can take me.
So
The Yoruba is an ethnic group. Yes, we are a people of culture and some level of distinction. You know, you can
Isn't
see a
this
Yoruba
meant to be
man.
about biology and DNA?
So a Yoruba is an ethnic group. He is 100% Yoruba as an ethnic group, but Yoruba can differ genetically based off the regions that they're in.
Literally.
They can differ based
The
off the
Yoruba
region that they're in.
migrated.
Like the Yoruba
They
in Benin.
migrated from somewhere.
I'll
You've
explain.
got the
The
Anan.
Yoruba,
That's
the
part of the
Yoruba,
Akan
the
people.
Yoruba in Benin is slightly distinct from the Yoruba and Ile Ife. Or if you study your earlier, Yoruba as an ethnic group is only 2,000 years old. You hear predecessor
No, it's
populations
not.
that
Yoruba's
it
not
is.
in the upper
That's a
It's
good
not that.
point.
It's
Yoruba
not the
is
point.
very
It's not.
old, my
It's
brother.
not.
No,
It's
let,
no.
let
No.
me
No. No.
speak
No. No.
about
No.
that.
No.
Let me
Hold on.
speak
Hold on.
about
Hold on.
that.
Hold on. Hold on.
do
Let me.
not
Let me.
lie.
Hold on. Let me. Hold on. Hold on.
Excuse
Let me.
me.
Let me explain. Let me explain, brother. Before you go in, even if you guys disagree with me, let me just explain. The population that was there is old, but there has been a lot of changes since then because you got to
Depends
think.
on what
Hey, hold on. Hold
Hey,
on.
hey,
Hold on.
hey,
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
I'm getting a lot of feedback from somebody. I think it's hold on.
So
Yeah, there we go. It's Jagoon. Go ahead.
if we go back 4,000 to 3,000 years, you have populations in Nigeria before it was even called Nigeria. The Nook that was coming from the Sahel with millet was distinct from the population of the early hunter gatherers that were there. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying the population of the people that make up the Yoruba is new. They've been there, but there has been changes. Ethnic groups can change through time. So it's just like, for example, my mother's Fulani. The Fulani didn't exist no more than 1,000 years. If you go back further in the Sahel, they had other population groups there. As an ethnic group, they're new. So I'm not ethnic groups can change in a very short amount of time. I'm not saying your people is not old in the region. You're definitely indigenous to Nigeria, but you also have other layers that make up what the people is in Nigeria. You get what I'm trying to say genetically. So a Yoruba in Togo, I'm sorry, in Benin, may be distinct from a Nigeria or Yoruba in another
Yeah,
portion of
yeah,
Nigeria. You see what
yeah.
I'm saying? That's
Hey,
all.
Street Sufi, what's your real name? Your voice sounds familiar, man. I know your voice,
Let me
man.
just come back to him real quick.
You go
It's-
in. You go in. All I know is you go in. That's all I know.
Let me just come back to you, brother, real quick. You
Go
are
ahead, my
correct.
brother.
You are correct in what you say. I have no real argument against it. But it means that your question was a trap in terms of telling us that none of us is pure anything, which is, again, fair enough. I would admit that none of us on this planet is pure anything. We don't know our original heritage, let's say. So in the case that you speak, when you're speaking about pure anything, that's how you put it. Pure anything, as far back as I can go, Yoruba or Duduwa.
Yes.
I want
Yes.
Odua.
Right.
We are a people,
But
and our,
Abatala was on the land before Duduwa.
as far as you're concerned, I don't know where you get your historiology from.
And there's a
But,
different
oh,
tradition
brother,
with the Benin.
come on,
Benin came on Duduwa as well.
man. What we're trying to say is
God.
that is that is there anything pure about the human sector in this planet? Are you going to go
Yes,
to the Australian Aborigines
yes,
to
there
find
is.
out? Are
Yes,
you
there
going to
is.
go to the Inuit to find out? Are you talking about the San people of southwestern Africa? What is your question? As far as it was clear to me, it is not clear.
Are you talking about my question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My question was, I thought I verified from the very beginning when I said, are we having a biological and DNA question? Do y'all remember
And
me asking that question?
I do, yes, and you are right about asking that question, because if you heard me
So,
earlier, I spoke about the, the analogy of the DNA structures that we have within, and how we are birthed into, and in the it's only the European culture that is really respected. That means that everybody cleaves or tethers themselves to the European. Whereas in Africa, if you have mixed race within the Yoruba, within the Ashanti, within the Igbo, within anyone, if you are mixed race, you enter into that culture without having to have this finger pointing towards you, telling you that you are not of us. We
They'll
are
call a
completely
mixed
different.
race Ashanti a brofuni. They will.
okay, so all
They
right then.
will.
So okay. So my position, right, of us African American people here in 2025 are hybrid. We are now a hybrid people. Would you
Exactly.
disagree?
I'd accept
Would
that.
you
Yeah.
think that we are a hybrid, correct?
Is that? Can you prove that through DNA? Do we
Yeah.
have a different marker now?
Yeah. Street Sufi. Can you can you speak a little bit on DNA because you're very educated
If you can't
on
prove
the
that it
subject
with
matter.
DNA, then that doesn't fly, sir.
You don't think that we're hybrids?
Sir, if you can't prove that, you just came on here and
Listen
you talked
to
about
you. I'm
DNA.
asking
It's
you.
not gonna be proved that you broke the
I'm
goddamn that.
asking
But
you.
If you
First of
can't
all,
prove that we're
listen,
hybrids
listen.
with
This is
DNA,
easy. This is
then
easy.
we're a different group.
This
We're
is
a different
easy.
group.
Watch this. Watch this. Give me your definition of a hybrid. What's a hybrid?
No, give me your definition of a hybrid because you
No,
just
Oh,
used
come
the
on,
term hybrid.
man.
you're questioning. You're saying that I'm wrong. I'm asking you, do you know what a
What
hybrid
I'm
is?
saying is, do we have an ethnic DNA marker, just like, let's say,
Bro, don't listen. Don't
we have
shift.
our own
What
DNA
is a
marker?
hybrid? I'm asking
No,
you, what is
bro,
a
you got
This
white
hybrid?
people
is what I'm
marking you
asking.
as well, man.
Do we
Don't
have
worry.
our own unique DNA marker?
Hey, guys,
What?
there's somebody with a lot of feedback. I gotta hold on. It's
If we
Morpheus.
don't have our
Is you
own
Morpheus?
unique DNA marker as a group that ties us to this land, then you can't say that we're a hybrid.
What is a hybrid?
Big Black, just answer that. Don't run, brother, so we can
Yeah,
progress.
don't run
No,
from it.
I'm
Don't
just
run. This is a
saying,
hybrid.
a hybrid is somebody, I guess, from
Hey,
somebody.
Morpheus, can you turn down your background? I don't know what you got going on in the background, man, but it's
No, I
just
think it's me, sir. Hold on.
no, it's
Is that better?
Morpheus.
Oh, more.
And you
Go ahead, Big
cannot
Black.
say that every African American is mixed. You don't know that.
I'm asking again, what is a hybrid?
I guess. Let me look up the definition for you. Shit.
Oh
You don't want
Lord.
to use
So
the
you
term.
don't even know the definition,
Oh
and you're gonna
Lord.
say
Well,
what
from
it
what
is.
generally you're talking about mixed.
Lord have
You're saying
mercy.
mixed. Generally you're talking about mixed.
You
Yo, this guy
you're
just said,
FBA, right?
let me look it up. Wait,
You
he's
you're,
gonna
you're,
say,
you're
I'm gonna
American,
give
no,
you
right?
the
you're not.
correct,
He's
but
gonna
I don't know that.
disagree with me. Watch
Listen,
this.
this is
He's
not
gonna
a
disagree
Olmec.
with me and don't even know the meaning of hybrid.
sir.
He's an Olmec, man.
This
He
is not
won't
the
know that.
spelling.
He
This is
won't
not
know that.
English where I have to learn the
No, but
exact
Big Black,
definition.
just look the definition up and come back, brother, please.
Come back. I'm just listen. He's using it as mixed. That's how
Pekka.
you're using the term,
And
right?
he's not wrong though. He's not wrong the way he's
You
using
cannot
it.
say that every African American in America is mixed. You cannot say
Hey,
that.
guys,
Well,
let me
You don't
read
have
these super chats. Let me read these super chats. Shout out to Oluwole Ifabi. Thank you for the $5 holla. We've got to be the most racially confused people on this green planet. Racial cosplaying to avoid your African genetics. That's going to be a show topic. RN, thank you for the $5 holla. Mulatto means a hybrid between a horse and a donkey. It's a Spanish Portuguese word. PCH Rise, thank you for the $20 holla. I am African first and American by citizenship only. I honor the African blood that runs through my veins only, but the blood of a rapist is an abomination to me. I acknowledge it, but I cannot honor it. Okay.
But
respectfully, mulatto is a term of endearment. And
Yo,
as
can I
far
read? Can I read what a hybrid is? Can I yo? Can I read to everyone what a hybrid is in human genetics? Can I read that?
Go
Go
ahead.
for it, man.
It just only have one definition, brother.
Okay, watch this.
You're talking about human genetics. What does that mean?
Watch this. In human genetics, a hybrid refers to an individual with a mix or genetic material from different sources, often including parental or ancestral backgrounds from different races or ethnicities. The definition contrasts with a chimera, where cells are from different individuals but still from the same species. So based on this definition that I just read on human genetics, I said we are hybrids.
Some of us don't have mixture, sir. How can
Don't
you
have
prove
what?
that? Hold on. I'll let you talk. How can you prove that all of us African Americans have mixture? That's something a lot of people like to throw out there, but they don't have any facts. They don't throw any facts.
DNA.
Where's okay? Show the proof. Read the proof.
Yeah,
Okay.
Morpheus, read the proof.
Okay.
Show the proof.
All right.
Show and proof.
All right. So your claim is what again? I want to be clear. What's your claim?
You cannot claim that every African American is a quote unquote hybrid. If you can't show the proof on your screen. Share your screen.
I'm on my phone actually. I want to share my screen, but I'm on my. Let me try to get to my computer. Hold on.
and
Somebody.
Big Black, my
No,
bad.
but Morpheus, technically, everyone in 2025 is technically a hybrid. If you want to talk like that, though, if I could be corrected.
I mean, according to him, everybody on the planet is a hybrid.
But
Because
Big
there's
Black, have you
nobody is pure nothing.
Big Black? Let me ask you this: have and I'm asking this, not to box you in, but have you ever looked at DNA tests for Black Americans on YouTube? Because a lot of us post our DNA results on the YouTube, and you can see
Uh,
the ancestral breakdowns. Have
a
you
lot
done
of
that?
us, but not all, sir.
No, I never said. What
So
we're
who's
speaking about
pure
is the
something then?
majority.
So who's pure something in America? Who? And don't say Aboriginal natives because that's a lie. Unless you're saying they're pure African, then boy, man, that's a debatable. You know what I mean? But if it's Indian or Aboriginal, that's a lie, man. That's just a lie. I'm sorry.
Or in other words, Big Black, are you able? And when I say this, I'm not even trying to box you in, but are you able to pull up any clips of Black Americans that have taken a DNA test and they were 100% African? I would
I
like to
I
know.
see that.
haven't. I listen. I haven't looked for clips like that. That's not my duty to go around looking for clips. Who's what
But
African
brother,
American
respectfully,
100%
but you don't
African?
want making it. But you don't want making the claim, though, brother. That's why I'm asking.
That will even if I did that, that wouldn't prove anything.
Yeah,
It
it will
will
prove you're
prove that.
African, not
Hold
No,
your
on,
it
let,
ethnic,
let,
wouldn't
but
because
let,
I
hold
don't
it'll
on.
have the
prove
DNA for
Americans are
every
African.
African American, all 45 million of us. I don't.
Why are you
Big
not
Black,
all
let's
African
have, no, hold on, let
American
me
though?
dialogue with Big Black right
Here's
quick. Let me
here's the
dialogue.
thing. Here's the thing. I
All right, go
understand
ahead.
you're a mulatto, but you're trying to make every African American to have the same mixture as you. You've been trying to do that this whole show.
All right, Big Black, without being emotional, I'm just asking a simple
No, but
question.
I'm
All
not
right,
being
go ahead.
emotional, brother. But I'm just explaining. That's what you've been doing the whole show.
Well,
You
let's
come
talk
on
You're
one
with,
mic at a
spitting
time.
"Oh, I'm a
facts,
Go
proud
bro.
ahead.
You're telling
mulatto,"
the truth, innit?
but I don't know. Maybe you in misery, but there's an old
All
saying that
right.
says misery loves company. I don't know why you in misery.
Are
I
you
don't,
saying he's a tragic, miserable mulatto? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying it sounds like it. It
All
sounds, but
right,
I
and
understand. Listen.
go
I
ahead.
remember
Go
when
ahead.
you wasn't mulatto. Remember that.
I
I
do
remember when
remember.
you wasn't mulatto
I
and you
remember
was on psycho.
All
Hold
right.
on, you was on
you was not trying to
psychopath.
claim African the
Pathos. Hold
other
on,
day,
let me
bro.
say this. I
Straight
remember
up.
when he
Go ahead,
wasn't
brother.
tragic mulatto. He was on psychopathia's channel. And psychopathias, they didn't practice the one drop rule, so he was considering himself black, and then they were saying he wasn't black. Then he changed his whole name to mulatto. So I remember that. I remember when you wasn't claiming mulatto.
I remember
All
when he
right.
wasn't claiming Africans.
And let me
And
respond to
when I
that.
told
Oh,
you,
go ahead. Go ahead.
and I actually I disagree with to be honest with you, I disagree with psychopathia's point of view.
All right.
So
And well,
because
I'm
here's
listening.
the
Go ahead,
thing,
and then let me talk.
I'll
Go ahead.
just land my plane like this. I think
Yeah, go ahead.
I think the strength of African Americans is that we didn't keep that mulatto buffer class. A lot of places in South America, especially in Brazil, they have like over 20 to 30 classifications of black.
God, him.
So
Yes, and let
when
me respond to that.
hold
Watch
on,
out.
hold on. Let me
Oh,
finish,
go
brother.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So when you have if they were all together, they actually would be the majority. But that's how they subjugated the power and tried to keep buffer classes amongst different variations of black. But in
Yes.
America, it was hard to do that because there wasn't a buffer. We didn't have a buffer class.
Asiatic
So
All
the
right.
Caucasian.
one drop rule,
Oh,
it
go
was
ahead.
some
Go ahead.
pros and cons to the one drop rule. The one drop rule disallowed a buffer class from the whites. Go ahead.
All right. Watch how brief my response is. Those deflection tactics, they won't work. The question is, do you have any evidence of any Black American that's 100% African? Simple question, brother.
What are you talking about on YouTube?
We're speaking English, brother. Do you have
Oh,
No,
any
I said on
evidence?
YouTube. You said on YouTube.
Do you have any evidence of any Black
I don't go
American?
around collecting African American
So you
DNA,
don't
brother.
have any evidence to
But
support
do
your
you
claim.
have and
Checkmate.
myself? No, ain't no
Checkmate. So let's
checkmate.
move forward. Let's move forward,
See,
family.
that's
You
that's
don't have any
immature,
evidence. Now you're babbling.
Let's move
sir.
forward, man.
No, that's
Mulatto
Yeah,
said it. Hey,
immature
that's it.
Mulatto, I'm with
because
you
you
on this
don't
one.
have any
Say it. I'm
evidence
with you,
of
Mulatto.
all African Americans being mixed. Where's your evidence of
No,
that?
I never made that claim. My claim is that the majority of descendants of U.S. chattel slaves are definitely racially mixed,
I
and
would
that's
not.
irrefutable.
I wouldn't see, but I say I wouldn't disagree with you with that. But the
Okay,
brother
so
said that.
where is the
Let's look at
100%?
Brother
Morpheus show.
said
Hey,
that
hey, let's look
all.
Morpheus
I'm
show.
asking a question.
Big Black though. I want
Where is
Morpheus to show
But
Big
the
Black
brother
something.
said and then he
Big
tried to
Black?
label all
Simple
of us.
question.
He
If
tried
you
to
disagree
label.
with it,
Listen,
All right, go ahead. Make
listen,
your
brother.
point. And look how long you been talking, and I
Down.
can mute up
Let
when you talk.
Morpheus talk now. He's got some evidence to show, you know.
Exactly. Go ahead, Morpheus. Let's take the
Go
mic
on,
away from
Morpheus.
Big Black. Go ahead, Morpheus.
Oh no!
Yeah,
Well,
you always got it, Mike.
I need to pass it to smoke signal. Smoke signal. Mute your mic.
Oh man, smoke up here.
Salute.
Salute.
Shout out. Shout
Salute.
out to
Peace,
the
peace,
channel.
peace.
Shout out to the channel. Very intriguing topic. Not impressed. I'm not impressed with the way y'all are articulating yourselves at the moment, but there's always room for improvement. Now, as far as this
Aboriginal
dude,
guy, right?
Yeah, he's an abo.
oh, you
Yeah,
better know
yeah,
it.
yeah. I
You
recognize.
better know it. Hey,
Nah, y'all
don't just know it.
let him
Respect
talk.
it.
Let him talk. Go ahead.
Don't lose yourselves. Stay focused. As far as so-called black people coming from or originating in the Pacific Islands, well, yeah, I can agree with that. That phenotypical characteristic originating in those particular regions. I definitely agree with that. Who got a question?
Me, you denied that like couple months back. You're on Top Cat's channel or one of them lot, or Aboriginal power, bro. You do not claim African heritage. Keep your American power up. We want people like you to exist. We need you. Don't claim African now. No. We need
Oh yeah,
people
but
like you.
maybe you're a little disillusioned, but I am not here to stake a claim on the motherland by any means.
Wasn't
Strictly
you that said
American,
motherland,
brother.
Africa?
Yes, brother, I'm strictly American.
But why are you claiming African now?
Who said anything about? I said Pacific Island, brother.
Oh, sir, I thought you meant
Do we have
Pacific.
anything we can help this man clean
I
the
didn't
wax
hear you
out of his
properly.
ears?
Still, sir, my bad.
We need to go fund this man some Q-tips or something. Pay attention, brother. Pay attention, brother.
Yeah, I'm listening. Go on.
Let me ask you something, Smoke Signals. Why do a lot of Aboriginals jump on Pan-African panels?
Hey, y'all, Big Black. Let's not ask that. Everyone has. Everybody's more than welcome to contribute on this panel, especially especially we're speaking on Aboriginal. So let's not ask that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't do that.
Okay, I just wonder.
Yeah, save them. Go ahead, brother.
I was just wondering, maybe you don't want the brothers to connect with Africa. I thought that was the answer. The African American brothers said they'll connect with Africa.
Yeah, well, I'm quite sure that there are billions of people who actually connect with Africa, but in my opinion, those people would have a very they would have a very good reason to do so. As far as you so-called blacks in America, you have no connection with Africa. You from places like Missouri and California and Texas and Tennessee and New York.
How much did the CIA pay you?
Intrinsically African by any means. You guys are
So
tend to be a wee bit.
So you're like, no, brother, those not your kinfolk. Come with us. Please don't connect with your brothers and sisters in
Now
Africa.
let Smoke talk so we could go in order. Go ahead, Smoke.
Right. I mean, it's not. Don't take my conveyance as anti-African. I'm just pro-American, brother. That's it.
You're anti-African, bro.
Yep.
No, I'm pro-American, brother.
Nope.
I have no qualms with Africa. I have no qualms with Africa.
Which part of America are you proud of?
I am also hopeful
part of America
that the
you proud of?
I am also hopeful that the Africans somehow get their things in order so they can, wrest the control from those Asian and European nations that have done such horrible atrocities in that particular continent. But go ahead, y'all got it.
You said you're pro-American. What part of American history are you proud of?
No claim like that, bro. Like the African, they've got resources. They've got things that they can claim.
The Chinese are taking an African resources, bro.
Zero hero.
Brother, the Chinese.
Hey, Pam Mulatto, sounds like you're outside and it's just real windy.
My bad, I'm at the beach. My bad.
All right, let me pass the Cosmic Chaos. Go ahead, Cosmic.
How you doing, children of the sun? My African brothers, America's
big up.
Africa.
What's
How
up?
you
What's
doing?
up?
What's up?
Look at man, let's stop giving these people attention, man. You know, there's a lot of self-hatred that is rampant in the black community in America and in Africa. You know what I'm saying? We need to stop giving these people attention. If you don't like Africa or anything about Africa, stay away from us.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
We're
I
not
agree.
forcing you. We're not forcing you to be Pan-African, to be in short, you're not going to be useful to us.
Yeah.
So, I
I
mean, if
agree.
you want to be pro-American, go be pro-American. If you want to be Indian, go be Indian, but don't come
Just
into this
don't claim
community.
Missouri's Missouri.
Hey, once again, Cosmic, this platform is open for everybody. I like to hear
I mean,
differing
I
opinions.
understand. No,
So
I mean,
that's what we're doing.
no, I
No,
mean,
but they're rude, man. These are Aboriginals. They're
yeah, you get
proper
what
like
I'm
they
saying,
hate
Dinus.
Africans, bro. They've got
Right.
a lot to say, and we
But
ain't got
Smoke
a lot
didn't
to say like
disrespect
that.
anybody though.
You
Smoke
lot got
just
a lot to
stated his
say about
stance.
us, but we want to show love, but you lot are turning our hand into
But
like into
well, can
clench
I
a
ask you this,
fist.
brother? What did Smoke say that was disrespectful?
No, forget about what he said now.
And
What he's been
I don't
saying
even agree with Smoke
previously,
100%.
I know what he's been. He's either on Top Cats or Aboriginals
All right, but what did he say
channel.
today that
He's
was
on one.
disrespectful
They're
though, brother?
rude, bro. You know what
But
they
why
say
are you
about
triggered now though,
Africans?
brother?
Huh?
Why are you triggered now? Smoke actually was very respectful in his response. He didn't say
I don't
anything.
buy that. That's fake, man. It's fake.
In
It's
my
All right,
fake,
bro.
opinion,
bro.
I can answer that. In
That's
my
fake, bro.
opinion, he disrespected our ancestors, especially African American. Hold on,
Come
let me
on.
finish. Especially African American ancestors that laid slave revolts, right? So yeah, that would to me that's disrespected that my ancestors that led slave revolts,
How
Come
did
on.
and
he?
my ancestors were
He
free.
didn't even address your ancestors that led slave revolts, brother.
He didn't have to.
When he
It's
says
all
that Black
connected.
Americans that's from Africa, he's disrespecting my ancestors.
Oh, all right. I hear you on that. I hear you on that.
But when we're
Well,
going to
it's
talk
my
about
opinion
building,
that
that's what I want
anyone
to know.
finds themselves in a slavery condition should be in a constant state of revolt. So if your ancestors found yourself in that condition and they didn't revolt, then they should be disrespected. However, if they did, shout out to them. I relinquish the flow.
I would like to
Question
talk to
for you,
Jagun.
So what them native
I want to say
Indians
something
did
to Jagun.
revolt? What them
the first
Mongolians were on
question
nothing.
is,
Mr.
I want
Jagun.
the
One at a
Hold on,
gentleman
time,
said,
gentlemen.
hey,
One at
hold
a
on. Hey,
time, gentlemen. Keep
Rokoya, is that
everything
you
in
trying to
order
speak?
now. Let's keep it all in order.
Rokoya, is that you trying to speak, Rokoya?
yeah, I wanted to say, ask Mr. Smoke Signal a little bit of questions because he intrigued me with what he just said. Um, and I respect what he's saying. He's saying that he has I mean, he really has no connection to Africa. He doesn't have anything negative, but he's not an African. And I wanted to ask him, what is he ethnically? Is he an African American or is he a Black American? What exactly is his ethnicity?
Well,
That's the question.
I identify as a word that has been restricted from this particular
Oh,
platform.
What?
oh God.
Man, get out of here.
Go on. Some next conspiracy gookiness. Go on.
Are you're Negro, right? You're Negro?
Brother Negro has not been restricted from this platform. Guess again.
Well, what are you? Because
He's what's
you
that?
don't
Geechee?
give me
Not
where I'm
Geechee.
going
Is it
with the
Geechee?
question. So what are you?
He's
Well,
Niji.
how
He's
do you
Niji.
self-identify?
That's what they call themselves. Niji.
If I can
I'm an
answer
N
that,
word, ma'am. Ma'am, I'm an N word.
Here,
You're an
nigga.
N-word, which means you were manufactured and created in the American experience, correct?
Yep.
Because
Nah, he
the
was created
people
in the plantation.
no, because the people who came here, the people who came here on the boats and ships, and that has been documented over and over again,
Yep.
they were Africans, and they were Africans fighting all the way to their death. They
Yep.
never gave up. So if you are a
Well,
descendant
then
of
how did
one of
they get
those,
here, ma'am? If they fought to their deaths, none
They
should have
flew.
arrived.
They flew
None
on
should have
lightning.
arrived if
but
They
they
flew
I
fought
on
tell
to
you,
their
lightning
I
death,
before they
didn't
ma'am.
got
say
there.
I think
everyone.
you're coming
I
in.
didn't
You're coming
say
in on a false. You're coming in with a false premise,
I'm not.
ma'am. But
I'm
try to
not.
correct yourself. Recalibrate. Let's try this again.
So because I'm very accurate. I am here on Africa and I have the history. I have people here whose ancestral lines document people who left them. They say their names in prayer and in libation. So, and there are all across the African coast, there are places that people were held. There are families that we know of now who participated, and in their homes, there are dungeons. So there is proof, and I'm not going to take back anything I've said because your stuff is fantasy, but I can go and I can
Yup.
document it from even the ship logs and even the colonial logs in the
There's no
castles.
ships apparently,
Even
according to them.
you
Let
have
the lady
current
talk, man.
have you had recycling? Can you point to me even near bottles of plastic that we used to drink water, which are real within around they get turned into something else. And those ships that were sailing Africa, these were inventory. If you go to Europe, you go to the docks in England, there are ships that were broken down and the metals were taken and the nails were taken. See, you don't want to do real research. You like to go on YouTube and listen
Yeah.
to experts who would just listen to others and others. A book. Now I'm willing to give you a whole list of books not written by white people alone, but by Africans themselves. There are narratives of Africans who will tell you the number of people who left the shores. There were people who, it was a whole
Mm-hmm.
industry. There is not any fantasy. And if people here tell you all these things just to make you feel good or to have an agenda to go after reparations and all that,
He can't get reparations anyway. That he's not African American.
May I respond to the
I'll
sister?
talk in a minute.
Triggered
I'm
God.
about to
May I
I'm about
respond
to land.
to the
You
Give me a
sister?
can't get
second.
reparations, bro. You are
Triggered God.
Aboriginal.
Hey
Triggered
guys,
God.
hold on. Recorder,
Now,
are you done? Or you can get to you if you're not done.
my statement was simply this, that the people who left the shores were not anything but Africans. They were Igbos, they were Yorubas, they were people who never gave up. So if you're an
Yep.
ancestor of the, if you're a descendant, to me, it's disrespectful to throw shit in these people's
Yep.
faces and say, I'm not of you. It is really bad spiritual. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, Delroy.
Yeah, I just have a few minutes. For the brother from the Pacific Island, that's what he says from, so I'm going to call him there. The people that left in the 1700s, I forgot what date it was, 1800, I don't remember the date, that went back to Africa. Well, in your turn, I'm not going to say went back. So they left. So they're from here and they're from the Pacific Island. Are they a bunch of psychological or psychotic idiots? Why did they leave and go back to Liberia, Sierra Leone, and so forth like that? In your opinion, why did they leave here since they're from here and go back? They also did that in my country,
You
Jamaica.
talking about
Some of them
Liberia?
left.
Let
Yes.
Liberia,
Delroy
Sierra
finish.
Leone.
Delroy.
I'm asking you,
So
they
so
came from here.
basically
So
African
why did
Americans
they go
in
back there?
America, African blacks in America, right, had gone through so much that they wanted a portion of us, a small portion of us, a fractional share, right? But a
Who's
small
they?
portion of us
Who is they?
wanted to go somewhere else. And we had
Who's they?
this
These
envisionment.
people
They
chose.
wanted to
I don't
go back
understand.
home, bro.
I
Come on,
said
Wall
who they
Street, man. You know
was.
better
They
than
is
that, man.
black people in America, African Americans.
Right.
There was
So
a
who forced them to go
portion
back
that
home?
thought that we would have some safety. Because you got to realize we're being hung, we're being castrated, we're being set on fire, right? Some of the worst atrocities in mankind are happening to us at the moment. So you have people like Nat Turner that decide to cut off
R.I.P.
heads,
Long live.
right? And then you have people who wanted to simply escape. And so
So
they worked
why did
out
they
they
why did they
they
choose
worked out a
Africa?
deal with the US government and
Why
the US.
Africa?
You said what?
Yeah, why Africa? There's many
Because that's where we came
places
from.
around the world. Why did they choose
That's
Africa?
where we came from. Next question. Like that's a
Huh?
simple.
Now you got me confused.
No,
Oh,
no,
so
he
you're
said
saying
Yeah,
African
Delroy,
Americans.
You're talking to a
So
different
wait.
person.
You
He
don't
was,
believe
hey,
African Americans were stolen from the shores of Africa?
I think he's talking to smoke signal. He's not talking to you. I don't think.
Nah, I don't talk to Smoke. Smoke
I
is
just
my
asked you.
homie.
You
Nah,
said you were.
Smoke is my homie. But that goofy Aboriginal shit doesn't represent what most Black Americans know. We know where we came from.
So
We
what are you
don't have
talking about then?
we don't
You
have
just
specific we don't
didn't you
have
say you wasn't?
specific
You say
details.
you wasn't African.
No, Delroy, that was Smoke
Nah,
Signal. This
Will's
is somebody
different. Will
else.
Street's different, man. He's different.
Nah, I never said that. I know where I'm
So
from. I'm the descendant of slaves. And the melding, the merger of all those different people, because what I understand and a lot of niggas don't is there's no African. You have
Wait,
Yoruba.
hey,
Hold on. You have Yoruba, you have Hutu, you have Tutsi. Let me land, let me land.
No, it's my show. It's my show. It's my
Oh,
show. So
my fault, King. My
we
fault.
have a no N-word policy. You either have
yeah,
to
no N word, no
you
N
either have to
word.
cash
Oh,
app
I
$10
respect
or you
that.
gotta drop off.
I
You gotta
respect
cash
that.
it $10 or you gotta drop off.
Now I respect that because I'm on that type of time.
Okay,
I'm
so you
trying to do better. So
so
I
Will.
want y'all to hold me to that. I respect
Will,
that.
you gotta I'm gonna put the cash app. You either the cash app or you gotta drop off.
How much?
It's $10.
I got you.
All right, I'll put the cash app on the
Man, Dinus, man, you wrong for that.
No, I'm not.
No, no, no.
That's
I'm
the
with
rule.
that.
That's
Nah,
the
I'm
he's
with
rule.
right.
that. And I
He's
want
right.
my brothers to hold me to it because I'm trying to escape N-word dumb. Right? I would say it in a different way, but I only got
There
$10 to
is no
give, right?
escape.
Nah, there is. You
All
don't
right,
have to be an N-word.
so was
I
dollar
don't
sign
pride myself on being an
is on the
N-word.
screen. Is on the screen. Dollar sign Amir Dynast. That's where you send a $10 holler.
I'ma send
So
on guard, I'm gonna send it in 2 seconds.
Okay.
Like,
so
but I wanna
okay.
stay in the conversation.
So let me get this straight. It wasn't you that was saying that you're Aboriginal. It wasn't you.
Absolutely not.
Okay. So
Absolutely
my
not.
I apologize. I apologize.
I think their whole argument is goofy and insane because
He
it's
Okay.
wasn't talking to you,
documented.
bro. He wasn't
Hold
talking to you,
on,
bro. Calm
because it
down. Fall back.
hold on, Smoke, because it's documented on how who I believe my primary genetic makeup, right? My people who I feel I'm primarily
You don't
am,
want to have to be subjected to your
how we
beliefs, brother.
interacted with the
May we move on.
Aboriginals that were
May
here.
we move on.
Now, the Aboriginal argument doesn't even line up with theirs. I know
It
there's
doesn't line
real
up with
Native
nothing.
Americans.
You don't.
Those
Well,
those
who
guys,
said it? Smoke.
they're from the moon.
So
So
yeah,
could you could that
that's
person
never my
answer my question?
argument.
Could that person answer my question? Smoke. Can you
No,
answer
What
my?
was
smoke
your
to
question
me, man.
again,
Y'all
brother?
want to bang on smoke because y'all
It
know
was so
that
much.
argument is goofy. Let me send this
It was so
cash up.
much.
Hold up.
There was so much water that moved under the bridge since then. Could you please rephrase the question?
Hey, Smoke,
Black
remember when
Americans are
Aboriginal
what
used to kick me off
Africans
the
would be
panel
if
and I
we were
used to
together.
box him in with questions? Remember?
The
I
question
remember I have a
was
problem on his channel.
the question was I guess it's to
Can I get
Smoke.
a question from somebody that actually speaks English? Because I didn't understand that.
Boy, I'm telling you, these. Are you going to answer the question? Yes or no?
But could you please rephrase the question, sir?
Why did African Americans left and went to Africa? Why did they choose Africa?
The man just told you because they was going through so much atrocities.
What?
Right. Like that's a question you asked me because I classify myself as an African American. And before we go any further, I sent that cash app.
Yeah, I received it. I
I
received it.
don't
Thank
think
you.
I should have been charged because I didn't know the rules,
Nah, that's
but
the
I
rule.
like the bill though. So
Okay.
I don't have no problem supporting. Salute to the family.
And,
Right?
have you Smoke? Have you been on a reservation before?
Heavens no.
Okay, I've been on at least 5 reservations because I worked on them. I saw
Yeah, those
nobody.
reservations do require a significant amount of work. Go ahead. Tell us all about your experience.
Yeah, well, I'm a technician. Okay, I worked on a reservation. I've never seen, except for a mixed couple, a black person on any reservation I've been to. Here in Georgia, Florida, out west, and I know some American Indians who are mixed in New York. I've never seen no African-centered looking person on any of the reservation. A matter of fact, I see
Brethren,
more white-looking
brethren,
persons on the
brethren,
reservation.
watch this, brethren. Yo, look, smoke signal. That some of these Africans said the same thing to me. I know you hurt.
Hey man, is you gonna let me
I
answer
know
any
you.
question that these
Listen,
guys are posing, bro?
this
What's
me and
going
you,
on, man?
smoke signal. I know you hurt, but we can't deny our history, man.
Man, I can't beat
Like,
these guys up with you on the way now, bro. I'm trying not to hit you, my nigga. I mean, my N
Hey,
word,
hey,
but
hey, 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 hey,
Straight,
hey,
$10.
what?
hey,
$10.
that's a $10
straight,
holla. You
straight
got to
$10
drop off.
green.
Hey,
Oh, you
Smoke,
got to
man.
drop
Hey,
off.
pay that Smoke, man, because I need to ask you some questions, man.
Okay,
Pay that.
so smoke. That's $10. You got to drop
why
off.
y'all want to ask smoke the questions? Y'all could ask me.
Nah, you're cool, man. You're cool, man. You're cool.
No, because the
Well, no, well,
problem
hold
I
on,
have with
hold
hold
on,
on real quick.
Will, it's Diney. Smoke. That's $10, or you got to drop off.
Man,
$10,
you drive a
man.
hard bargain. You drive a hard bargain, bro.
You
But
can
nah,
only
you
Well,
got
well,
to.
well, 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 listen. You got to pay
Go
the
ahead
10,
and
or you got to
drop
drop
that
off.
10 smoke. I'll send it back to you when I'm on your panel, man. I'll send it back. Just go ahead and pay it, man.
Man,
But
fuck that.
look,
You can't charge. You can't charge a nigga for.
Go
Ah,
ahead.
You
come
buy
on, man.
That's
$10 to come
$20.
back home.
He done that
What a
on
wonderful
purpose,
rule,
man. He knew
Dynas,
that
mate. What a
African
wonderful
smoke was
rule.
coming, man.
Mhm.
He knew.
all right, now y'all could ask me those questions. Because Aboriginals aren't a good
No, I
representation of
believe in the
how
mix.
most
I know
Black Americans
African
think.
Americans are mixed with Native Indian. I won't deny that, but not to the percentage how they claim to be.
A
That's
tiny,
They don't
tiny
claim
percent.
that, bro. Hold on, let me
Mixed with
stop
mostly
you.
white.
They don't claim that. I don't
they
claim that.
do.
No, I don't. What I'm saying is, if you want to go off in some corner of Black America and judge what a
No, I
goofy
hear you. I hear
argument
you.
is
I hear
saying,
you. I hear you. I
that's
hear you.
on you. But don't
Yeah,
put
yeah.
that on me
No,
and
no,
the
I hear you
masses
still. I hear
of,
you. I hear you. I hear you.
you know what I mean?
No, my apologies still. So you're technically saying there's Aboriginals out there that acknowledge they do claim their African side. I do know this, but I need you to clarify.
I don't deal with none of that. I am a descendant of slaves here in America.
But what
Now,
about
we
you must have a
haven't,
little bit of
listen,
Native
we
Indian in
haven't
you, though.
gotten ourselves back to our tribe, right? But the one thing that I thought was pretty dope about one of my family reunions, one of my aunts tied us back to an actual bill of sale. An actual bill of sale for a slave that came over from Africa. I can't tell you if he was Yoruba. I can't tell you if he was Hausa. I can't tell you if he was
Oh, is that his
Igbo.
name?
But I know where I'm from.
What's his name? What's Bella what?
His name in the logs definitely wasn't his name
But what did he just say?
coming from
Bella
that
something? I
continent.
didn't understand.
Yeah, nah, names and all of that, like that wasn't that definitely because a lot of slaves got named
No,
after they
what
were
did you say
sold.
before you said you know for sure? You said something like Bella or something, man.
A
I
bill of
didn't.
sale.
What's that?
So a bill of sale is when you talk about Wall Street, right? Wall
Yeah.
Street in New York was really a place where they actually sold slaves. They would put black
Okay.
men on the trading
Yeah, yeah,
block and sell them. And these things are documented,
yeah.
right? So we do have a lot of very scholastically inclined blacks here in America that have gone through records and that have traced their family lineage
Yeah,
and we get to a certain space. So I can
yeah.
say one of the aunts in my family, she tied us back to a bill of sale where I could never deny that
Okay.
I came off one of those ships. I thought that
And
was pretty cool.
what year did he date back to?
Shit, it ain't in front of me. Don't do that.
Because basically, if it's like 1700s, then it's fair to say that in 1500s, the King's List and all of that back in Africa, you can relate to that. Do you get what I'm saying?
Relate to the kings?
If you have an African ancestor that you can trace back to the 1700s, then it's fair to say that the people you trace yourself to, you can claim their kings from like 16 and below or
I
15
mean,
and below.
now the hard part about that is
Not
because of what
claim
I
their kings
know, hold
literally,
on,
but
because of
you
what I
can
know about that
identify them.
slave trade, it would be hard to tie yourself to a kingdom, an empire, or a monarchy,
That's where you're
right?
gonna
It's
have
not
to
hard.
pick.
Just use
That's
your
the
DNA.
unique thing of the African American.
It's
Yeah,
not
they've
hard.
got option to pick because you
So a
lot
lot
got
of
this
us
in
do
you,
our
you lot got that
23
in
and
you.
Me
So
now,
it's up to
and 23 and Me will tell us different tribes our genetics connect to. That's a fact. There are ways to do it, but
the ball game's on you. It's up to you to pick what tribe now, and for you to go get your blessings or whatever you're trying to get, and then bring
my
it back to America and bring a culture to America like
so America
chiefency and
has a
whatnot.
That-
culture though, and this
But
is
there's
where
no
I push back,
chiefency in
right?
America.
This is where I push back, right? I am a black American, African American, you may call me as well. We
Yeah.
have our own culture. We have our own base. I have everything I need to build off of to give my children a better
Right now,
life.
you
All
see
that
in the
other shit I don't
UK,
give a fuck about.
you see in
Me
the
and my
UK
kids
right
doing
now,
good.
yeah, there's people from the Akan land, Ghana, yeah, coming to the UK, yeah, and establishing not a primal chieftaincy, but a low-key chieftaincy that is being passed down to their children, and their communities are aware of this. You understand? So what
I'm
I'm
not
trying to
looking
say
for
is, if
that, is
you
what
lot
I'm saying.
establish something like that, which a lot of them, if I'm not too wrong, I think that Jabari guy,
Hold
he
on.
went,
You
he got
said
his
if we're not
chieftaincy.
establishing that, then what?
That brings more culture into life. It
I
does. That's
hold on. I gotta
African.
kind of push
Having
back there because I
chieftaincy
can only
is
speak for
African.
myself, right? And I'm
Right.
a big fan of Jabari Osaze. That's who
Yeah.
you was talking about. I'm a
Yeah.
big fan of
Big him up,
Jabari,
man. He's cold,
but
man. He's cold.
I feel no need to attach myself to a past to any other people. I can document enough things that I'm
But being
proud of.
African is
Hold on,
having
listen to what I'm saying.
chieftaincy.
Let's
There's no chieftaincy in
hear me out.
America. This is why there's so much
Hold on, hear
crime.
me out. Hear
This
me
is
out.
why you got
Hear
people
me out.
killing each other, because there's no
Hear me
order.
out, because
Go
I
on.
don't deal with
Go on.
chiefs
I'm
and
listening.
warlords. Hear
Go on.
me out. What I'm saying is, I see enough in my people that I can't question I'm connected to right here in America that did enough great things that I'm fine being who I am. I am a black American. I don't need to justify who I am from civilizations of the past. I personally don't need to do that. I like competing in this world where I'm at right now, and I'm killing these crackers, making my I have
You
an
see?
all black family. I ain't gonna get no white woman. I'm making my ancestors proud. So in the end, if I knew nothing else, right, what was ingrained in me is making my ancestors proud. And that's
Uh,
something that is a common strain on the continent as well. So me
so
here
so
in
you see,
America,
you see,
I'm doing that.
that's good
You
enough. I
see,
agree with
in
you.
the UK,
Good
yeah,
enough.
you've got people that's half African, half Caribbean, and they're like third generation, yeah. So we're not really gonna be calling them African. We'll probably call them Afro-Caribbean, but they're definitely a form of Black British now. But their
They're not
African
half.
heritage,
Why you say they're half?
wait.
They're
Their
all African.
wait. Yes, in theory, that where we all go back to, but a person that's half Bayesian, half Nigerian, and they're a second to third generation, well, they wouldn't be half, they'll actually be proper mix up. You can't call
Is
them
that
a
you? Is
certain
that your mix?
nationality. But
Is that
listen
your
to what I'm
mix?
trying to land. I'm trying to land because it's going back to the chieftaincy.
Nah, I just want to
They
throw out
would
there.
inherit,
I
yeah,
got
let's say,
Bayesian blood. That's all I
listen,
wanted to throw out there. I
all right,
mean,
cool. They
so I
would
was like, we might be
inherit, yeah.
family.
Let's say, yeah, a half Bayesian, half Nigerian, half Puerto Rican, yeah. They may inherit an Ashanti chieftaincy, even though that's not their direct lineage, but based
Man,
on
I
the
live
black
in
culture in the UK.
2025. I don't give a fuck about no chieftaincy.
Bro, it's not
I'm
it's,
worried
it's not
about my
about it's not
stock
about who
portfolio.
it's
I'm
I
worried
hear
about my
you,
real
but where
estate.
I'm from, in Ghana, that rules, bro. That we went to war with the British for that. You understand? So I get you, but to other people, chieftaincy is important and it is needed. That's why there's a lot of crime going on, because there's no order. You know what I'm
What
saying?
Max? Why you call them chief?
I'm using a loose term. They're really kings, but I'm just
Okay,
using a
good.
loose term. Yeah,
Thank you. That's it. That's it.
yeah.
Because they call them chief because only England could be a king and
Yeah,
queen.
yeah.
So
Volvo Runs. I checked up your channel, man. I didn't know you was low key popping, man. I gotta talk to you with a bit of respect now.
I'm saying that my reality as an American black, right? Like I have my own identity. I am my own people.
Yeah,
Just like there was migration and people became their own peoples all over the earth, right?
yeah,
My unfortunate situation of being connected to slavery,
yeah.
right? It is my history. But I'm doing
But
pretty
what if
fucking
one
good.
of your ancestors was a
I'm
king,
not
though?
ashamed of it.
But what if he was a king? What are you telling me? You're not trying to revive
What's the
that?
benefit? What's the benefit of it? If he was a
This is
king,
where
so
this
what?
is where I
Unity is
understand.
the
This is where I
benefit.
big up the FBA. Alright, cool. FBA, I like what they're doing. They're actually trying to establish black people in America. This is where they win. Yeah. Ain't you trying to establish like a black something like, you know what I mean? You ain't trying to
Nah,
do that,
you
no?
gotta understand. Hold up. I want to just give you the reason why. You ever heard of HR 40? If you haven't, I don't like to test niggas
HR
with
what? I didn't hear
questions.
you properly.
Excuse,
HR
hey,
40.
that's a $10 fine.
Oh, hey, yo, bro, you gonna charge me twice? All right, I'm gonna send
Uh,
it. But look, I don't deal with the, yo, do you know this? And no, I'll tell you what it is. HR 40 is a bill that actually studies and considers means of reparation, right? So
Yeah,
in that study, we have to determine who we're gonna pay.
yeah,
American blacks are in a unique position in the world where none of us are really benefiting from nothing nobody else is doing, but we
yeah,
have
yeah,
them
yeah, yeah,
all
yeah,
here
yeah, yeah.
classified as blacks. So that's where FBA was looking to make a designation saying we are us and
But
we
this
can
is
all be black.
where they went wrong is denying the African side card. In all reality, if they play the cards right, they're the leading group of the black people in the diaspora. You know what I'm saying? But if they're not playing their cards right, there's gonna be another person that's gonna come and take that chieftaincy off them. You get?
So
And
look,
don't
so
let it
look,
play the
let's
UK
let's
because
let's
we're
really build
rising.
on this conversation. I'm with you, right?
God.
So I never deny my African heritage, right? But
Yeah.
I do question whether Pan Africanism ever benefited the
No, no,
black
you're
man
right
in
about that.
America,
I get what you
right?
mean. Yeah, yeah. I hear you. I hear you. I
You know
hear
what I
you.
mean? We
Yeah.
were instrumental in getting Nelson out of jail. We were
1,000,000%, man.
instrumental in
No, come on, come
bringing
on.
light to other
Come on,
situations.
come on, without a shadow of a doubt.
So that's
Million
what I'm
percent.
saying.
But they claimed African though, bear in mind.
Hey,
But you understand my mind state, how I'm looking at the world. Like, I don't
There,
know
there,
if this
there's something to
benefited
be,
me.
there's something, brother, there's something to be said about the complexity of the black American. Having said that, if you just look to your forebears, your own parenthood, what they fought for in the 60s and prior to that was all based on the oppression that they held as black people in that land.
Primarily, I can agree with
And
that.
if you wait,
hey,
yeah, indeed.
real
If
quick,
you
real quick, Will. He paid his fine, so thank you, Will. And guys, again, if you say the N word on here, is a $10 fine. If you don't pay, you got
straight
to drop off.
$10, mate.
You got to drop off.
I can't believe Smoke Screen couldn't come back. What? Give
Huh?
me $10.
Your deposit. Oh, so that was you that sent that.
That wasn't him. That was me.
Oh, okay. So, Will, you still got to pay your
I
fine.
appreciate that,
So,
family.
Bobo, yeah,
Not you. I ain't saying that for him. Don't put that on my tab.
Oh, all right, well, I'll pay
Hey,
it. As long as
guys,
the money coming in, I'm with it.
guys,
I'll send
the
mine.
confusion, I tell you this, as was said by Akan, in terms of the forefront of our global fight, because don't get it twisted, it's a global fight.
Mm-hmm.
And in that position, the confusion with the FBA and how we in the rest of the world as black people don't really like these terms is based on the fact that there is a denial. Whilst we live our life out in the diaspora and we are fighting to exist, it is important to understand what has happened before us. To deny the sweat, tears, blood, and death of those people who came before you is sinful. It's
Literally.
sinful. And the way I see it on a global basis, if we're here going backwards and forwards amongst each other about complete nonsense, and we can't see that to unify under some level of agreement to go forward with power, if we
Literally.
can't see that, then we're banging trouble. All
Bingo.
you're
Literally.
doing is saying that
And the
I
FBAs
prefer.
are helping the
I
white man.
wait. All
Literally.
you're saying is I prefer to be selfish. That's all that's been said.
Yo, bro, have you heard of the little brother Carmelo Anthony? Not the
I haven't.
basketball player.
No, I haven't.
So there's a situation in America right now where white boy at a track meet runs up on a black kid, tells him get from under the tent. Black kid pulls out a knife. He tells him, "Don't touch me." The white kid roughs him up. Shorty stabs the white kid. White kid dies. They're charging him with murder one. This is in Texas. Now, what you got to understand about Texas is it's a stand your ground state. So you don't have to retreat. You can defend yourself, right? Unfortunately, in my opinion, our little brother may be looking at some time and we may be fighting for the next 20 years to free Carmelo. The point I'm making to your point is white folks are on cold. I don't care whether you're Irish, whether you're
Exactly.
Ukrainian, they all saying put them under the dirt.
That,
To your point,
you're just confirming my point.
right?
You're confirming my point as to why there should be nothing like FBA. That's just telling yourselves
Nah, there
that.
should be a FBA,
I
but
don't
with
think
Wait, wait,
there
wait, wait.
should
context.
be nothing
In
like it,
my
but
in
there
my
should be no
opinion,
With
contention
context.
oh
between us.
guys, please, I haven't
There
spoken for
should
a
be
long
no
time.
contention between us, is all I'm saying. I could be FBA, you could be Bayesian, you could be Nigerian. I go to carnivals where everyone has their flags and they can be who they want to be.
Yeah,
Why is it a
yeah.
problem when I want to make a designation of myself other
Like
other than
FBA is doing
other
Because
than
the history,
being black in America has been beneficial for a lot of people and they are concerned about losing that status. That's the only thing I could see of it. Because if I could look at you be Jamaican and wave your flag, if I can look at you be Haitian and wave your flag, why can't I say I'm FBA? Why all of a sudden, as
because
a
it's
descendant
tenants.
of slaves, when I do it, it's this horrible thing?
no, no,
Okay,
no.
because I can answer that question
FBA
right
makes
now.
sense. It's just when you
Because
deny
the
African
tenants, the guy
heritage.
that made that particular flag, and the
I'm not
tenants are
dealing with
full of
Tariq,
falsehood.
bro.
It's full of falsehood.
I don't rock with Tariq. I stand
Okay,
on
but
that.
he made the name, and
He
then he
didn't
actually
create
when he made
FBA.
the, hold on, sir. When he made the
That's a
name,
good point.
he actually gave a definition and defined what it's comprised of.
So
Uh-oh.
peep
And the,
it. So peep
and
it.
the man
So peep
said
it.
that. So if the foundation is faulty, what he says FBA is comprised of black Africans, Moors, and
And
Aboriginal,
Aboriginals. Right.
then the foundation is faulty. If the
I,
foundation is faulty,
And
then
also,
the
just to
house is
add to
now,
faulty.
that,
now I agree with you on that, but let's be real. Tariq Nasheed didn't make that term. Very
Yes, he
much
did.
how other groups hijack terms, right? If you're talking about Reaganism, right? You're talking about the current MAGA movement. People hijack terms,
Who? Wait,
right?
wait, wait, wait. So if he hijacked that term, can you prove
Me
that?
ask AI.
Hey guys,
I'm
let
'Cause I
me
haven't heard that.
hold on, guys. Let me. I gotta pass the Volvo rants, but I haven't got your fine yet, my brother. I haven't got your fine yet.
gonna send it in. Vovo, my man. I'm gonna let
Okay.
Vovo cook. I'm sending it right now.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right, go
just
ahead,
saying, not that
go ahead,
much.
Bobo.
Not that much. I ain't the man to pay your fine.
FBA.
I ain't. You gotta pay your own bill. Um, here,
Guys, thank you guys. I'm out of here right now.
Okay, appreciate it, man.
Continue with respect, guys. Thank you.
American. Big up, big up, big up.
All right, go ahead, Bobo.
here's our thing. You know what I mean? Like we do is part of the flag. One of the stars on the flag is paying homage to our African heritage. So what do you mean? Like we always pay we always have in America. As
Volvo, why is the
no, bro,
American flag the
Nah,
flag?
Volvo's cool
I ain't
dead,
this
man.
guy been quiet the whole
Hey,
time.
shout out to Willie paid his fine. All right, go ahead, Bobo.
Okay, yeah, that's part of it. Like the brother was saying, I don't know why everybody's so up in arms. We don't care if you fly your Jamaican flag or your Haitian flag or your African flag. There's only a problem when we do it. You
AI
know what
said
I'm
But
Tariq
but
Nasheed
Vovo,
founded
there's a clear
FBA.
reason why, right?
saying?
We have a different dynamic where everyone else, children of
Hey,
the
Wolfie,
diaspora
Tariq
all
Nasheed
over the
joined
world
FBA.
come
I think
here,
it's more than
right?
that.
Yeah,
Let
right.
me just say
But
this,
To
let me
sir.
say this,
associate
bro.
Well,
themselves with
it's
the
a lot of people
laws that we
talking.
fought
Go ahead,
for,
Will.
with the things that we built, right? Because we had to fight for laws for you
No,
to be brown and come to this country and be able to live the way you live.
right.
And so it is a slap in the face when the world doesn't respect the fact that we have created a nest
Bro,
for
can you do that, bro?
children of the diaspora
You have
all
to
over the world.
I can't
Here's
remember.
what
You
I'm
tell us
saying
we
though.
don't
Here's what I'm
have
saying
culture.
though.
Y'all niggas is
Here's what I'm
almost like
saying though.
trolls.
The
My
flag
culture is
is
the
not gonna fix our
legislation that
ass.
makes it comfortable for everyone to be
Here's
here.
what I'm saying
That's
though.
my
Let me say
culture.
this. Can I
Let me
finish,
finish.
bro?
Let me finish because I'm
My
Almost
I
fault.
bro.
interrupted me.
The
No,
host
no,
literally
no,
said,
no, no.
Bobo.
It's Volvo's turn. Go ahead,
bro,
Volvo.
that shit weirdo shit. That shit that motherfuckers be
Hey,
acting like
calm
they
down, brother. Calm down. We ain't got
they
the name
acting like
call,
they
brother.
Volvo, that's actually
animals.
Volvo. Just get to it. That
All right, let me
go.
say this, right? This ain't a new concept at all. This ain't a new thing at all. Dr. Claude Anderson been telling us this, that we need to get on the ball. That's where the term FBA came from.
Powernomics.
The term NBA, Native Black American. But Native Black American is confusing. That's confusing.
Yep.
And we live in a social media age to where you can't really be typing hashtag NBA. There's already an NBA, the National Basketball Association. We trying to bring clarity, not just Dr. Claude Anderson. Look up Norris Shelton. Norris Shelton been talking about this.
Yep.
He been talking about this. There's a
This
bunch of
brother is well read. This the brother y'all need to ask the questions to.
this.
Okay,
They've been speaking about this. This ain't nothing new, and they was right. They was right because now that everybody is here, but after they start really coming in good numbers in the 70s. Now these people here and they got a significant amount of numbers. They showing us they ass. They only want to be us when it's convenient. They want the cool parts of our culture. They want to wear. They want the slang, the way we talk, the way our wins. They want to attach that to, oh, that's African, that's black. You know what I'm saying? All of our wins. But soon as something go wrong, no, that's them over there. I'm not them. Look, I'm Jamaican. Look, I'm Haitian. Look, I'm Nigerian. Look, you know what I mean? So we can't keep carrying water for everybody. I feel as though we did enough. And if we didn't do enough, we don't care. It ain't our job to save the world and all that type of shit. We got major problems in our own society. So why don't everybody fix? Why don't everybody fix their own mess? Why don't everybody fix their own? What's the problem with that?
Do you mind if
It
I
was a
say
bunch of other stuff, but I
something?
forgot what I was about to say. Go ahead.
Yeah,
All right, go. Let me pass the Rokoya, then pass the General Dave. Go ahead, Rokoya.
this is Rakoya here. Yeah, I think that there is a clear sort of differentiating angle here because I think the fact that African Americans or Black Americans do want to delineate and make themselves a tribe, I think any reasonable person of the diaspora has a problem with that because you are distinctively different. Your culture is much more assimilated into the Western European way of doing things. You do carry some um, African cultural traits, but you are amalgamated here. So it's very obvious. I think where the angst came was when it became an anti thing because you can do two things. You can be for some. I know you're shaking your head, but you know that a lot of the FBA rhetoric made fun of Africans, called us names and things like that. But what what we all forget is that what's the period in which African Americans and Africans were able to work together. I mean, you talked about the 70s and the 80s when Africans came here. Out of African, the Nigerians, first generation Nigerians, including people like my father who came from Togo and stuff like that, lived with African Americans. They weren't.
So look, Queen. Look,
Wait,
Queen.
Hold
Here's
on,
your
let her finish.
duty.
Let her finish. Let her
My
finish.
fault. My fault. My fault.
Please just be patient. The point I'm making is that there's been cases in which there is a better understanding of the cultures and we work together. And everybody knows that it is only through building power somehow together. That's how we're going to make it as a group totally. But what happens is I don't know whether it's an agent or there's a clear and obvious danger when they see that these things are working together, and then all of a sudden we see divisive behavior. I think any African group has Nigerians, whatever, we celebrate each other. We've always done, but all of a sudden, the anecdotal stories. He called me a kata. He said this. This became the narrative. This became the resounding narrative that led to this. But I don't think that any African has said, lose your culture as a you guys. They want to be like you.
So
And
sis, so sis,
and I
what's so
Well, let her finish. I gotta pass it to General Dave because
hold
General
on,
Dave.
can I please respond to sis?
Let
Because
us
she
finish.
made some good
Bro,
points.
you and
Willie,
Level
but
been
I
hogging
mean,
the
General
mic.
Dave's been waiting. Okay, General
I'm
Dave.
gonna fall back.
Go ahead, General Dave.
What's up, Diners? This is, I pretty much watched on the sideline. I don't know how many years, man. I remember when you first started going over to Africa and everything, and just seeing it, but I ain't really keep tabs on it. But with this whole rift, I just have two comments, and the first one is pretty much for African Americans. So for me, I've heard black people call themselves so many different names that these acronyms ain't nothing just but a new name, right? So, but I know who we talking about, so it ain't really so much of ADOS, FBA. You could be a sorority, fraternity, or whatever. I know who my people's is, no matter what they call themselves is.
Right.
But I think what we have in this world is, and this may piss people off, but it's a battle for who everybody, and I mean every single race, they getting things in order. Who's calling it over certain areas, who calling it over this. And really what's going on, the way I see African Americans, pretty much, y'all the shot callers, well, we the shot callers pretty much for this whole dang on hemisphere, north, south. Like at the end of, I would say South is probably the Brazilian, Afro-Brazilians, because they got the numbers. But for North America, it's us. Like, no matter whether we like it or not, you're gonna have to deal with leadership things that come along with being leaders. Like, people gonna want to copy and just take what's good for them. When times get tough, you're gonna be abandoned. I'm just gonna tell you, but that's part of being the leader. The second thing I want to say was mainly disheartening and why Pan-Africanism don't work. The one thing I asked for, I don't see no special welcome home, no privileges like, yo, here go your smooth, expedited route for citizenship. Nobody tells me, hey, here's where you invest in Nigerian Naira denominated bonds.
Because
Straight
we've
from
made it comfortable for
country.
all our
Like,
brothers to come here. I
there
agree.
is, huh?
We've made it comfortable for all our brothers to come here. I agree.
But I don't see that. Like, there is no expedited route as an African
No,
American.
no, no. I'm talking about on the African American side. We've made it comfortable for everyone to come here and
Yeah. That's
flourish.
what I'm saying.
I'm
That's
with you.
exactly what I'm
I'm
saying.
with you. I'm with you.
And so the only thing I hear is, hey, come be a tourist in Roots. Well, that's for them tourist African Americans. Like, you got real deal brothers here that ain't finna come. Like, y'all talking 10 or 1,000. But what the real brothers over here be looking at is yeah, you cool with us in the number in the millions or 100,000s, because that becomes a whole different ball game with security and all this other type of stuff. But we mostly on this money, not on this tourism stuff. None of that type of stuff. We don't want to just buy no cars and no type of stuff like that. We really want to invest, but not in no investing stuff like, well, we trying to take over your country. It's pretty much like, yo, we loan you some stuff. And until it gets there, you really ain't finna have no resolution to it. And so to conclude this, selfishly, the reason why I sit on the sideline is because I need ambassadors. I don't need immigrants. I can't do business with an immigrant because how do I exchange money? How do I do some international business with somebody saying they ain't international?
How does it benefit me?
So this is a necessary evil in my head, because it's gonna force somebody, when they see me, that I'm gonna be like, yo, I'm Black American, and the other person will be standing loud and proud and saying, nah, this is what I am, American. And I'm gonna be like, cool business. How do we do international business instead of us faking in front and saying we all one and just being immigrants instead of ambassadors? That's all I want to say.
All right, so Wall Street will go ahead and respond back. Willie, go ahead and respond back to Rokoya.
So it was two things that sis said that I wanted to respond to. One was
the fact that no one's trying to take our culture away from us. But the issue is a lot of the argument that we get from people who come here is that we have no culture, right? And I'm very proud of our culture. If my culture starts when the last ancestor that I can verify landed on these shores, I'm comfortable with my culture and my people and who I've become, right? So that's not the argument of taking our culture away. We hear things like we have no culture. It comes from a disrespect angle, and it comes here where we are. The only other thing is she said, we all need each other to succeed. I have an issue with that as a child of Pan-Africanism, right? It hasn't benefited my people. When I look at niggas in Baltimore, when I look at niggas in,
Hey, Will.
oh, that's 40,
Will,
that's
bro,
$20.
That's the rules, bro.
That's
That's the
$20.
rules.
All
Well,
right, I'm
that
gonna send
yeah,
the
that's
$20. I done sent everything else. Let me land.
Will. I mean,
That's
that's the rules.
$20. But what I'm saying is, when we look at black people in Baltimore, when we look at black people in New Orleans, I don't see us benefiting off this Pan-Africanism that is at the base of when you say we have to work together to succeed. Nah, most of my progress as an African American was from my own sweat, was from what we did.
Real
You get what
talk.
I'm saying? So it's a weird place we're in, but African Americans here in America,
We
we are
got
always gonna be in a unique place because we not going nowhere. But we've made it comfortable for everyone else to come here. So we have a legitimate gripe if there isn't a certain level of respect. And I'm gonna send my cash app and I'm gonna land here before I put myself in the hole for more money. Sheesh.
All right, go Vovo Rance, and I got to pass the Great Migration. You got a minute, Vovo Rance. I got to pass the Great Migration. Oh,
Oh no,
let me
I
read
can
your
wait. I can wait.
and
After you.
let me read your super chat. Vovo Rance, thank you for the $2 holla. Norris Selton Doas, Google it. All right, Great Migration. Go ahead.
That's DOAS.
Oh, DOAS. Okay.
Of American slaves.
All
He been
right.
he been talking about this. He on video, tons of videos, all that. I even put a video in the back chat.
All right, go ahead. Great Migration.
Hey, I want to add my screen.
All right, share it. Great Migration. You got to share it.
All right, go ahead, Bobo, while I load this up.
Go ahead, Vovo.
Oh yeah, I just want to say that there's been a concept. Tyreek just refined it, but he's a student of these guys. Just for the record, the guys that I mentioned earlier. Shout out to Great Migration. I'm a product of the Great Migration, Cleveland, Ohio. Like the brother was saying, we're extremely proud of our history. That people that make fun of, oh, y'all just slaves and y'all was eating chitlins and all that. That was, listen, I feel as though we got a dope story. We got a dope history. The dopest history. It's biblical. Our history is biblical, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? We started as slaves, as real slaves. I could trace my lineage back to several plantations in the southern part of America. You know what I'm saying? Like, we started as slaves, and now everybody around the world want to dress like us, walk like us. We got people all around the world using the N-word, to calling themselves our slur. That's remarkable, actually. It's silly, it's goofy, but that's remarkable. Everybody can see who we are. There was some talk earlier about, well, maybe you may be a descendant of a king or a queen. I am a descendant of a king or a queen. In my opinion, my ancestors, the people that were in the killing fields of America, them was the greatest people to ever walk this planet. Them people ain't never did nothing to nobody. They ain't never subjugated nobody. They never harmed nobody. Them people were completely innocent. They ain't did nothing. And they did all this for me to be here. So I'm not gonna take no disrespect on them. Period. I'm gonna fight back. I'm gonna bite back. Now here's the thing. This been a one-way street. All the hate been aimed towards us. We always bigged up Africa. If you know anything about Black American history, there's again, I use these analogies again. That was us back to Africa t-shirts and wearing African medallions and I love Africa and shirts like Adonis got on, but you might see a shirt like that, but have a black power fist in the middle of Africa or African bumper stickers and all that. I'm gonna let the brother get to his presentation, but this is my last point. I am a descendant of kings and queens. Period. As far as I'm concerned, them people that was in the killing fields, them was kings and queens, and we the only people that can trace our lineage back 2 and 3 and 400 years on paper, not just word of mouth, not just oral history. No, I'm talking about you could take my name. If I gave you my real name, that's all you need, and you can go get documents yourself, public records, and you can take my name and those 2 names on my birth certificate. You can trace those 2 names back to 4 names, 8 names, 16 names, and so on and so on. That's can't nobody do that but us. So I appreciate you letting me speak, brother.
All right, go ahead, Great Migration. You got 5 minutes. Well, not even that long, but go ahead. And I got to pass it to Marie Sean because I have to leave here in about 15 minutes. So go ahead, Great Migration.
Yeah, I pulled up this excerpt to show the the deep enriched diversity that is in the Black American like our ancestry. So here's a excerpt from encyclopediavirginia.org, the legal status of the people in Virginia. So here we got white landowners who resided near reservations try to deny classifications of tribes there. If you come down here in 1641, Gensican received a patent for 1,500 acres in Virginia. And then you will see here in 1748, the white tribe neighbors argued that the practice of intermarriage changed their classification from Indians to free Negro, and they argued the tribe's reservation land should be allotted and sold. So a lot of the land was sold and reallocated. You see here, it says by 1812, the trustees had convinced reservation residents to agree to allotting the remaining lands. So they end up passing out and giving out all of the lands. And this is one of the Indians that a lot of people will try to bring up. He is referenced as white. He is white. So the Indians, the Papuani Indian tribes faced similar circumstances. This 200 years later, in 1836, white King Williams, that's him, William Terry Bradley, forced allotment of the tribe reservations, arguing that they were no longer considered Indians and can't be classified as such. They were known to harbor individuals who escaped from slavery. And the whites feared of a slave uprising because it was at an all-time high after Nat Turner's revolt. So most of this shit is heavily documented, and it's saying that it's a diverse history. A lot of Black people have different stories. I'm from over here on the East Coast, from Virginia, so that's why I reference these passages. And then you will have a lot of people from Alabama. They will have ties to Africa, like they will literally know that they are from Africa. You know what I mean? Like Gullahs and all those type of different people. But just here in America, we have a very diverse history. Just like in Africa, your Yoruba and your Igbo and all of those certain things. In America, we are several different tribes as well. But we just come together as Black because we in the United States. It's more about unity than division. And I land there.
All right, cool. Let me pass it to Marie, then we'll close out. Marie, the floor is yours.
Let me talk, Dennis.
Big Black, you been on the Big Black Pause. You been on the show, like you been talking. What you talking about, Big Black Pause?
I came back on, but never talked.
Well, I gotta go. And Marie's been listen. Marie
No,
came on.
I don't want Marie talking. That's cool. But you like Marie didn't close, and I'm like, damn, I can't.
Because Big Black got stuff to do.
Go ahead, Marie. Go ahead, Marie.
Yeah, I got stuff to do, Big Black. I mean, and listen, Marie was the first. Marie came on the first ever tour I ever had.
I'm not saying I'm going.
I hear what you say. And Will, I ain't got your fine yet. Will, I haven't got your fine back. I haven't got your fine yet. You still owe Will. I haven't got it. Go ahead, Marie.
Okay, hello. Can everyone hear me?
Wall Street Willie, I haven't got your fine yet. Go ahead, Marie.
Okay, I was wondering if everyone can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So
yes, we can.
So I just wanted to say for the title, the reason why Black people want to claim the Pacific Islanders, because they want to be anything but West and Central African where they come from. Even when they talk about African history, it goes back to Kamen and Nubia. They talk about Kamen and Nubia, but they don't want to talk about the Mali Empire, the Songhai, the Ouagadougou, Oya, Koya Empire. They don't want to talk about the empires we come from. And I think it's sad. I don't know why they're avoiding West and Central Africa. I understand that African Americans, we do have our own ethnic group and we do have a culture. I mean, we have hoodoo for spirituality. We have soul food. I mean, we have different things that are unique to our culture, but still to deny where your ancestors come from, West and Central Africa, I think that's crazy. I don't know what's wrong with our people. We want to claim everything else. Hebrew, Aboriginal, Indigenous American, Moors, and all this other crap. And we're coming out with these new names, FBA, ADOS, but anything to deny West and Central Africa, I think that's sad. And I think it's disrespectful to our ancestors too. And I mean, I'm not going to lie. I was Hebrew Israelites a long time ago, and I was Nubian a long time ago, but I was brainwashed. I had to wake up and learn our true heritage, which is West and Central Africa. So I'm not going to lie. I had an identity crisis too. I did. But I think it's really sad that, we just want to say that we're American. We want to deny our West and Central African ancestry. West and Central Africa, they have a beautiful culture. I've been to 2 African countries, and I'm telling you, West and Central Africa, they have a beautiful culture. And I think maybe if more African Americans go there, maybe something would change. But I just think it's sad that we want to claim everything else. We want to claim we are the Moors and all this stuff, but we don't want to talk about our West and Central African ancestry. And I'll just land there. I just think it's terrible.
All right, Big Black Pause. You got a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, I co-sign everything she says. She's absolutely right. And then going back to the FBA, it's nothing wrong with delineating. That's not the problem. It's about the history behind the delineation and what the delineation represents. You can go on Tariq's website right now. He says we're a third Aboriginal. Dennis, you have many talking about the Aboriginals. Why would I attach myself to a group that says they're third Aboriginal? That's insanity. That's my main argument. And yes, there has been a lot of disses back to the continent. You gotta be real. Tariq made a diss tape with probably 9 or 10 songs back to back dissing continental Africans. Let's be real. So that's
it's Frederick Douglass right here on the screen. This is an excerpt from his book. This is Frederick Douglass.
Oh, bro. Big Black, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay. So guys, listen. So these are the 2 options. Well, really 1 option. Well, 2 options. I gotta go, and I'll be gone for a little over an hour. Y'all can still cook, or we just end the show now. It's up to you guys.
Keep it cooking then.
Okay. All right.
Somebody in charge.
You got anybody in charge? Somebody that can get up to moderate?
Yeah, I'm in charge now. He already said it. Yeah, I'm in charge.
No, I ain't say that. I ain't say that.
Oh, I thought you said that.
We can't have an Abo in charge. We can't have an Abo in charge.
I mean, I don't know how Marie's schedule is.
We can have a Negro in charge.
I don't know how Marie's the moderator, but she might be busy. Marie, it's up to you if you want to moderate or not.
Well, yeah, that's fine. I can moderate. I don't have anything to do. I don't work today or tomorrow, so that's fine.
Okay.
Who has control of the stream, y'all?
Yeah, you need me on security.
And then Marie, I need you to keep tabs on whoever says the N word.
Oh God, okay.
Do somebody got control of the stream?
Can she let people up?
Oh wait, can you add Wall Street Willie, please?
I put the link. I put the link in the chat room. You didn't click on it.
Willie, come on, Willie, please come on.
Click on the link.
Please.
Can you give me a second in command? Can I be the underboss?
That's my buddy. That's my buddy.
Hey, I put
we can't have an Aboriginal underboss. Come on,
I put the link in the chat room. Hurry up, Wall Street Willie. I gotta go. So you gotta click on the link, Wall Street Willie. And Wall Street, I haven't got your second fine yet. All right, he's right here. Okay. Wall Street Willie, you need to pay your fees. All right, I'll be back.
Yeah, and this right here was the excerpt from this was when somebody had brought up why Americans was going to Liberia, and this is what he was speaking on. He was speaking of around that time. He was speaking on why people shouldn't go back, and because it was up for contention. It wasn't like people was jumping out of their beds to go to Africa. Most of the people was like, you can be free, go to Africa, or you can be in bondage here in America. And some people were already free and was trying to get to the north. And you know how in America we have super good propaganda and politics where if you hear about it, a lot of people gonna jump into fear, like how people talk about SSI and Medicaid and healthcare. When you talk about it a lot, people is super in fear. Like I don't know where people get that information, but I guess it's just mass propaganda. And they did the same thing back in those days. They were saying you could be in bondage in America, or you can go to Africa and cultivate this land and be settlers there. And Frederick Douglass was a main pushback against that, because his point was the native land of American Negroes is America. You see it on the screen. This is from his excerpt in 1837. He said his bones and his muscles, his sinews are all American. His ancestors for 270 years have labored. He's saying 270 years from 1800s. You know what I'm saying? So he going way back, way back. He talking about these black people. And he's saying the worst thing perhaps about this colonization nonsense, the colonization of Liberia, I'm just putting it in context, it tends to throw over the Negro a mantle of despair. It leads him to doubt the possibility of his progress as an American citizen. It tends to weaken his hold on one country while it can give him no rational hope for another. Its tendency is to make him despondent and doubtful, where he should be made to feel assured and confident. And that's a lot of this that we putting out here in the world. We making it seem like America is so bad for black people and Africa is so good. But when we can clearly see what's going on in reality, like we can see. And here's the rest of his excerpt. Here's him talking about the American Colonization Society that was created in 1816. His remarks on the colonization scheme, he thought it was a scheme. He knew what was going on, because people in Africa say that Liberia was the only place that was never colonized and all that, but it's literally Liberia because it was colonized. The American Colonization Society went there and literally colonized Liberia. But still to this day, you have proud Africans say Liberia was never colonized when it literally is the colony of Liberia. And you further read this,
I got a question. I guess
Sure.
what's your main objective? Because you said a lot of things that shit can be
Because
divided
someone
like
had
5 different subjects.
because someone had brought up, why did they go to Liberia? Why did they go to Liberia? And I'm bringing up, this is why they went to Liberia. It was a mass propaganda effort, and this is all facts. It's
What
on your
was
screen.
the
If you
propaganda,
can
sir?
read it. What?
What was the propaganda?
The propaganda was saying, Africa is your homeland. I just read that. I just read him speaking, saying America is your native land. The whole go back to Africa thing is nonsense. Frederick Douglass's own words. That's why he
Did you
brought
go
up
back
where
to
his
that?
ancestors was from and everything like that.
Could you go
And
back to that? You said Frederick Douglass said that.
yes, Frederick Douglass. This
Could
is
you go
from
back to
Frederick.
say that?
What?
Where did he say that at again? I'm sorry.
This is
That's news to
from.
me.
It shouldn't be. This is 200-300 years old. This was when he was talking about voting, because it was so many free blacks and they was earning like their freedom. So when you a citizen, you get to vote. So many free blacks, so they trying to send them to Africa. This is before Dred Scott. This is before that. So blacks was able to vote. They citizens. They're part of the democracy, the constitutional republic. They're part of it. And you got people trying to convince them to go to Africa, saying, "Look, you really African. You can go to Africa."
So did you get to the part where Frederick Douglass says that?
It's right here. The native land for the American Negro is America. His bones, his muscles, his sinews are all American. His ancestors for 270 years have lived, labored, and died on American soil. This is him saying this.
Put that in context. Why did he say for 200 years? But he didn't say for, he gave a specific amount of years. Basically in that he's basically saying we've been here for 200 years. So he's claiming that this is our homeland because we've been here for 200 years. You have to put the whole thing in context. That's why he used the number 200 years, stating that we've been over here since we arrived over here 200 years ago. Since the first people
No,
arrived over here
he's not
200
saying
years ago.
that. He's saying that from the first record of man here, 1500 is when Hernando de Soto came. Hernando, and it's all documented. It's not like we're going off these figmentations of fake sources. We have
So
the real sources because he's talking about America, and Hernando de Soto was in America in the 1500s. So he's giving them back to history. He's saying all the way back when Hernando de Soto was here, we were here.
But he's saying that we were here for 200 years. He didn't say anything about Hernando. When you talk about Hernando, hold on, let me just say this. Hernando would not be considered a Negro.
What?
Hernando would not be considered a Negro. Bro,
you
arguing in bad faith, bro. That ain't you ain't really a serious guy. No, that's
not serious.
He's saying Hernando,
or maybe
Hernando. Here's Hernando. You can't say he's talking about the Negroes and then reference Hernando.
It ain't really he's saying bro. From the recorded history.
You're going to be going in circles with him.
Wait a minute, please. One at a time, please.
What he's saying that, hold on, let me say this. Frederick Douglass specifically gave a time and day how long we've been here for 200 years. It says that right there. If we were always here, he wouldn't bring up 200 years.
I don't know.
He's talking about since we got here from the slave ships. We've been over here since the first slave ships, which was around 200 years ago.
What?
I know that, Luke. I don't know why that goes over your head. Why would he bring up 200 years? He didn't. There's nothing
because
in
he's
that
talking about the recorded American history. He's bringing up the recorded American history.
No, it's nothing that says that's recorded American history in that passage.
Because he's saying 270 years ago. He's referencing it. He's referencing it by saying 270 years ago.
He's saying
He's
from
specifically, he's not talking about, wait, hold on. He's not talking about the American white. He's saying American Negro. He specifically says American Negro. The reference is 200 years. He's talking about the time when the first slave ships entered America. That's why he referenced 200 years. He's saying, by reading this passage, it comes across as he's saying, since we've been over here 200 years, this is our land.
He's saying that if you read what he's saying that our bones are buried in the ground. Everything that we are today is because of this land. That's what he's saying.
Right. But he says, listen, I'm reading the passage right now. He says the native land of I can read it right here.
His main point is right here in your face.
Let me sum this up for you. Let me sum this up for you.
Nonsense. It is nonsense. That is his preference. He prefaced it with this, and he's ending it with this.
He said,
all this native land talk is nonsense.
Okay, read the next sentence. The native land, I'll read it. I can see it clear. The native land of the American Negro is America. His bones, his muscles, his sinews are all American. Here's the sentence that is in question. His ancestors for 270 years have lived, labored, and died on American soil. And millions of his posterity have inherited a Caucasian blood. Now, going back to this 270 years, what is he referencing? He's referencing slavery and the slave trade.
Right.
Okay, so and the reason why he's referencing slavery and the slave trade, because by looking at this, he's looking at it saying the beginning of the slave trade was around 270 years. So we had to come from, so if the slavery happened, then we came from somewhere else. He's basically saying since we've been over here for 270 years, we're native to America.
Right,
That's
but who's denying you keep harping on this African slave trade thing, right? Who's denying that? And if you find somebody
but his argument is that we always been over here. This is not what he's saying. He's not saying we always been over here.
Our ethnogenesis started 270 years from him making that statement. 270.
Now, if you want to, that's a different argument. Now, Vovo, that's a different argument. That's a different argument. Okay, I understand. That's what he's saying. It sounds like that's what he's saying in the passage, but that's a different argument from saying that we was always here.
Well, no, it's not, because that's part of what makes the American Negro is the slave trade. That's part of it.
No, when he's saying we was always here, we're talking about way before the slave trade, way before the first.
I definitely don't think Frederick Douglass was making the Aboriginal argument.
Yeah.
I think if anything,
y'all thirsty about that. Y'all pressed about that.
I think if anything, he's saying that slaves were brought here from the inception.
Exactly.
I'm not interested in arguing that.
Well, no, that's undebatable, and it's undebatable that Native Americans were here on this land. We lived around them. We were enslaved with them. We were enslaved by them. That's undeniable.
That's undeniable. I agree with that.
Exactly.
Well, then, so what's the argument about?
No, your argument is that
and apples and all that weird ass shit.
He's going on when he say native to this land, we need clarification. Native to this land, listen, native to the land to some means always here. When you say native to the land,
were there natives here when the slaves got here?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what was our relationship with them people that was already here? I'm just going.
Some we were cool with. Some of the tribes enslaved us.
All right, if they enslaved us, you do whatever you want with your slave, right?
Yeah.
You can rape them, have sex with them, whatever you want to do. Usually when human beings have sex, they kind of procreate. That's how I got here. I don't know, maybe I don't know, but that's how I got here. That would give us native lineage, right? Weren't the natives enslaved by the European?
Yeah, that was they were the first
So
ones
when African
that were
slaves
enslaved.
got here, they were on the plantation with the native slaves, right? You agree with that, right?
I don't know that for sure.
Now,
I know that they were the first ones that they tried slavery on was the Native Americans.
yeah, and some of them were still on the plantation, minimum. Some of them were still on the plantation.
Maybe not. I don't know. I can't argue that.
After the natives were subjugated too. So this is American history. Runaway slaves, whether they were African, mixed, or not, whatever, they ran away and they ran and they lived amongst Native Americans. Would you agree with that?
Some of them did.
Yeah, some of them did. So when people,
some of them just was cool with them, and then they formed their own. They formed their own societies, like the Gullah Geechee. You know what I'm saying? They formed their own stuff.
Yeah, but a lot of them, yeah, and then some of them, that's the lawsuits all over the country right now, where the light-skinned natives, the light-skinned mongoloid-looking natives, are throwing the black natives out of the tribe.
Reservation and shit. Right? They've been doing that for years, Vovo.
Yeah, but no, I'm just saying, I'm just giving, like, you got to give a reference. Like right now, somebody can.
I don't care about none of that. Them ain't my people.
Ain't nobody, no, the ones they kicking off the reservation, them are people.
My people are in Atlanta. My people are in Savannah. My people are in Jacksonville. Like, we are who we are.
But here's the thing, brother. You gotta. Well, here's the thing. I don't know who you are, but I'm saying though, those people that are getting kicked off the Tulsa, Oklahoma, right now, half of the state is Indian territory. Right down there, right now.
And look, and they're not even claiming the Aboriginals.
The reason why they getting kicked off the plantation, off the reservation, and they not getting none of that government money.
And they not even claiming Aboriginals. So
you don't know what you're talking about, brother. Man, you on that soft.
Aboriginals, look, Aboriginals claim Aboriginals, and black people claim black people, and y'all Africans gonna claim Africa. Like that's just what it is. But the point I was making was this was the context of them going to Liberia, because I heard somebody harking on why did they go to Liberia and what was the efforts of Liberia, and I'm telling you, it was a giant political scheme, and you even had pushback from greats in the black community.
No,
like
I'm not gonna say that.
Seminoles in the chat. Seminole.
So there were back to Africa movements going on at the time, right? But most of us wasn't trying to go nowhere. Some of us were legitimately just trying to escape the torture, death, rape, and everything else that was going on in the South, right? So they thought, all right, let's go to our homeland. That turned into Charles Taylor.
Right, you're absolutely
trying
right.
to be a contrarian, but I already
Hold on. But now I was landing. That turned into Charles Taylor. So I'm not interested in that. I'm not their people. I'm my own people now. I'm proud of that. I can build on what we have. My individual problem that no other race of children of the diaspora will have is they people come here. None of them are saving me. None of them are saving my people. None of their people can come here. I mean, none of my people are going there and getting a law degree, right? We created a situation where children of the diaspora from all over the world can come here and get their legal degrees. And what do they say? They say, don't deal with them Makatas. Don't deal with them. I'm already in the books. N-words, right? Don't deal with them American blacks. It's a slap in the face.
If you say anything, you gotta send it to Volvo. I'm gonna hold it for him. So go ahead. I'm not joking, fella. He's just being smart. You heard what he said now.
No, I'm just being real, man. Like, that's our individual issue.
Hey, Willie.
Hold on. I'm gonna land real quick. And as American blacks, though, as American blacks, what we've invested in Pan-Africanism and this dream, this belief that we have, we got to be real honest. In 2025, now we're connected to the world. We can hear it come from their own mouths. All that going home and being welcomed and we're them, that's not the case. That's not the case.
That's a whole other argument, right? But I want to go back to what you were saying, right? We're going back to Liberia. Now, am I correct in saying this? the reason that a lot of them want to go back to Liberia is because they actually, they want to go back to Africa because they knew that Africa was their homeland, right?
I think it's a two-pronged thing. Yes, that, and the fact that they wanted to get away from this beast. This beast
Okay.
is hanging us and cutting off our genitalia and selling it to their women.
I
We
don't
wanted
think
to get, some of us wanted to get out of here.
I
But
don't
I'm
think that's
listening.
what the other brother was saying. The other brother was saying that they they want to go back to, they got tricked into going back to Africa because
That was
the
what he
original
was saying.
homeland
That's
was
what I was pushing back against. That
okay.
is
Okay.
exactly what he was saying. And
Okay.
I'm saying, nah, a lot of our people had our best interest in mind. I think Marcus Garvey and his Back to Africa movement had our best interest in mind. He was just doing all he could do in the time he was in. Now, I have a different vantage point.
But those were clear racists, the ones who funded Americans' colonization society.
So
Thomas
what?
Jefferson, Virginia,
So
Monrovia,
what?
James
Mhm.
Monroe. Come on, are you serious? These
Well,
were
then, well,
clear
then that's
racist
No
acts. They
one,
knew
no
what they
well,
was
one could
doing.
fault me right
They
now,
seen black
right?
people
If
as a
white
threat.
people who are saying they don't want to be around us, if you listen to this Carmelo Anthony conversation, if you just watch what white people are saying online, right? If they don't want to be around us and they're saying we're willing to fund you getting some land in Utah, if in this moment I think that's a good idea for us and I push towards that, that doesn't make fundamentally what I was trying to do a white supremacist thing. No.
Let me say this, brother. They don't mean that. That's talk, bro. If we was to separate from them for real, they would, don't you know, like say if we just got on some planes and started leaving, it'd be white people standing in front of planes crying and oh God, don't they'll form a militia and try to
Yo,
hold
bro, I'm gonna
it.
be real.
My, my
I'm gonna be real, and I'm gonna tell you
Muhammad
why I disagree. Right? I
Muhammad
think
Ali
they have a
had a
hard time with me driving through their neighborhood in a Benz. I
no,
think they
they
have a
don't
hard time with Miguel. Right?
bro, they don't
Miguel,
want you separating, but they want you in a certain position. They don't
I
want you
can.
to talk. That's talk. If they really wanted us separate, bro, don't you know that they always been pressed about us? If you was to run off the plantation, they would spend top dollar to get you back. It'd be
Nah, I
people
don't agree with that.
all over
I
the country.
think so.
Listen,
Hold on.
slave bounties and slave, they was paying top dollar to get you
Stay
back.
with me,
When,
Vovo. Though
when
you
we
talking about a
hold on,
different time.
just give me
Hold
like
on.
20
Stay with
seconds.
me, Vovo.
20,
Vovo.
just 20 seconds. Just
Hold
20
on,
seconds.
real quick. Stay with me. They don't need slave labor anymore. They have
That
the
ain't what I'm saying,
robots.
brother. Come on,
They
bro. You
have the
gotta get
rope.
a ritual.
Hold on. Stay with me, Vovo. Just hear me out, right? I agree with you in that moment, right? But they no longer need slave labor. They have the robots. You niggas better start. I'm $30 in. Yo, y'all better start using Chat GPT, right? They no longer need us. When we look at the longshoremen's
Oh man,
strike,
oh my
hold
God.
on, listen to what I'm saying. Very recently, there was a strike by the Longshoremen's Union. Now, yes, they were asking for raises in pay, but the main thing they were asking was do not whatever the term is, this plant. Like, that's where the world is going.
Okay, bro.
Automation.
Okay, bro. Let me say this, bro. What do you mean they don't need us? If we was just 40 million people would just up and leave, these cities would shut down. This stuff was shut down. This shit wasn't even working no more. We're too integrated into the system. If that was the case, they wouldn't have. We did separate from them when we went over there and we built the Rosewood or a black part of the town or a black part of the country or black city or something. They came and burnt it down, flooded it with water. They used the laws to take it over, stuff like that. So what is this guy talking about, bro? They don't want to be separate from you. They want to have you in a certain position.
Yeah, exactly. And here's a quick excerpt for you to understand what was going over in Liberia. This is about the people who created the American Colonization Society. This is like a few passages down from when we were just talking about Frederick Douglass, how he thought it was a foolish thing to do, the colonization scheme. So under it says, inversely, supporters of the scheme were found in local and federal government, such as President Thomas Jefferson, Virginia Governor James Monroe. People from Liberia know these names. They sound very familiar. And white Southern enslavers. Those in consonance of the colonization movement saw free black men as a threat to the system of enslavement and believed that freemen could not remain in the United States. In Liberia, many hoped freemen with rebellious fervor would not influence those who were enslaved. In fact, the origins of the organization came from the minds in those in the white elites who wished to dispel any threat that undermined slavery. One of the founders, Henry Clay, librarians know that name, stated in his opening address at the organization's first meeting in 1816 that the main impetus of the organization was to rid our country of a useless, if not dangerous, portion of our population, referring to the free people of color in the United States.
Well, here's the thing. Why can't both be true at the same time, right? Yeah, there might have been some ulterior motives as far as, the non-blacks that wanted the Africans to leave, as far as like, they're afraid of slave revolts and encourage slave revolts and yada yada. That can also be true along with, there were blacks that wanted to return to their homeland. Both could be true.
But I
at
said
the same
that. I
time.
said that though.
But here's the thing,
I didn't
though.
say the homeland part, but I did say there was some willing participants, and a lot of people were being tricked, and they was being held to like a crazy standard. Like you
I
can
don't
go
think they
or
were
you
being
can be
tricked.
enslaved.
Everybody
They were
that
being,
left on the boats that went to Liberia, that's what they went willingly. They went
willingly. You know what I mean? Like I said, I
Everybody
don't think they were tricked. I mean, they weren't telling them. They probably was talking, trying to urge them to go to Liberia without telling them their ultimatives. Yeah, if you want to put it like that, of course, they want to
But
sell it
then you gotta here's the thing. Then these guys would fight a war.
Oh, hello.
40 years later, fight the Civil War to keep slavery. So they obviously don't want you gone. If they fight, they willing to give their life so you can go on living your life as a slave. They willing to die about it. So they obviously don't want you gone.
Let's let Marie. I think she was trying to say something.
Well, see, but see, it wasn't just it's been many back to Africa movements. It wasn't just Liberia. It was people in Sierra Leone, like African Americans and Jamaican Maroons and some Nigerians, and Black Nova Scotians. They came together to form the Creoles in Sierra Leone. Also, there was many Black Brazilians that went back to Nigeria too. So it was some of our people that wanted to go back. So go back to Africa. So I don't understand why we are just discussing Liberia, because I'm pretty sure if I'm pretty sure they wanted to stay there because they built a community there. They built something there. So I just don't understand why people were trying to act like they just didn't want to be there.
Can I say this? They didn't build anything there, sis. They've been in a perpetual civil war ever since then. Even before there, it was stuff going on. But ever since them so-called Africans or Black people from the diaspora went there, it's been a perpetual civil war, nonstop. You know what I'm saying? They've been fighting over something. Who's going to control the oil? Who's going to control the diamonds? Who's going to be the ruling class? Who's going to be the peasants? They've been in that's not a place that anybody would want to be.
Let me say this.
You're just okay.
Go ahead,
Go
Maria.
ahead, Big Black. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I think you responded.
But see, Volo, that's just Liberia. What about okay, when the Brazilians went back to Nigeria? So it's just that one thing with Liberia. And yes, I know that Sierra Leone had a civil war too. I understand that, but there has been many. And then there was Black Americans that went back to Ghana too years ago. It didn't just start. It was years ago. Black Americans that have been going to Ghana too. So there has been many back to Africa migrations, back to Africa movements. So
these were political plans, and they work well for African homogeny and our relations, but these were all political plans. It wasn't like these black people went over there on their own. Like these were all funded by presidents and governors of America. Like it's to build better relations. I can pull those up. I can pull up Paul Cuffey, which you brought about 1812. Yeah, somebody sent him. He wasn't out of his own accord going. Somebody sent him.
Well, I mean, there's groups of so-called Black Americans. I don't consider them Black Americans anymore, but that have left on their own. Like I bring this up all the time. The Black Americans that left and went to Israel. You know what I mean? They don't consider themselves to be Black Americans or none of that anymore. They consider themselves to be Israelis now. They got their own town over there in Israel. They in the worst part. They over there right next to the nuclear bombs, you know, but they consider themselves to be Israelis now, and they only left in the 70s. They just left, you know, but they over there having children and grandchildren now, so they not a part of this culture, or not, they went through an ethnogenesis there.
But Volvo too, that you gotta understand too, you know, those Liberians that went over there, they still group themselves together. You know what I'm saying? So they're like they're in Liberia, they're their own ethnic group. So yeah, we still have people that's still connected to us, and they trace their bloodline all the way back to slavery in America.
How are they connected to us, bro? They've been gone for 200 years.
Did you hear what I said though? They formed their own ethnic group. They had like different ethnic groups in Liberia where they stayed together to keep their blood kind of homogenous, meaning that okay, we still have the bloodline back to slavery.
Notice you said
those are our people.
That's not our people, bro.
Yes, they are. Some of them have a direct descendant right back to slavery here in America.
But well, that's rare that they can prove that, bro. They mixed in with those.
It's not that rare. No, it's still.
It is that
you gotta
rare.
Understand. Here's the thing. What's different from with Africa? They're still tribal groups, and they take pride in those tribes.
Okay,
so
but how can they trace their lineage back, bro?
They call them America. What do they call them, Marie?
How can they trace their tribe back, bro? Teach me this. Teach me. How can they trace their tribe back? How can they trace back?
But they can trace their lineage back to slavery.
How can they trace? Like
some of them mix, but a lot of them they group themselves.
That ain't what I'm asking though, bro. Like if you ask me, how can I trace my lineage back to the 1700s? I can give you a clear-cut answer. So that's what I'm looking for on your behalf.
Okay, they do it by word of mouth as far as like
oral
history. Like most Africans do, like keep their history by oral.
Well, then that's not accurate. I can give you an oral history of what happened.
I'm okay. So you're asking what the American
Liberian, yeah. Do they have their own ethnic group?
Okay, well, I'll say this. There has been plenty of Liberians that did their ancestry DNA test. I'm related to some Liberians. Maybe native Liberians, not so much of American Liberians, which I think is kind of crazy. But the ones that took the DNA test, like the one lady, she's Grebo. I seen that she has some Mali lineage, like she has some Mali DNA, and she had Ghanaian DNA, and a little bit of Nigeria. So I mean, I would have to see an American Liberian take their test because I'm pretty sure if they're a American Liberian, they're probably going to have a high percentage of Nigerian DNA.
Let me.
The reason why I say that because most African Americans, every DNA test that I looked up that an African American took, Nigeria is the highest. Nigeria is the highest. So I'm pretty sure if an American Liberian took their test, it will probably be some Nigerian, probably be some Mali, probably be Ghanaian too, some Ghanaian DNA. So I don't know, but
brother Vovo, let me say this real quick. I just want to get this out.
I want to touch on what you were saying.
Let me just get this out, bro. Because someone said Pan-Africanism is dead, which I disagree. I think Pan-Africanism is alive and well. Simply, we can take the fact that we're on this channel, right, a Pan-African channel, and we talk to the brothers and sisters around the world. They call in. There's a cry for Pan Africanism. Now, is it? If we're at a situation where, the level that we're at, there needs to be a building to go to the next level, right? Let's take a look at, like, if anyone ever lift weights, like did some powerlifting, there's always that peak. You ever lift weights to that particular peak where you have to, what I'm saying, get to that next level, to get to that next set, that higher set, you have to do a little extra more lifting. Maybe you're at that particular level. Maybe you're at, let's say, maybe like 235. Maybe you have to lift that for a whole month to get to 245. You see what I'm saying? That's the level we're at now. It's like, okay, because if you look on the continent, they're at a certain level. You look at in the diaspora, in different places, they're at a certain level, and everybody's like, okay, what's next? We're at the what's next stage. So that's my.
Yeah, some people are at the what's next stage, but here in America, shit, we doing good. We doing pretty good.
We're at the worst. We're at the what's next
stop
stage.
against.
Can I say
we
this?
just trying to keep growing. But here's what I feel about DNA ancestry.
Wanted to see what would happen if I
that's what I wanted to touch on. If you're taking a DNA test,
with the help of my wife, we extracted enough saliva to send off in the mail. We were so excited to see the results. After about 3 months, we were shocked. My lizard was 51% Ashkenazi Jewish. He was also 48% West Asian. This was really interesting. They also gave us a little bit of his background and his history, what he liked to eat, etc. Let us know which animal's DNA we should send in next.
Okay, but wait a minute.
I don't know.
Wait a minute. I don't think this is the reason why I don't think DNA is not fake, because if you look up where mostly enslaved Africans from all the Americas, I'm talking about South America, North America. If you look at where we came from, where most of us came from, I'm talking about the maybe 50% of enslaved Africans came from. We came from Angola, the Congo, present day Angola, present day Congo, and Nigeria. And if you look at the African American DNA test, what do you see? You see Nigeria as the highest. And then you'll see maybe Cameroon and stuff like that, but that's in that area. So I don't think it's fake. Also, the DNA test, you have your DNA matches. My mom showed up on there. My grandma took the test. She showed up as my grandma. My dad's side of the family showed up on there. So how is it fake? And then I got plenty of Nigerian DNA matches. I found like maybe 12 Nigerian DNA matches, and most of them are Igbo. I found about 4 Liberians. I found about 3 Ghanaians, and these are African DNA matches, that Africans that took the test. So how is it fake?
The companies is fake. DNA is absolutely real, but it can only tell you a region or something like that. But the companies, that's only one story. Guys been sending dog DNA, all the DNA from pigs. They've been swabbing pigs and all that. It can only tell you a region anyway. And then wouldn't it be more cost effective for me to, bro? You don't want to get them a copyright strike, bro. Bro, you don't want to keep doing that and get them a copyright strike.
If it's a copyright strike, and I think you gotta say something before you play it, but I don't know if we want to do that right now. Yeah.
But my thing is, if you the companies, I think 23andMe just went out of business or filed for bankruptcy or something like that. But my thing is this: you don't know those people. You don't know those people. I'm not swabbing my cheek and then waiting in the mail every day, like, oh, I can't wait for my DNA result to come back. Oh my God, I'm 23% Nigerian. That's silly to me. I always felt like that was silly. I don't know where everybody's at with it in their life or what's their story or what they've been through. But if I want to know something about my history, I can call right to Alabama, right to Mississippi. Hey, what was what's name? What was Uncle June? What he do for a living? I can call to Oklahoma. You know, I can call to Arkansas. Everybody don't got that luxury. I get it, but you know what I'm saying? Like waiting on these people to send me a piece of paper, and then it tells me that I'm 30% Liberian, and I'd be like, oh yeah, I started dressing like a Liberian and changed my name, and now I'm back. This is my people. That's silly.
I mean, okay, I understand. I respect your opinion, Vovo, but you know, doing a DNA test, it helped me get citizenship in Sierra Leone. I have a village there. I have land there in Sierra Leone. So for me, it was a good thing. So I don't know about everybody else, but it's a good thing because I love Sierra Leone. It's a beautiful country, but doing a DNA test, it has helped me get citizenship, which I wanted in Sierra Leone, and I have land, I have a village now. So to me, I want to reconnect with my African lineage. So for me, it was important. I don't know about everybody else, and that's fine. I respect everybody's opinion, but for me, it was good.
Legendary Topcast is in the chat. Wow, I would never thought I'd see him in the chat.
I already handled him. He was real easy to handle. He was extremely easy, huh? Extremely. But yeah, you know, like you know, my thing is this, you know, like this whole back to Africa thing and feel like we missing something in Africa. I don't think that like the people that say that are really paying attention. Now, I know it's gonna be, oh, you need to go there. If I do go there, I'm gonna be at all the nice parts. I'm gonna be all at the nice hotels. I'm gonna be on the nice beaches. I'm not about to go in the bush and be dealing with the real organic people. I'm gonna be dealing with the bellhops, the people at the restaurant that's cooking, the people that's trained and know how to work with tourists and know how to work with foreigners. Because if I go to Africa, I'm gonna be a foreigner. So I'm gonna be at the nice parts. I'm not going to the village and be like, hey, I need to come back, baby. I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. Fit me back in. No, I'm not doing that. For me, that's silly. When I watch Africa, I watch African news. You know what I'm saying? I'm the type of guy that if it's a story I like, I'll watch the news and put the subtitles on, and I'll read the news, and that's not just African news, Asian news, news from South America. I like follow world news, and when I see Africans floating away, trying to float to Spain, and they mailing themselves out of there and all that kind of stuff, man, I don't think there is nothing there, you know, in 2025.
But
Oh, go ahead.
Volvo, that's only a few Africa. That's not the whole continent of Africa. It's only a few people that's trying to come to. That's only a small. I'm sorry. That's only a small percentage of Africans trying to come over here. Like you
But
can't
not
just
just that. Oh, go ahead.
go. No, you go ahead. That's
But
fine.
sister,
That's fine.
not just that. Like there's Africans got cell phones now. They got cell phones too. They record their village and record their daily life and all that. When I see these people washing their clothes in buckets and still walking around with the water thing on their head, walking 5 miles to go get some water and no running water and no electricity, and in the nice parts of the country they still having power outages, and I'm seeing people defecating on the street. I'm seeing that. I'm seeing that. That ain't nothing. That ain't open source and all that. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a big fat American.
Try to be
Yeah,
respectful,
I'm a
brother.
big fat American.
Brother, stop trying to be respectful, brother. I just, some might, some might take it like, oh, he's just trying to talk about us. You know what I mean?
Bro, I don't care what I know where I'm saying this from, bro. I'm Vovo. Everybody know that Vovo get nasty. I like getting nasty. I get nasty, but I'm not saying nothing that. Why is that so offensive, bro? To acknowledge the problem.
Yeah,
If
it's
I
not
got
like
cancer,
it's not like he throwing shots. He was literally just
if I got
speaking
cancer,
the truth.
Literally,
Speaking the truth.
he does it. What I'm saying, he's not trying to throw shots, but like somebody take it, brother might take it and hear it the wrong way. That's what I'm saying.
Straight, Doc. Give it to me straight, Doc. If I got cancer or I got a brain tumor or something like that, I'm gonna say, hey, Doc, give it to me straight. Don't tell me, oh no, I don't gotta stay this up. No, what can we do to fix this problem?
Yeah, that's another cultural. That's another cultural divide we do have, though, Vovo. We are very blunt in America. We're like we super blunt. Like we grow up like that. If you a dirty young boy, they gonna tell you, hey, shawty, them shoes, them Jones beat. Like, we ain't gonna spare your feelings. So that's something that they gotta
Right, but then a
get
nigga,
accustomed to when they come dealing with us.
fine. But then somebody will bring you a pair of shoes. I done brought shoes to school and brought clothes to school. Come to the house, bring you a bag. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? And people done did that for me. They done did that for me. When I got out of jail, my family, they took me shopping. They bought me a little bit of stuff. But then after that, you know what I'm saying? I had to get some hand-me-down jeans. Hey, man, I don't really wear these jeans no more. I can't fit them. Bro. Here go a hat. Here goes something. Try to thug it out. You know what I'm saying? We
Here
might.
go this coat. Here go this coat I had last year. You could rock this. You know what I'm saying?
You said what?
Like, you would give away a coat or something, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Something that you used to have, but now you got something new you could spare.
Yeah, like you said, a coat. Yeah, man, that's my last year joint. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with a hole in the pocket, bro, but you can cover it up. That's what I did. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know what I mean? You know, I got the new one, you got the other one. You know what I'm saying? Like stuff like that. But unless if we acting like it ain't no problem there in this Wakanda, you sadly mistaken. I hate to bust your bubble, but I don't think it's no Wakanda. I've never been there. You know what I'm saying?
But see, Vovo, you know, me and you are from the same state. I'm from Ohio too. But and I'm from Columbus, Ohio. But still, I think I think you should visit. Like, I think you should visit. I don't think I everywhere has bad parts and good parts. But I think you should visit. Like, why even say something like that? Like, I think that's rude.
I mean, well, I'm sorry, sis. That's just what it is. Ain't nothing I can do to fix that. I'm not trying to be rude, but if that's how your feelings are set up, I'm not really trying to be rude. I could talk I could say some crazy stuff. I got all types of jokes loaded.
No, don't do that, please.
No, I'm not. This ain't the temperature of the space. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not.
Hey, Vovo, you should come to DC. You should come check out.
Never been to DC. I was just down there in Columbus. I was in Grove City. Never been to California.
Let me say this real quick, Vovo. And Marie, first of all, can you let people up if you got the controls like that?
No, I don't. I don't have control. I can't let anybody up. I don't have I can't let everybody up. Only Dinah can.
Oh, you can let people up, Vovo?
Yeah. Who is it?
No, I don't know if anyone. Let me see. I was just asking, but I don't even know if anybody was in the back chat.
It's gonna be $100 fee though. It's $100 fee. I'm running the tight ship around here.
Yeah, $100 check-in. $100 check-in.
Yeah. I'm running the tight ship around here. He left me in charge. I'm running the top ship. You see, I'm at the top. I'm right under him. I'm the underboss around here.
I was going because legendary top cat. I was gonna see if you and him could go at it. That'd have been nice.
I already cooked him. He really. I cooked him on his own channel.
Ola wants the link though.
Ola wants the link.
So where y'all? So what do y'all?
They talking about Vovo never left the Midwest. I've been all over the United States and Canada. I'm a truck driver.
Where y'all got the link?
Nah, Vovo. I know you move. I know you in America, so I know you. It's lit. It's lit for you. You got the lots and all types of shit going on. It's
got the lots.
Yeah, you pulling up to the lots and dropping off.
Oh yeah. You know, I'm driving.
Nah, I ain't talking about that, man.
What you talking about?
What I was about to say, but where y'all suggest people go in Africa that is like that people should, you know what I mean? Because I have no idea. People always say just go to Africa, but it's a whole continent, and then there's so much going on there. So where do you suggest people go that's safe?
Well, Senegal is a nice country. A lot of people go to Tanzania. Some people go to Rwanda. Some people go to South Africa, Ghana. But those are the countries that most African Americans go to. But see, me, I like Sierra Leone. Nigeria's.
Hey, Vovo, look at the private chat.
I only could talk about those two countries.
Are they safe? Is it safe there?
Brother, I'm gonna have to remove you, brother. Don't be doing that. Okay, he left me in charge. I told you it's $100 check-in.
That's the
Go ahead, Rob. Go
StreamYard.
ahead. No, go ahead, sis. I'm sorry. I wasn't talking to you. I'm just big black. I'm talking to big black. I'm gonna have to throw big black ass out of here.
Oh, you dead serious?
Oh no,
Donna,
I'm
oh, go ahead.
I mean, oh no, I'm just saying that only been to Sierra Leone and only been to Nigeria. Um I like those countries, but see me, I'm a humble person. Um I don't like, I mean, yeah, you're gonna see areas that are not like, but I'm a humble person. I don't mind going to the bush. I'm like Dinus. I go to the bush, or I don't like calling it the bush. I like the village. I like the rural areas. I like that stuff because I like nature. So to me, it may be different for me because I'm more of a nature person. I'm just like Dinus. When I go to Africa, I want to go to the rural areas. I want to go to the village because it's more peaceful. The air is more pure. I love the fruit trees there. I love the red clay dirt. I love all that stuff. But people are different for me, so I can't. I'm just saying you'll have to go to visit. You'll have to go to visit. So I mean, I can't really say. I can't really say. You'll just have to go to visit. But most of the countries that African Americans go to, they go to Senegal, they go to Rwanda, they go to Kenya, they go to Tanzania, they go to South Africa. Those are the. I mean, if you want like, because African Americans, they're used to the American lifestyle. Those are the countries I'll say. South Africa, Rwanda, Kenya, things like that. Senegal. I'll just say that.
No, notice this. Go back, brother, to that photo. You just all the photos is on the beach. That's the resort. All that's the
Nah, I
resort.
was looking at that. I
Yeah,
think
you
that's
see
the
this nice,
Queenstown.
beautiful sign. You see that nice, beautiful sign. That's the resort. That's manufactured. That's not the real way the 99% of the people live. Look, everybody got phones out and dressed nice and on the beach, and look, white folks right there. Come on, man. Like, bro, I'm telling you, you go 30 miles the other way. I'm the type of guy. I don't like nature like that. I'm a city slicker.
Yeah,
I
me
like
too.
concrete buildings, and I like running water, and I like the McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? Did you all see Popeyes got a new pickle flavor out? It's a beast. It's a beast. You know what I'm saying? I like Popeyes and Subways and stuff like that. Burger King. I'm not built like that. I'm be real. I like that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? It'd be nice, but I gotta have my comforts. I'm gonna be real.
Well, then I think South Africa would be better for you then because it's more developed.
I'm not
It's more
chasing
developed
Africa though,
there.
sis. I'm not. If I want to
Huh?
get back to nature, I'm like I said, I got family all over the South. They got big houses and big pieces of land and all that. I don't even really like going down there because it's too hot. It's
But
too hot.
but Vovo, but Vovo, I'm not telling you to stay there. I'm just telling you to visit. It's
Oh
nothing
yeah, ain't
wrong
nothing
with
wrong with
visiting
visiting, but
different
I'm
countries.
coming back. I ain't, like I said, if I do visit, it's gonna be somewhere. It's gonna be the resort. I'm not going nowhere off the beaten path. I'm not going nowhere off the beaten path. I'm not going
Well,
nowhere where I.
that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. That's fine, Vovo. But I'm just saying, just visit. I mean, because look, it's nothing like to me. I feel like, well, in my opinion, I feel like every African American should at least visit Africa once in their life. I mean, an African country. Sorry, an African country once in their life. I mean, but that's just
Are
me.
you
That's my opinion. I know everyone's not going to go, and that's fine.
are you really truly getting the true experience if you're staying at the resort? If you're staying at the places where they know, you know what I'm saying, if you're staying at the nice places, are you really truly getting
Remember, she said she liked the hut. Remember, she just said she liked the bush.
yeah, well,
Like
she getting the real experience.
Dinus was
I
in the
never get the real experience.
Dinus was in the villages and I know you seen it. I seen you in the
I remember
comments,
we,
Bobo.
we, we went to Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico
getting
right there.
prayers on them.
They were shooting outside the hotel. They were shooting outside the hotel. I said, what? And that's just in Puerto Rico. They got their own thing going over there. I ain't about to go over there and be like, what's up? Yeah, no, none of that. ain't my business.
Oh my God, Vovo, come on, stop it. That's not right. Stop it.
I wouldn't just. I commend your bravery, and I like your spirit. You know, ain't nothing wrong. If that was you, I'm not that adventurous. You know what I mean? I like to watch TV and and lean back.
I can't
You
with
know,
you. I'm sorry.
that's how I guess I'm spoiled. You know what I mean? But hey,
No, I'd be like that. I went to Tallahassee and I seen it wasn't no real like no metros or no. I'm like, this what in the world? Everything far as hell. I'm talking about 5-6 miles to the next strip mall and everything. I'm like, dang. And that was just for Tallahassee. So I could imagine if I was in a rural village in Senegal with no roads, and it'd be different. It'd be different for sure.
and then you don't understand the people. You don't speak the language. They gonna know you're a foreigner. You look different. You're gonna have a different manner, a different different. You're gonna speak a different language. You know what I'm saying?
But Vovo, if you go to the English speaking parts, they speak English like if you're in the city, they speak English. Like, okay, maybe you may have a problem if you go to Mali, Benin, Togo, places like that. Now Senegal too, because Senegal they speak French too. So if you go to Senegal, you may have to have an interpreter, not interpreter, oh gosh, what are they called?
Interpreter.
Yes, interpreter. See, look at me. My mind is like, okay. But yeah, you'll have to have that because they speak French over there. I don't know if some Senegalese if they speak English or not. I don't know. I've never been there. I have to ask Dinah's. Dinah's been there plenty of times. But yeah. Yeah, I'll just say that. But if you go to like Ghana, Nigeria, like places like that, Sierra Leone, they speak English. They speak English, and I have no
Well, when they
problem.
hear my English, when they hear my old Midwest ass English, they gonna know I'm not from there. The way I'm gonna
Oh,
be dressed gonna be different from them. The way I'm gonna
oh,
be walking, the way I smell is gonna be different. You know what I'm saying?
oh,
Everything about me gonna be different. The way I wear my hair gonna be different. Like I just wish that I'm seeing a lot of black people get away from it, but this whole we all melanated, so we all the same, and all that. Like we family, and we're really not though. Just because we share a similar skin tone and maybe even a similar phenotype, that don't make us all family. We're not even here. When the African is here, I used to couldn't spot them because I wasn't really paying attention, but now I can spot them immediately, and they have a different manner, a different energy, a different spirit. You know what I mean? Than me. Even somebody from the Caribbean, they just have a different energy, a different spirit, and you can spot them now. You know what I'm saying? Different.
Vovo. Of course, we all have different cultures, but our DNA, and this has been proven. African Americans and Caribbeans, we have West and Central Africa DNA. So we have the same DNA, but yes, culturally we are different because of course we was brought over here, and we have, some Jamaicans, they have a dialect that they speak. I think they speak is it potos? I don't know how to say it. But like, and then you have some Gullah Geechee, they have a African dialect. They speak Gullah and stuff like that. And then you have the Creoles in Louisiana and Alabama. They speak Creole. So of course we have different cultures and subcultures and stuff like that. But it doesn't mean that we're not the same people. Like, we're the same people, but we have different cultures. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Gullah is in fact an American dialect. It's not an African dialect.
I'm sorry. That is wrong. That is wrong
Well,
because
then
the
where do they
Gullah
speak it at?
Geechee. No, wait a minute. No, wait. The Gullah Geechee people, they come from Sierra Leone and the Congo,
That's where they
So
and
come
where do
from.
they
But
speak the
the
they
language at?
language is English. It's an American dialect. It's a
uh,
dialect of English. It's not a
um
dialect of African.
But
They're not
they have
speaking
African
African,
words, and they have
but
African
they're
words.
speaking Yes, it's a dialect of English.
Let me ask
Okay,
you
but
this, right?
the only reason why I was saying that, because now you're trying, now there's people, and I'm not saying you, but there's people trying to say that the Gullah Geechee, they're indigenous Americans. And that's the reason why I was saying that, because now you got people trying to say that the Gullah Geechee, they're indigenous Americans, and that's false. Gullah Geechee people, they know where they come from. Sierra
Yeah, they
Leone and the
mix.
Congo.
They're Sierra Leone, Congo, and indigenous American amalgamation. Yes, they are mixed. That's why they know they from Sierra Leone.
Yeah,
They can trace it back.
let
They
me
know.
let me ask you this, because I usually when I have conversations with Pan Africanists, it turns into a troll thing. Let me ask you this seriously: what is this search for Africa? Like this search, like what do you like? Because when I speak to y'all, it's like y'all chasing a Wakanda, or like y'all chasing. It's like oh, it's so great over there. Like we're missing so much, and like what is this search for Africa?
Well, for me, I just want to get back to my African roots. I want to know, like, look, we were brought over here. Why wouldn't I want to know about my African ancestors? Like, where did, like, what kind of stuff they did? Like, what did they do in the villages? Like, what foods they ate? Like, what type of spirituality that, that stuff, like their
Five
spiritual
hundred.
systems. But look, this is what I'm trying to what I'm trying to tell you. For me, that's I can't speak to any other Pan African. I can't speak for all them. I can only speak for myself. I wanted to know what type of names did they have, what my ancestors were like over there, what kind of spiritual systems did they practice, what kind of food, all that type of stuff. It's nothing wrong with that. Yes, I know African Americans, we have our own culture. I know that. I know we have hoodoo, we have Louisiana voodoo, I know we have soul food. I know all that different stuff. I understand that, and I appreciate my African American culture too. But what I want to learn is about my Western Central African culture too, and I don't feel like it's anything wrong with that.
I mean, well, yeah. I mean, if that's it ain't. You ain't hurting nobody with that. Yeah, you ain't hurting nobody with that. My thing is, don't let nobody. I think it's silly, but don't let even me. Don't let me shame you out of that. If that's what you into, that's what you into. You ain't hurting nobody with that. Period. Me, my thing is that where I'm at with it, I feel like my people are the greatest people ever walked this planet. We started as slaves. They make fun of us for that. We said, but what, you weren't a slave over there? What the hell y'all been doing all this time? When we was in slavery, you could have been building and doing whatever. What were you doing? You weren't doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? They make fun of our names. Like, oh, you have the white man's name. That ain't the white man's name no more. But that's a part of the story. That they took our names, but we got great names like Jackson, Michael Jackson, Samuel L. Jackson. These are great people. Robinson, Smokey Robinson, and Ray Charles Robinson. Great names like that. Williams, there's so many Williams, Serena Williams, and all that type of stuff. Like we got great. We have an incredible story. You know what I mean? Like that. Like I can't attribute none of that to Africa because ain't none of them people was over there in Africa. You know what I mean? Like just the stuff that we've been through, our incredible history. You know what I mean? Like I can't give that to Africa. I'm gonna be real. There ain't none of that African. We created the most greatest music. We changed the way that music sounds throughout the world. We changed the way that music sounds. Like music will never sound the same way again. People imitate our music. They imitate the way that we walk, the way that we talk. We changed the English language. The black man you're looking at right here changed the way that other men carry themselves throughout the world. Braids and shit. You never seen a white man with braids. We've been braiding our hair. I had braids ever since I was a baby. That's a part of the culture. You don't cut the baby hair before you're like 2. You know what I'm saying? So like usually little black boys, you will see little black boys with braids. Now you see white men wearing braids and Latinos and even Asians and stuff like that. 2 earrings in their ear. That come from us wearing jewelry. And I know we didn't invent jewelry and all that, but the way that we wear our jewelry and the fact that we always wearing it everywhere we go and shit like that, they mimic us. the way that we walk, the way that we talk. We started as slaves. That's incredible to me, and I can't contribute none of that to Africa, man. We have a long, rich history, here in America. The things that the American Negro did here in America ain't never been seen on planet Earth, and it's the envy of all the world. I'm not about to contribute that to Africa. Ain't no Harriet Tubman was no African. Martin Luther King was not an African. Even we go back, Nat Turner wasn't no African. You know Nat Turner for his work here in America. You know Harriet Tubman for her work here. Madam C.J. Walker, Michael Jackson, Jay-Z, Beyonce, Lil Baby, so many people, you know what I mean? All of our Frederick Douglass, you know what I'm saying? Even our modern people like Tariq Nasheed, they keep bringing Tariq up. Tariq fire. Tariq is a dope nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a dope nigga. That's a dope Black American. You know, that's a dope descendant of slaves. You know what I'm saying? Even our Pan-African is Dr. Umar Johnson, the top Pan-African is in the country, in the world probably. You know what I'm saying? Which I don't agree with the shit that he be saying, but you know what I'm saying? Like he's still a rider. You know what I'm saying? So I can't give away this culture, man.
No, but you know what? I'm sorry. Maybe we shouldn't talk about Umar Johnson because he wants to build a school for children, but can't even take care of his own daughter. So how?
Oh no, I don't
So
want to.
how?
Yeah, I don't
No,
want to
no,
get
no, wait a minute. No, because you mentioned him. You mentioned
no,
him. So
but I know that that's a triggering
I know,
subject.
no, no.
Man,
Wait
I
a minute.
apologize.
Wait a minute. You mentioned
I'm
him, so now I'm going to say it. I'm gonna say it.
well. My thing is
How
this says
can
right.
you
I
open
can't
a
have a
school?
chatty patty.
How
Go ahead
can
and say
you
what I say,
open?
but I can't be chatty patty about that man business and all that type of stuff. I really don't. I'm a man. I really
So
don't like to get
okay,
into that.
okay, that's fine, but still, I still think he's wrong. You're trying to
My
open.
thing is this, he got the right concept, but he's not applying it. He's got the right if he really a Pan-Africanist, right? That's one of the ways to fight. If you it's really a dope concept. He's gonna indoctrinate the children with Pan-Africanism. He wants to start a school centered around Pan-Africanism, and then that's what you're supposed to do. You at that school, you could build doctors, lawyers, plumbers, builders, and then you send them back to their respective countries to go build, and they got degrees, they got the skills, they got the know-how. That's actually a dope concept. You know what I mean? I don't believe it even work, but he not making good on his promise. It's not that hard to open a school, especially when you him. When you him and you've been taking in donations and you got you got followers and all that, they could get that done. They could get that done. It's him. He don't know what he's doing. He ain't a hustler. He's a panhandler more than anything. And I hate to say I like the brother. I like the fact that he's a rider, but that's as far as I go with it. Like I feel like his ideology is off, and I feel as though that his approach is off. But you know what I mean? He you know, I mean, he got the right concept.
Okay, so okay, so for the African American, okay, I'm just gonna say African Americans. That's the term I prefer. So if the African Americans are not trying to go to Africa, what are we trying to do here? Because um what we're doing here is it's not working out. What about the communities and stuff that we need to build? Like a lot of black people with money, some of them they don't want to go back and live in the hood because of what all the stuff that's going on in the hood. What do you all plan to do? That's what I'm trying to say. What are you all planning to do? Because right now this it's not working out. Is what in the black communities. I'm not saying we don't have any good black communities like
You
successful.
lagging. You lagging.
Huh?
Ain't lacking for me.
She ain't lagging for you. She lagging for me. My bad.
All I'm just saying is that I'm not saying we don't have black successful proper prosperous communities, but most of them, why do you think people with money they don't want to go back there? Well, I mean,
Well,
so we need to do something with our communities. If you all want to plan to stay here, we need to do something with our communities, because even like I said, I live in Columbus, Ohio. I live 3 minutes away from a suburb. Do you think I want to go and live on 22nd and Livingston, live in the damn hood, and then somebody shoot up my damn house, or or uh or just crackheads everywhere, and whatever? You think I want to go and live in an area like that? No.
but
So
sis, you wanna
some
go ahead.
okay, go ahead, that's fine, go
But
ahead.
I mean, sis, you want to go live in the bush with some people you don't know? Like that's ain't really, you know. My
I'm
thing is
not
this,
I
right?
didn't say I didn't say I wanted to live in the bush. Who said I wanted to live in the bush? I just said I like going to the bush. I never said I wanted to live there.
Oh, okay. Well, my thing is this, right? It's a lot of boogeymaning going on right now. I live in the hood right now. I be on here every day, almost every day. I be on here every day. You ain't never heard, ain't no gunshots going off. I ain't never heard no bad. I ain't never heard the duck down or none of that type of stuff. I bought a house in the hood.
Now, Vovo, I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop you right there, because I went to Cleveland to go see my cousins, and at night, well, it wasn't even that like at night. It was maybe around 6 or 7 p.m. Me and my cousins, we was out there, and I heard gunshots, so they were so close that I started ducking and running. So I'm gonna have to stop you right there. That was in Cleveland. That was
I
in
mean,
Cleveland,
I
and
mean, we
it
say,
was gun. I was ducking. I said, I heard it was so close. It was so close. I was ducking. I said, I don't want to get shot.
Well, sis, ain't nobody looking for you, sis. I'm just keeping it real in Cleveland. Ain't nobody looking for you. Okay, I'm gonna say that. Yeah, that did happen, but that don't mean that that's all the time and all of that. That's something that had nothing to do with you.
and those aren't our only communities. It's
Huh?
like people only want to strive to the bottom of the barrel and say, "Oh yeah, these are our communities." But we got right here in PG County, we got
Mm.
several black communities that are winning, and it's crime happens everywhere. Like we can't say, "Oh yeah," because there was some shootings in the hood and somewhere where black people stay at. Yeah, we got to build them up. No, you move. They gonna
No, you don't.
they gonna realize it regardless. Like
You
there's
don't
gonna
have
be
to
poor
move.
people everywhere. The whole Appalachian region is full of all poor white people. It's much more. It's like 3 times as many poor white people in America than there are blacks. So we're doing very, very well, and it's only like a 7% in each and every country, not country, but state. We call them states here. Each and every state is only like 7%, 8% unemployment, 9% poverty, and poverty is like 12K. You make 12K and they say, yeah, you in poverty, but you never gonna be hungry. You won't have a place to stay. All these things. It's like people make it to the top of the mountain, then scream down, yeah, you're oppressed and you're in poverty, but you're really not. You really have an easy chance to make it from nothing to something in America. You can literally have nothing your whole childhood and become a millionaire when you're an adult. And the way we keep building up our communities is we just keep telling people to believe in the American dream. Don't stray away off the beaten path. Don't go and say, yeah, I'm going to Africa and I'm an African and all of these contrarian things to what being American is. You have free realm and you have free will. It's all on you. Jesus Christ. He gives you these unalienable rights that you are free from conception. In that womb, you are free. You are image bearer. And that's just what we believe here in America.
My thing is this, you know, the hood ain't that bad. It's like the hood people run the city. Like in my city, like, you know, like we the property owners on the street. You know what I mean? Like I'm not saying we own every piece of property, but you know what I mean. We the property owners. We own most of the property though, especially on this side of Cleveland. We own most of the property. The churches. We don't own most of the business, but it's a lot of black businesses. You know, we've been sabotaged. That's our problem. We're recovering from a sabotage of 2, I'm gonna say 3 generations. You know what I'm saying? So we're trying to recover from that. But I'm seeing my city be rebuilt. It's construction all over the city of Cleveland right now. The old dilapidated homes being tore down or they being renovated. Those vacant lots, they sticking houses in there. That's a testament to the people that run the city. The mayor's black. You know what I mean? The people on these boards of that post they got that American Rescue Plan money. They're some of them are black, you know, and the ones that is black, making sure that the money go to these communities. In my community, it ain't no lot of trash all around, and it's all super dirty and nasty. Now, is it some dilapidated places? Yeah, yeah. But you don't run away. The city, that's where the action at. You know what I'm saying? I used to live in the suburbs. I hated it. You know what I'm saying? Because I was away from the action. I was away from my people. Now, if that's what you want to do, you know, that's different. Like I said, I'm a city slicker. I gotta be where the action is. I gotta be where the action at to get it done. You know what I mean? Because that's how I move. I like to move. You know, I like to be in the mix. You know what I mean? So no,
Well,
but the goal is our goal. When we talk about FBA, we want a Freedmen's Bureau. That's what we want, Freedmen's Bureau. How the Indians got how we used to have the Freedmen's Bureau and how the Indians got the Bureau of Indian Affairs and all that. I would like to see one of those in every zip code that is majority Black Americans. I'm talking about a building where you can go and it's resources there. If you're having a problem with you know, the light bill or finding a job or something like that, you can go to this building. And if you a freedman or foundation, if you can trace your lineage back to the 1870 census, you qualify for any resources that's in that building. I would like to see a doctor's office in the building, dentist in that building, where you can go right in the community and you can go get anything you need. You having trouble with your rent, we can figure something out for you. You know what I'm saying? Like you know, that's what I want to see. You know what I mean? That's part of like hopefully a reparations package. You know what I'm saying? But you know, like that's what we want to see as Black people. That's the plan, not to run away and be somewhere else. Like, no, they did too much work here. That's disrespectful. In my opinion, that's disrespectful to our ancestors if
well,
we run away.
but I don't see that. I don't see that as running away either, because we have a right to go live in an African country too. That's where our ancestors came from, And if the white people had brought us over here, why is it not right? Why is it not okay for some of us to, if someone like an African American wants to go live in an African country, I don't see why that's not okay either, because that's where our ancestors come from. If they would never brought us over here, we would not be over here, correct? So why is it such a bad thing if an African American wants to leave and go live in an African country and people see it as fleeing? I don't think that's right either, because we were literally forced to come over here. So I don't think that's right either.
Well, my thing is go for it. If that's what you want to do, go for it. Like
But but you but you said it was fleeing. You said it was
I said
fleeing.
run
That's
away.
not
I said run
right.
away, but yeah, I guess that's yeah. I do think it is. I think that you like if you saying if your argument is it's so bad there and we're not winning. We are winning. We're not winning and we're not doing anything. So so you searching for Wakanda. That's what I'm getting. Like you going to Africa thinking that you lost something or thinking that you're missing something. You know what I mean? So because we're not doing great here. We're doing awesome here. Black Americans are doing awesome. I'm seeing I've only shot Black American as much as I can. I'm gonna say that. As much as I can. Like if I'm in a pinch to where I can't make it to my spots, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm about to run out of gas or something, then I may have to go to an Indian gas station or like an Arab gas station. But I got Black gas stations. I'll be in there all the time. Sometimes I go in there and just get a cup of coffee. Just to talk to my people. And we be talking politics in there and talking, just talking sports and all that. You know what I mean? We might sit around and have a 15, 20, 30-minute conversation about nothing. You know what I'm saying? But that's at the Black gas station. Black people go up there and just talk, just talk mess. You know what I mean? So, we is winning. We need more unity here. We
You
need
know,
more unity.
you know what? I'm sorry. Like, I mean, I know this is Dinah's channel, but and I know he welcomes everyone. But you know what? Never mind. It's okay. Go
No,
ahead,
I
brother.
know what you're saying. No,
Go.
I know what you're saying. No, I know what you're saying. You're saying like, oh well, I shouldn't be up here.
No,
I
not
get it.
you. Not you. I'm talking about some of these people in the chat. They talking crazy. I'm like, this is a Pan-African channel. What the fuck are you on here if you don't think that we never came from Africa? Go to them Aboriginal indigenous channels. Like, why are you here? You up there talking crap in the goddamn chat room. Go to Aboriginal Power and Dane Calloway. This is a Pan-African channel, and I know Dinah's welcomes everyone, but you're not gonna be talking stuff in the chat. Because if it was up to me, your fucking ass will be blocked. But Dinah's don't want me to block y'all. So shut up.
Oh, you just can't let that bother you. You letting the troll account bother you. You gotta have some thick skin.
I'm just saying. I don't like that. Don't be trying to say that we're not from Africa. Speak for your fucking self. Speak for yourself. If you feel like you're
Yeah, I
that
don't
you're
see.
stay brainwashed and stay having an identity crisis. Don't talk about all of us don't come from Africa because we do. If
I
you
don't
want to
see that in
stay
the.
and
I
have
don't
an
see that in the
identity
chat.
crisis, that's fine.
I ain't see that in the chat. Where they saying that at?
No, I don't see that either.
Oh no, Vovo, they in the chat talking crap, talking about we're not from Africa and all this stuff. Stay having
What's
an
wrong with
identity
them not
crisis.
being from Africa? I mean, you don't have to get so elated about someone else holding their own personal opinion about themselves. They're saying they aren't from Africa.
But still, no.
I mean,
No,
we are
don't
on a panel
sit up
talking about
here.
black people. We talking about black people. We didn't say African people. We're talking about black people. So here in America, it's multiple different black people. Like the people in Cleveland ain't the black people in DC. Like we all know that.
Oh yes, we is.
When I'm talking about like as in America, as us, you was a Cleveland dude and I'm a DC dude.
Right.
You know that. You know, like
yeah, I know that. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
You would know Cleveland stuff, and I would know DC stuff. Like
I agree with that.
we similar, but we different.
No, I want to say that I guess like
we
different
similar,
parts.
but we different. You a
We
Cleveland
live in
dude,
different parts of the country, but how do people
Cleveland
get up there
history.
from DC to DC? They came right off the plantation with us.
But our history is gonna be different. Like I got
you say great migration.
My history goes Virginia. My history goes Virginia, then it goes South Carolina, then it goes North Carolina, and then it come back to DC.
Okay. Y'all stayed in that region, but you said great migration.
Yeah, great migration.
I'm a product of the great migration as well. That's American history.
From South Carolina came to New York. I mean to DC to do the church shit. But in South Carolina, it was more domestic. But the Great Migration was to do industrial shit. So your family went in the Great Migration and went to Cleveland. But my family came
my grandfather
to DC.
got a job with the city. That's the first person to come up here 120 years ago.
My family came to DC and more like spiritual and church, shit like that.
Yeah, it's a guy in the chat. Let me just clarify that. Saying it's called the welfare office. It is called the welfare office where you go and get resources and try to go and get help. But I'm saying we need to make it more specific. More specific for this. These resources are set aside for a certain group of people. Anybody can go into the welfare office. No, we need the resources set aside for a certain group of people.
Man, I can't stand these people. I'm sorry.
You talking to us?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking to my mom. I'm over my mom's house. I'm sorry, not y'all, but I'm sorry. I had to say it. I'm talking to my mom, and she laughed.
You let us know how you felt about it.
I'm saying I can't stand these people.
Yeah, you let us know how you felt about it.
I'm
That's
sorry.
all right. That's all right. I ain't even do nothing to you. I was having to see how you is.
I'm not talking about you, Vovo. I'm talking about the people in the chat.
I took that personal, sis. I took that personal, but it's cool.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But yeah. So I'm gonna have to get off here in a minute too. But yeah, like my thing is, like it's to each his own, you know what I mean? But I just don't see the value in Africa. And I mean, like, if I'm being honest, they got a monumental task in front of them. And I'm 38. I'll be 39 in August. I ain't got time to be trying to build nothing that ain't. I've already built a great life for myself here. You know what I mean? And my family winning. You know, I'm winning. You know what I mean? We need to do better. I'd rather invest my time and energy in the next generation coming up here in America behind us. You know what I mean? Like me going over there and trying to figure out a culture and figure out the language and all that. Now, it's some dope people that went over there. I see it all the time. I think I might put it in the back chat. But it's a guy called Zedlock23. He been over there for a while. I don't know if y'all ever seen him. He a Pan-Africanist. He from Atlanta. He building a mansion right in the middle of the jungle type shit. He's building a mansion. Like, I'm not even bullshit. I wish I could show my screen. But yeah, he building a mansion right there in the middle of the jungle. Right there in the middle. I'm talking about this he building a mansion. You know what I'm saying? All the dope Pan-Africanists is here. Dr. Umar Johnson, he ain't in Africa. Phil Scott, the African Diaspora News Channel, he not in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Grandmaster Jay, he not in Africa. You know what I'm saying? He in jail for Pan-Africanism. He was serious about it, and they hated on him for that. You know what I mean? So I just don't see I don't know, like the Pan-Africanists got the wrong argument. They should be arguing with their government there if they're really serious about Pan-Africanism, because their government there have the power to change the laws, change the rules, change that. They shouldn't be arguing with the Black Americans. We can't change nothing in no Africa.
Well, I don't know what African Americans are trying to argue with you guys. I mean, I only could speak for myself. I'm not trying to argue with, maybe I was trying to argue with someone, but I'm not trying to argue with anyone. If they want to stay here, that's fine. I don't care. I really don't care. Oh, Grandma, I have to look at that later.
That's
Okay.
Take it with you.
Give me a second, guys. I'm gonna mute myself.
Yeah, I gotta get off here, sis. For all the Volvo haters, just by the way, you know what I mean? Like, this is for all the Volvo haters.
About 3,000 Burundian francs. So according to this, their most valuable banknote, 10,000 franc, is about 3.3 US dollars.
As today's technology is lacking in Burundi, the jobs that exist in other countries don't exist here. We are on our way to conduct interviews with professionals from various classes of society, including policemen or carpenter. A person who owns a bicycle is considered to have a profession in Burundi. These people try to hold on to life by carrying the products from the farmers to the markets.
How far does it carry this load?
1 ton, they might go and get back around 9 hours. They went at 4 a.m.
They are barefoot. They don't feel safe in their feet.
In fact, they are taking them from another province, countryside. They earn 3,000 per day, approximately 90 cents.
They earn good then compared to the other guys.
Yeah, but they work hard. Imagine riding from one province to another, lot of kilometers, many hours. They also pay tax for that.
Bare feet, torn clothes. These cyclists, who have to take care of a family with many children by earning 90 cents a day, risk their lives by traveling sometimes 100 to 150 kilometers between cities for 10 to 12 hours every day. 200 kilograms load pushes bikes down at a speed of 70 to 80 kilometers per hour. Failure of the brakes against sudden pedestrians, vehicles, or road bends, or tire bursts can lead to terrible results. In the struggle for survival, people pushing their bikes uphill hold on to back of passing trucks to save energy and time. Some cyclists, on the other hand, cannot find something to hold on. They hang on the bike in front and the accidents are inevitable. According to the Highway Authority, there are about 12,000 kilometers of roads in Burundi, but only 14% of it is asphalt. There are people washing their bikes in the puddle of mud that formed after the rain. Some people dry their rain-soaked clothes on an electrical transmission tower on the street because they don't have a home. We are at the meeting and eating point of cyclists on a highway. What is that?
This is sweet potato, 100 Burundian.
How much does she earn per month?
5,000 Burundian, which is around $1.5.
How does she, get by?
And there are kids that are helping them selling mushrooms and whatever. The husband abandoned her.
Does she have any children who passed away?
Yeah, one kid, 3 years. Egg is 500. The benefit for one egg is 100.
How much is one bowl?
One plate is 500. They earn 2,000 a day, so they use 1,000 for food. And they save 1,000 to pay the rent at the end of the month.
They usually consume potatoes and beans as their food sources of energy are very limited. Begging is very common among people, whether they have a job or not. Some people from an early age seek help as soon as they see a friend. Our car has broken again. People just ask money from us. The tree prevented the car from falling off the cliff. Look.
Oh my.
Those who do not own a bicycle carry the bananas or other loads on their heads day and night to earn 50 cents a day, sometimes walking barefoot and transport them from the villages to cities kilometers away. These lives who walk from one city to another on foot exhaust their bodies and health on these roads. At their last stop, Bujumbura City Market, most products are sold directly from the farmer as there is not enough technology to process or package the products. Hello.
Well, you know, these are the people who transport for other people. Like we can get 1,000.
Really? In this market, which is the largest shopping center in the country, there is not much except food. They call this place Kotebu. Some people don't like the camera here. They are not used to it. This place is full of people. We are on our way to Gitega, the country's second largest city and capital, with a population of 135,000.
You guys. If we can take a limited time, not more than 5 minutes. So that it may not cause troubles.
Political turbulence reigns in every corner of the country. Our driver is wearing a jacket today and has a Bible on the front console of the car to skip the police checkpoints. Police checkpoints here starts with a stretched rope across. According to our guide, these people are from the youth branches of the leading party and they block the road to do identity checks. Our driver presents the documents at the checkpoint to the police, but they say that our car will be towed away since there's a crack in the windshield. The driver calmly negotiates with the police and pays a bribe of 5,000 Burundian francs, which is about $1.6.
Akira. Which one you know?
Akira.
He sows the road.
How much does he earn a month?
kwezi ntumbuye ndashaka kuronka ibihumbi 50 cyangwa 30.
I think we should help him.
icyo ngomba kushyikiza
I want to say something.
urakoze kugira ngaho nk'umutahe wo kurangurura.
Thank you. This is the investment you give me. I will buy 2 woods so that my job continues.
Imana iguhe umugisha.
Wewe ukora iki?
How much does he earn per month?
$10.
And he carries people.
Motor taxi.
We took one of the police officers in the car to understand how they, who are civil servants, make both ends meet when they don't ask any bribes. How much does a police officer earn a month?
It is around $14.
But they also get revenue from unofficial pays.
drive money.
They just get the money to drink beer. They don't get a lot from it.
hariho ubasanzwe afata nk'intuzi nk'urugendo rwa kure ufata ukora nk'intuca mu ntuzi mu yindi bashobora kumara n'amezi 5 utagiye mu iguriro.
How many hours do they work per day? Our driver pulled over as the Prime Minister and his convoy was passing by. He says out of respect, it is forbidden to move the vehicle as the convoys pass by. Imagine a list of needs for a family of 8 people will consume for a month, but the head of the family earns only an average of 50,000 Burundian francs per month. 1 liter of milk is 5,500. 1 liter of sunflower oil is 9,000. 170 milliliter shampoo is 8,000. 1 kilogram of sugar is 8,500. 1.5 liter of water is 1,500. Even this list, which does not yet include vegetables or meat products, is far above the purchasing power of a family. 1 piece of chocolate is 2,500. 1 pack of biscuits is 2,000. 1 Red Bull is 6,500. 750 grams of chocolate hazelnut is 18,000. 1 liter of olive oil is 29,000. As you see, they don't keep the meat in refrigerators here.
Like this one, all of this is 2,000.
What about watermelon?
4,000.
Put the camera down. An average Burundian has to work for approximately 230 years without spending any money to earn the full annual salary of an average US citizen. They are relying on human muscles here. He keeps throwing the bricks upstairs. These bricks, which will be used in the construction of a new house, are made of a muddy mixture without undergoing any firing process. Just 100 meters ahead and in the middle of the street, a man is fainting, probably due to starvation. It is heartbreaking to see this child who has no arms trying to carry his sibling. We can't help but wonder what kind of job this kid will do to survive when he will be 20 or 30 years old. We are now in school. Most of these children will most likely be employed instead of continuing their education.
Hello?
Only 32% of students in the country complete their secondary education. Less than 1% of the population attend university. The only state university in the country is University of Burundi. What are the dreams of the students?
They believe that attending the school could become great people in the future.
The Hall of Fame for rock and roll, as well as visit a Cleveland Indians game at what used to be Jacobs Field, but now Progressive Field.
Hey, Dinus, are you back?
All right, guys, as you know, Cleveland sits on Lake Erie, one of the 5 Great Lakes. It connects to the St. Lawrence. It goes through Montreal up into the Atlantic Ocean. This city of Cleveland is a major industrial hub dating back to the 1800s when Rockefeller set up Standard Oil. Right behind me is the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Let's go take a look.
Now, tickets to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame are $28 each unless you're a youth, age 6 to 12, then it's $18. But if you're a fan of rock and roll, you are definitely going to want to come check out the House of Rock and Roll here in Rock City. There are multiple levels to this rock and roll museum. You're going to want to check out the bottom level, and then you go up to the 2nd, the 3rd, 4th levels. You're going to see everything from Elvis, Madonna, to hip hop and rap music. It's all in here. Memorabilia from all across the board. If you're a rock and roll fan, you're going to see something that's going to resonate with your spirit. Now, do be sure to set aside a couple hours because it is going to take at least 2 hours at the minimum to see this place. If you want to see it in detail and read everything, you're probably going to need almost a full day because there's a lot of information for you to take in.
You know, why did they decide to build the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame here in Cleveland? And they say it's because the rock music is in the ground. It's in the trees. It's in Lake Erie. It's right here. So they say more people who are rock artists
came here to Cleveland to really make it big. So more people went mainstream rock out of Cleveland than anywhere else. That's why they built it here in Cleveland.
So you think most of these kids are in survival mode out here?
A lot of them. A lot of them. When you got young men that don't know when their next meal is coming from.
They're scared. People are scared of the 15-year-old with a gun right now.
But it was over with. And at that point, it wasn't about basketball no more. It was about how can I do something. I was the king of the university. My story runs deep, man, but I was the first male student in Tougaloo College history to get a bachelor's degree and a master's from the same college. I'm the first male to do it. So, man, I love this place. This is where it's at, man.
You look happy here.
I am. You can feel it?
Yeah.
I am. My dad worked here. I was wanting you to meet him, but he's not.
Your dad works here?
He's part of the custodian staff. I call my dad my hero for a lot of reasons, man. My dad could have gave up on me a long time ago. I gave him every reason to. Just imagine you sitting in the office and somebody tell you, the teacher said, if he come back to school, she wouldn't. And as a parent, you're like, wow, man, my son is that bad. I gave my dad every reason to quit. My dad never gave up on me. Then to this day, I love that man. My mom too, same way.
So you had both your parents supporting you.
Yeah, I can say my mom and my dad has always been active in my life, but my mom stayed in one part of Jackson, my dad stayed in another part of Jackson, and they had their own lives. So for the most part, I stayed with my dad my entire life, but my dad was working 2 jobs. My dad worked overnight. So how you doing, Mr. Prime? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're my hero.
I'm your hero? Ah.
I've been keeping up with you, man, and I've just written a children's book.
You just, for real?
Yeah, and I'm going to put it out in the spring semester. So I want to call and get some advice from you, man, on publishing and all of that, on how to proceed with it.
Whenever you ready, I got it.
Okay.
Whenever you ready.
Okay.
Thank you, man.
I'm so proud of you, man.
Dr. Mabry.
I know.
Yeah.
Dr.
I just,
Sampson, Dr.
provost.
Sampson. Yes, sir.
It's the new provost here at the college.
How
Peter,
are you, sir?
nice to meet you,
Yes,
sir.
Dr. Sampson. Very good to meet you. Very
Great
good
to meet you.
Welcome back home.
Thank you, man.
Good to
Thank you
have
so
you
much.
always.
Man, it's a blessing.
Hey, Doc.
This was my home. They embraced me as a kid that came from the neighborhood.
What a different America out here. If I cruise up some of the haulers, you think that's a good idea? You lost him again.
A lot of people don't understand that if it wasn't for coal mines, a lot of these people around here would be starving to death.
Feels like everybody picked up and left.
I came from a long line of drug users. I will be the first in my family to hold a college degree.
Are you the grandma of the hauler?
I guess.
Massive hit to a community like this.
I want to show people that we are more than just drugs and coal mines.
We work hard, we support our families, and we don't let nobody step in between that.
This place got me a little emotional. Good morning, guys. Here in Bluefield, West Virginia. And today we have quite an adventure we're going on, driving through the south side of West Virginia, all the way over to Kentucky. And this is known, arguably, is one of the most impoverished places in the country. Now, this is former coal country. The industry was booming at one time. It's retracted quite a bit. Many people have left, but some have stayed. So today we're gonna get far out as we can, into the sticks to meet the locals, ask the questions, learn from them, and get a better understanding of what this region is like. Let's do this. Here we we are in McDowell County, and so this is the poorest county in West Virginia. 25,600 is the average family income. See, a lot of these people have moved out. You have the coal truck here. Looks like an old school, Switchback Elementary School. So these trucks right here have brought out tons and tons of coal. And since a lot of that coal has declined, well, this is what happens to the towns. These were once thriving, busy storefronts, people walking around. You got great homes up here above. I'm sure those were like the managers, the coal mines. You can see a lot of these homes, just nature coming back, taking them over. Got a little grocery deli. It's like a jungle out here. These forests, very lush, very peaceful, very closed. To this old place here. Looks like it's been around forever. A staple of the community. Pictures of families, people from the town, I'm sure. Oh, it's too bad. But what a different America out here. Look at this architecture, some beautiful buildings.
All right, I'm back, y'all. I guess the show's over. Is the show over?
Yeah, the show was over, Dinus, but I'm not gonna lie, I got upset and I cussed the chat out, and I said if
Okay.
it was up to me, I would block some of y'all. But yeah, I guess the show is over. So yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, hey everyone, thanks so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. Until next time, family. That is Mr. For Huru. Peace.
Peace.